Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 2, Tomb 49, Chaos Coins, 5 Burial Token. 1. The sudden sound drew the attention of the crowd. Wang Teng, slightly taken aback, turned to look behind him. Several figures were approaching from a distance, commanding an imposing presence. The onlookers instinctively made way for them. Universe stage martial warriors. A gleam flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he immediately discerned the strength of these approaching figures. The radiance of their force far surpassed that of heaven stage martial warriors. They were unquestionably universe stage powerhouses. It's the 5 family heads. Grandmaster Yun Dang wore a wry smile on his face, bowing slightly in greeting. No need for formalities, Grandmaster Yun Dang. One of the figures replied, returning the gesture. 5 family heads, a thought crossed Wang Teng's mind. There were 5 individuals in total, their features somewhat resembling those of Hengzang Mo and his companions. Could they be the heads of the 5 major families? Old man, you guys arrived pretty quickly. Guizhong Yan addressed a middle-aged man among the group. You brat! Couldn't you have informed me of such a significant matter in a more timely manner? If it weren't for the quick response of the mining engineers from the 5 Burials Hotel, I wouldn't have known that such a miraculous object had appeared here. Guizhong Feng scolded with a hint of irritation. Then, his gaze fell upon the elixir within the crystal, and his eyes showed a subtle tremor. Upon receiving the news, he found it hard to believe now. Seeing the object in person, his heart trembled even more. Never did he expect to encounter such an ancient and divine-grade pill. Merely from the faintly emanating sacred aura, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this pill. Yizang Jinuo, Shozang Kaiyun, and the others approached, paying their respects and standing by their respective elders. Aunt, let me introduce you. This is the universe explorer who unraveled the 7-star sage pill, Han Zhu. Yizang Xinwo brought a woman in her 30s to Wang Teng's side and introduced them to each other. Brother Han, this is my aunt, Yizang Bai, the head of the Yizang family. Leader Yizang, nice to meet you. Wang Teng bowed. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be a universe explorer and with such profound expertise in mining engineering. Surely you must be a master mining engineer. Yizang Bai smiled slightly. My mining mastery is almost at the Grandmaster level. Wang Teng smiled. Grandmaster level? Yizang Bai had initially asked, merely out of courtesy, thinking that reaching the master level was already impressive. However, now she was surprised to hear that he was nearing the Grandmaster level. She was shocked. A mining engineer at the Grandmaster level was not someone to be underestimated. Guizhong Feng and the others, hearing Wang Teng's words, were equally astonished. Guizhong Yan and the other young talents were speechless. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. This fellow's mining mastery was almost at the Grandmaster level. Was he trying to trick them? And you don't know, but Brother Han helped Sister Kaiyun and me select the 2 ores as well, Yizang Xinnuo added. Oh, Yizang Bai raised her slender eyebrows, even more amazed. Before coming, she naturally knew that Yizang Xinnuo and the others' ores rose in value, but she didn't know that the ores of these 2 women were picked by the young man before her. If it was true, then the young man's mining skills were indeed not to be underestimated. 1 ore could be attributed to luck, but 3 consecutive ores were not something that could be easily explained by luck alone, unless the luck of this young man was truly heaven-defying. Your mining skills are truly admirable, Gizang Feng remarked. The other family heads also echoed their agreement, signaling friendliness towards Wang Teng. On the side, Heng Zhang Mo and his companions became even more displeased. They disapproved of Wang Teng, yet their elders were being exceptionally polite and friendly towards him, causing them considerable frustration. "You're too kind," Wang Teng replied with a faint smile. Facing the flattery from the crowd, he remained remarkably calm without a hint of disturbance in his heart. These people were only interested in the 7-star sage pill, and perhaps they also valued his mining abilities. "We also want to purchase this 7-star sage pill. I wonder if you can give us some face after some small talk." Gizang Feng finally got to the point. "Since we are all interested in this 7-star sage pill, why not see who can offer a higher price?" Grandmaster Yun Dang suggested. He naturally wouldn't let the 7-star sage pill slip away from him. While the 5 major families held considerable power in the 5 burial stars, they might not dare to confront the Secondary Career Alliance directly. Regardless of the location, the Secondary Career Alliance was an immensely influential force. Offending them would likely result in displeasure among all the warriors on the 5 burial stars. After all, the Secondary Career Alliance not only had alchemists, who were most essential to martial warriors, but also blacksmiths, rune experts, doctors, and other secondary professionals closely linked to martial warriors. Offending such a group of people would be an unwise move for the 5 burial stars. "Grandmaster Yun Dang, you are an alchemist. You've seen all kinds of elixirs. Why compete with us?" Yizang Bai remarked. "Head Yizang, you're wrong. This 7-star sage pill is ancient and lost. Handing it over to our Secondary Career Alliance is the only way to unleash its maximum potential. We hope to decipher the lost elixir formula through this pill and bring benefits to more martial warriors in the future." Grandmaster Yun Dang greeted the people around with a fist and spoke. Chapter 2250, Chaos Coins, 5 Burial Token. 2. With these words, the eyes of the surrounding martial warriors lit up. Many of them knew they couldn't compete with the 5 major families today. This place belonged to them, and even if they managed to acquire the pill, they might not be able to take it outside. However, if the Secondary Career Alliance bought it, that could be a viable option. After all, if the pill's formula was truly deciphered, at least they would have a chance to purchase it in the future. The expressions of the 5 family heads changed slightly. This Grandmaster Yun Dang was shameless, using such a tactic against them. "Sir Han Zu, before coming here, we had someone appraise the value of this 7-star sage pill. It's roughly worth 600 chaos coins. We are willing to offer 650 chaos coins. What do you think?" Gizang Feng's gaze flickered, disregarding other matters and going straight to the point. Chaos coins. The crowd was surprised. Gizang Feng was willing to use chaos coins to purchase the 7-star sage pill. It seemed their determination was quite significant. Wang Teng was astounded too. He wasn't unfamiliar with chaos coins. The so-called chaos coins were a currency unit higher than the universe coins, just more advanced. Universe coins circulated among all martial warriors in the universe as a form of currency, while chaos coins were different. This currency generally only circulated among powerful individuals or major forces, and ordinary martial warriors rarely came into contact with it. As martial warriors reached a certain level, the value of the treasures they encountered increased significantly. If measured in universe coins, it would result in an extremely large numerical value, and using universe coins for such transactions could easily cause economic instability in a region. Therefore, the Universe Bank introduced chaos coins as a more advanced form of currency, suitable for transactions among powerful individuals and major forces. 1 chaos coin was equivalent to 1 trillion universe coins. The exchange rate was terrifying, but it also illustrated the immense change in identity and value that occurred when a martial warrior's strength reached a certain level. Especially after reaching the universe stage, the things they encountered were far beyond the imagination of ordinary martial warriors. Another crucial point was that chaos coins were difficult to exchange. Even if one had 1 trillion universe coins, they might not be able to exchange it for a chaos coin. There needed to be connections and a certain status. Otherwise, universe coins would remain as such. This was a measure to maintain economic stability among various forces in the universe. While exchanging chaos coins for universe coins was relatively easy, there were likely few who would foolishly do it. Every bit of chaos coin was extremely precious, and no one was willing to exchange chaos coins for universe coins. Now Gizang Feng was willing to offer 650 chaos coins to purchase the 7-star sage pill. This was undoubtedly a substantial amount. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others were flabbergasted. They couldn't help but lament in their hearts. An ore worth slightly more than 50 million UC yielded a treasure worth 650 chaos coins. This sounded like a dream. It was almost unimaginable. Yizang Xinnuo and Shozang Kaiyun looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. 650 chaos coins? How much was that? Forgive them for their lack of exposure. It was a bit difficult for them to comprehend. Oh, my 650 chaos coins, what a wealthy fellow. Wang Teng, you should sell it to him. Round Ball shouted in Wang Teng's mind. Forget it. If I take these 650 chaos coins, he might not let me off. The 5 burial stars is not a friendly place, Wang Teng replied. That's true, Round Ball expressed deep regret. 650 chaos coins, Leader Gizang? You are indeed generous, Grandmaster, Yun Dang exclaimed, his eyes still showing traces of shock as he shook his head repeatedly. Humbled, truly humbled. Gizang Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam as he smiled faintly. But our secondary career alliance is not exactly poor either. Grandmaster Yun Dang suddenly smiled and said, Just now, I've already contacted the secondary career alliance. We are willing to offer 660 chaos coins. Grandmaster Yun Dang, do you have to compete with us? Guizang Feng frowned. He didn't expect that even after raising the price to 650 chaos coins. It still wouldn't deter the other party. This became tricky. He wasn't worried about offering a bit more chaos coins. He was concerned about the other party's determination. I'm sorry, Leader Guizang, but this is important to us too, Grandmaster Yun Dang replied. In that case, we'll have to compete. Gizang Feng glanced at the heads of the other 4 major families, then said calmly, the 5 major families are willing to offer 665 chaos coins. 670 chaos coins. Grandmaster Yun Dang gritted his teeth and said, 675 chaos coins, Gizang Feng said. Old man, can't you be more generous, adding 5 each time? When will it end? Just add 50 chaos coins directly, and make him dare not raise the bid again. Gizang Yan impatiently suggested. Gizang Feng's face was turning green. Previously, the addition of 50 chaos coins was a price they collectively negotiated, already significantly raising the upper limit of the value of the 7-star sage pill. It was enough to make them feel the pinch. Never did they expect that Grandmaster Yun Dang would not let go and would even increase the bid, exceeding their budget. Adding another 50 chaos coins would practically be cutting their meat. This kid was causing trouble. It might be better to beat him up. Yizang Bai, Yunzan Ying, Shozang Liao, and the others glanced at Gizang Yan speechlessly. Then they looked at Gizang Feng. That kind of gaze made Gizang Feng's brow twitch as if he understood the meaning of the heads of the 4 major families. You've raised a foolish son. Ha ha! Wang Teng was inwardly delighted. This Gizang Yan was indeed a dutiful son. With such a foolish teammate, Wang Teng didn't need to worry about the price of the 7-star sage pill at all. However, he had no intention of selling the 7-star sage pill. What a waste. No need to argue anymore. I've already decided the ownership of this pill, Wang Teng said with a slight smile, suddenly breaking the silence. Already decided. The hearts of the crowd trembled. They shouted prices for half the day, so how could it be decided already? Something was off. Who are you planning to sell this pill to? Grandmaster Yun Dang couldn't help but ask. Yizang Bai glanced at Yizang Xinnuo. Brother Han, please don't rush to make a decision. We, the 5 families, are very sincere. You might as well consider it carefully. We won't let you suffer any losses, Yizang Xinnuo said to Wang Teng quickly. There's no need to say more. This isn't about money. You should know that for someone like me, money is not a problem. I'm not short of money, Wang Teng said with a faint smile. Yizang Shinyo was speechless. Why did it sound like he was showing off? Gizang Feng, Yizang Bai, and the others were momentarily stunned as heads of the 5 major families. They had encountered all kinds of situations, but it was the first time someone had tried to show off in front of them. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute it. Why is that so? Judging from the other party's expertise in mining, making money seemed to be an easy task for him. Someone with such skills certainly wasn't short of money. Sir, who do you plan to sell it to? Yizang Bai couldn't help but ask. Since it wasn't about money, she was very curious about who he intended to sell the 7-star sage pill. You'll know soon enough, Wang Teng said. Yizang Bai and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows. It seemed he wasn't planning to sell it to them. They exchanged glances, feeling a bit unwilling in their hearts. They didn't want to give up on this 7-star sage pill. Such pills were rare, and if their family could establish a friendship with that mysterious existence using this item, the influence of the 5 burial stars would definitely rise to a new level. Sir Hanzu, before you make a decision, we would like to ask you to reconsider if you are willing to sell the 7-star sage pill to us. Not only will you receive 605 chaos coins, but you will also gain the friendship of our families. You will become our honored guest, and in the future, whenever you come to the 5 burial stars, you will be our most esteemed guest. Gizang Feng spoke, hesitated for a moment, and then took out a token saying, "This token is called the 5 burial token. Seeing the token is like seeing the 5 burial families. Up to now, we've only given out 1. If you agree to sell to us, this token will be yours." Chapter 2251. Alchemy St. Elro, 1. The 5 burial token. The onlookers widened their eyes, staring at the 5 burial token in Gizang Feng's hand. Their expressions filled with astonishment. The token was golden, with a front side bearing the symbol of 5 planets, unmistakably representing the 5 burial stars upon closer inspection. The back of the token was engraved with 2 ancient characters, 5 burial. Many people were familiar with this token. As residents of the 5 burial stars, almost everyone had heard of the 5 burial token. There was a legend about a powerful individual who had once assisted the 5 burial family, and in return he was bestowed with a 5 burial token, becoming the family's best friend. Every time this individual visited the 5 burial stars, he received the highest level of hospitality and could travel freely without any hindrance. All of this was attributed to the power of the 5 burial token. Many people coveted such a token, but until now, only that powerful individual had received one. Others could only dream of it. Yet here, in front of everyone, Guizang Feng had taken out a 5 burial token, all for the sake of that ancient lost pill. He intended to gift this token to the black-haired youth. People found it difficult to believe. Simultaneously, a tinge of envy and jealousy arose towards Wang Teng. 1-5 burial token. Its simple appearance had caused a momentary lapse in their comprehension. Grandmaster Yun Dang's expression changed slightly when he saw the 5 burial token. His eyes trembled uncontrollably. The 5 families brought out the 5 burial token for the 7-star sage pill. It was a bold move. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, Yizang Sinuo, and others stood there in a daze, completely stunned. This matter was beyond their capacity to intervene. Gizang Yan finally realized how laughable he had been. He had wanted the old man to add another 50 chaos coins just a moment ago, as if 50 chaos coins could resolve this situation. 5 burial token. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the token. According to Gizang Feng, obtaining this token would grant him the status of an honored guest among the 5 burial families, achieving the purpose of his visit to the 5 burial stars. No, that wasn't right. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and he immediately shook his head. If his identity were exposed, relying on just a token wouldn't make the 5 families treat him as an honored guest. The conflicts between the Stellar Arbitration Council and the 5 burial families couldn't be resolved with just a token. If he were Han Zu, there would be no problem. But as Wang Teng, everything became uncertain. Even if he held the 5 burial token, the 5 families could still act against him while outwardly showing respect. Although the other party might not treat him badly, he still couldn't truly control the younger generation of the 5 burial stars. This went against his purpose. In a moment, Wang Teng weighed the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 burial token and realized that it didn't align with his goals. His mentality completely calmed down, no longer as eager as before. I almost couldn't resist. Wang Teng shook his head inwardly, realizing his lack of self-control. Wang Teng, I know what you're thinking, but have you considered that even if they treat you with hidden disdain, at least on the surface, they wouldn't dare refuse someone with the 5 burial token, otherwise they would be humiliating themselves, and the value of the token would be completely diminished in the future, Roundball commented. I understand, but to me the value of the 5 burial token is definitely lower than it is for others. So, it's not worth a 7-star sage pill, Wang Teng replied. Yes, Roundball nodded and kept quiet. But if I could obtain the 5 burial token and then have the entire younger generation of the 5 burial stars submit to me, I would almost be able to completely control the younger generation, Wang Teng said. How do you plan to do that? Roundball asked curiously. I plan to obtain the 5 burial token later. For now, let it be, Wang Teng replied. Mr. Han Zu, what do you think? Gizang Feng's mouth curled into a confident smile as he asked. Leader, Gizang is truly generous. The 5 burial token is very attractive to me, and I also want to be friends with your families. Wang Teng hadn't finished his words when Shozang Liao couldn't help but interject. So you agree? But Wang Teng suddenly shook his head, causing everyone to tense. He continued, You may not know, but I'm actually a member of the Secondary Career Alliance. What? Gizang Feng and the others were immediately stunned. Even Grandmaster Yun Dang was caught off guard. This young man who found the 7-star sage pill was from the Secondary Career Alliance. Seriously. It couldn't be a joke, could it? Ha 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 ha! Just then, laughter rang out from afar. Grandmaster Han Zu is indeed a Grandmaster Alchemist of our Secondary Career Alliance. Everyone looked behind them involuntarily. They were shocked. Alchemy St. Elro, a gasp escaped from Grandmaster Yun Dang's lips. He stared at the approaching figure, incredulous. Why was Alchemy St. Elro here at this moment? Everyone's attention was drawn to the elder walking toward them. No one paid much attention to the young man's words from earlier. Alchemy St. Elro, Gizang Feng and the others immediately bowed respectfully. They needed to show respect to an alchemy saint. You don't need to be polite. I came here for no other reason than to meet the genius Grandmaster of our Secondary Career Alliance, as recommended by some old friends, Alchemy St. Elro said with a smile. Chapter 27252. Alchemy St. Elro, too, a genius Grandmaster at this moment. The crowd suddenly realized and their gazes turned to Wang Teng in astonishment. What did Alchemy St. Elro say? Han Zu was a Grandmaster. Didn't he say that his mining skills haven't reached the Grandmaster level yet? Why did Alchemy St. Elro call him Grandmaster? Countless doubts arose in their minds, leaving everyone perplexed. Hengzang Mo, Guizang Yan, and the others were even more shocked. This guy was a Grandmaster, Yizang Shinnuo and Shozang Kaiyun, with a hint of surprise in their beautiful eyes, looked at Wang Teng and ripples of waves emerged in their hearts. Even Grandmaster Yun Dang felt incredulous. How could this black-haired youth be a Grandmaster? He couldn't tell at all. Alchemy St. Elro, Wang Teng bowed at Alchemy St. Elro silently. He didn't expect the Secondary Career Alliance to send an alchemy saint here. It was a great honor. He didn't know that. The news of his alchemy achievements had spread to the top echelons of the Secondary Career Alliance. Now, quite a few people knew about his alchemy skills. Of course, this was only limited to the upper echelons of the Secondary Career Alliance, mainly among the few people familiar with alchemy St. Dao Yuan. The seven-star sage pill was another reason. The reappearance of the long-lost ancient pill was worth a visit from an alchemy saint. Grandmaster Hanzu. I've heard other alchemy saints mention you many times. I have always wanted to meet this genius in the field of alchemy. I didn't expect you to pass by the 5 burial stars. It truly delights me, Alchemy Saint Elro said with a smile as he blinked at Wang Teng and shook his hand, offering his support. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile when he saw his subtle expression. This Alchemy Saint Elro was quite amusing. He wanted to conceal his identity, so he had the members of the Secondary Career Alliance cooperate, but unexpectedly they sent a crafty old actor. It's my honor to be remembered by Alchemy Saint Elro. I am truly delighted, Wang Teng said with a smile. Alchemy Saint Elro smiled and said, I just didn't expect that not only do you have outstanding alchemy skills, but your mining skills are also so profound. You flatter me? I just got lucky. Wang Teng quickly shook his head. Gizang Feng and the others exchanged glances with one another when they saw Wang Teng and Alchemy Saint Elro chatting happily. Their hearts turned cold. Damn it, there was no chance. This 7-star sage pill was undoubtedly going to the Secondary Career Alliance, and they had no say in the matter. Do you plan to give this pill to the Secondary Career Alliance? After chatting for a while, Alchemy Saint Elro spoke seriously. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. The Secondary Career Alliance needs this pill, and I won't hesitate to contribute it. Good. On behalf of the Secondary Career Alliance, I thank you. And for your contribution, the Secondary Career Alliance won't let you go unrewarded, Alchemy Saint Elro assured him. Grandmaster Yun Dang was speechless when he saw the two of them deciding on the ownership of the 7-star sage pill within a few sentences. All his efforts were in vain. Knowing it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Seriously, why didn't Grandmaster Hanzu tell him earlier that he was a member of the Secondary Career Alliance? It made him unnecessarily nervous for so long. Grandmaster Yun Dang's face was filled with bitterness, unable to resist the urge to complain. Family heads? Does anyone have objections to Grandmaster Hanzu giving this pill to the Secondary Career Alliance? Alchemy Saint Elro turned to Gizong Feng and the others, asking casually. Gizong Feng and the others were filled with unwillingness, but they had no choice. The other party was a Grandmaster from the Secondary Career Alliance, and giving the pill to the Secondary Career Alliance was reasonable. What could they say? Could they stop him? That would be openly opposing the Secondary Career Alliance. Well, it seems that this 7-star sage pill is not destined for us, Yizang Bai sighed. You don't have to be like this. If we can recover the formula for the 7-star sage pill, you are welcome to come to us for alchemy, Alchemy Saint Elro said. Yizang Bai and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads involuntarily. It wasn't easy to derive the formula from a single pill. Alchemy Saint Elro's words were more of a polite gesture. In that case, I'll take my leave. Alchemy Saint Elro smiled slightly, waved his hand, and stored the crystal containing the 7-star sage pill. He was ready to leave. Farewell. Gizang Feng and the others gave a slight bow, seeing Alchemy Saint off. I'll see Alchemy Saint Elro off, Wang Teng said as he followed. The onlookers watched their departing figures with extremely complex expressions. Who could have expected such a massive turn of events? It almost broke their backs. Guizang Feng, Yizang Bai, and the others shook their heads in disappointment. After all the effort, they still failed to obtain the 7-star sage pill. There was nothing they could do to Wang Teng, as the sacred pill had been taken by the Secondary Career Alliance and was beyond their reach. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others had mixed feelings, looking at Wang Teng's departing figure with their thoughts drifting. Stupid brat. Gizang Feng slapped Guizang Yan's head and shouted, Why are we gambling for no reason? Such a good thing. But it ended up in someone else's hands. I've lost big time. Gizang Yan felt wronged. What did this have to do with him? Who would have thought that the other party would find such a rare item? Initially, he thought he had struck gold by finding 12 billion worth of yellow spirit gold sand. Little did he expect that compared to the other party, it was nothing at all. Chapter 2253. Alchemy, St. Elro, 3. Has that counselor arrived? After delivering his reprimand, Gizang Feng inquired. Gizang Yan, seeing that he had truly angered him, didn't dare to retort. He could only shake his head and said, "I haven't seen anyone. He hasn't arrived yet." Gizang Feng furrowed his brows, finding it somewhat strange. This is inconsistent with the information we received. He should be arriving soon. Perhaps he encountered some delays on the way. Yizang Bai suggested, "Let them continue waiting here. Sooner or later, he'll come." Yunzang Zhao said calmly, "All right, you guys continue waiting. Notify us immediately. If there's any news, do you hear me? Don't cause any more trouble for me." Gizang Feng scolded Gizang Yan, casting him a stern look. Understood, Gizang Yan took a deep breath, feeling extremely frustrated. Regarding that Han Zu tried to interact with him more. If possible, establish a good relationship with him. Gizang Feng advised Gizang Yan and Hengzang Mo were exasperated. They didn't get along with that guy at all, and now they were being asked to befriend him. "Rest assured, Aunt, I have a good relationship with Brother Han," Yizang Xinuo said with a smile. "You've done well." Yizang Bai nodded approvingly. Fortunately, her niece was more sensible and didn't cause trouble everywhere like Gizang Yan. "My relationship with Brother Han is also good," Shozang Kaiyun asserted, unwilling to be outdone. "Very well. Establish a good connection with him. If possible, recruit him. It would be very helpful for us," Shozang Liao said, casting a glance at Yizang Bai. Yin Nuo, don't disappoint me." Yizang Bai glanced at Shozang Liao provocatively and smiled at Yizang Zhennuo. Gizang Yan and Hengzang Mo felt even worse. Yizang Zhennuo and Shozang Taiyun had obtained the approval of their elders. They couldn't say anything and couldn't do anything. If they provoke the other party again, they might even be punished by their elders. Gizang Feng and the others didn't say anything and left the Five Burials Hotel directly. "Damn it!" Hengzang Mo punched the table beside him, causing it to collapse. "Watch your temper. This is an item of our 5 families, not just yours," Shozang Kaiyun scolded angrily. "I can afford to pay." Hengzang Mo choked, almost unable to catch his breath on the other side. Wang Teng and the alchemy saint walked out of the Five Burials Hotel and arrived at the entrance. They glanced at each other, both revealing a sly smile. "Did I play my part well?" Alchemy St. Elro asked, using voice transmission. "Alchemy St. Elro, thank you for this. I didn't expect to trouble such an alchemy saint this time," Wang Teng said. "The 7-star sage pill is an ancient and lost pill. It's indeed precious. If I didn't come, it would be challenging for other Grandmaster figures to suppress the 5 major families." Alchemy St. Elro shook his head. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the influence of the 5 major families was even more formidable than he had imagined, to the extent that even an alchemy saint valued it so highly. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, you've come as a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. Be careful," Alchemy St. Elro reminded. He held high expectations for Wang Teng. A young alchemy genius like him would be a tremendous loss if he were to fall here. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder." Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. "No need to be polite. I just happened to come out for some fresh air." Alchemy St. Elro smiled and added, "If you can fully comprehend this 7-star sage pill, I hope we can exchange insights. With that," he placed his hand on Wang Teng's hand, discreetly transferring the 7-star sage pill back to him. No one noticed that the pill had returned to Wang Teng's possession. "Rest assured. If I can truly decipher the formula, I will share it with you," Wang Teng said. "Well then, I should leave. This place is for you, young folks, and I'm an old bone that doesn't fit in here." Alchemy. St. Elro chuckled, patting Wang Teng on the shoulder before boarding the flying car parked nearby. The opulent flying car swiftly soared into the night sky, disappearing from Wang Teng's sight. Wang Teng gazed at the night, turned around and walked back into the Five Burials Hotel. The night behind him seemed to transform into his backdrop, with a brilliant future ahead and deep darkness behind. With the pill in hand, it was time to plan for obtaining the 5 burial token. Chapter 2254, Did He Fool Him Too Much? Poison Boar Race 1. When Wang Teng returned to the banquet hall, the family heads had already left, leaving only the younger generation. The expressions of those present changed slightly when they saw Wang Teng return. This black-haired youth not only possessed astonishing mining skills, but was also a Grandmaster alchemist, signifying a significant and complex identity. Ordinary martial warriors dared not show any disrespect in his presence. Grandmaster Han Zhu. Several Heaven Stage martial warriors couldn't help but bow slightly, expressing their respect for a master on the sidelines. Tracy's gaze was complex. She hadn't expected the young man who had subdued her to have such a special identity. A Grandmaster at such a young age, where did this extraordinary talent come from? Suddenly she remembered Wang Teng's promise. As long as she performed well, he would provide her with the desired cultivation techniques and scriptures. Now it seemed that for a Grandmaster, fulfilling such promises was not difficult. Tracy's mindset began to undergo a gradual shift, and the resistance in her heart dissipated. Having wealth was impressive, especially a considerable sum like the 675 chaos coins. It stimulated her so much. Since she began her cultivation journey, she had never seen a single chaos coin. Moreover, pledging loyalty to a Grandmaster was something she could consider. A Grandmaster had a higher status than a Heaven Stage martial warrior. This was something she, a martial warrior without any foundation, couldn't compare with. Brother Han, you've truly stolen the spotlight this time. Yizang Xinwo greeted Wang Teng warmly as he returned. Stolen the spotlight, but also gained a lot of trouble. Wang Teng glanced around and shook his head. Seeing Wang Teng's distressed expression, Yizang Xinwo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hengzang Mo, Guizang Yan, and the others felt that he was just showing off, taking advantage, and still acting cute. I thought my celestial spirit leaf would be the ultimate winner, but I didn't expect to lose in the end. Shozang Kaiyun regretfully expressed. Hengzang Mo, Guizang Yan, and Yunzang Shao suddenly stiffened. At this moment they suddenly remembered that they lost the ores to the other party. The ores they had deciphered were treasures worth over 10 billion each. Although not as valuable as Shozang Taiyun's, they were still a considerable sum. Losing like this made them ache, humbled. Wang Teng chuckled. Brother Han, with your attainments, it should be easy to find various treasures. We finally found treasures like the celestial spirit leaf and the blue glow special water after so much effort. How about you do us a favor and leave them for us? Shuzang Kaiyun blinked, revealing a pitiful look. She walked to Wang Teng's side, swaying his arm, displaying an unmistakable little daughter posture. At the same time, a pair of plump assets swayed slightly at her chest. Wang Teng felt a little dizzy. Wang Teng glanced briefly, immediately retracting his gaze, appearing calm and serene. Appreciating beautiful things is a human instinct. Seeing this, Yizang Jinwo cursed silently. She stepped forward, unwilling to lose out. Sister Kaiyun, don't make it difficult for Brother Han. This treasure worth 50 billion UC isn't something you can just abandon. I'm willing to concede defeat. This blue glow special water is a gift to Brother Han. Hengzang Mo and Guizang Yan's faces turned green, not only because they were going to lose the ores, but also because Shozang Kaiyun and Yizang Jinnuo revealed such charming postures in front of Wang Teng. Which man could endure that? Unfortunately, he had to bear with it even if he couldn't. Their elders had just warned them not to make an enemy of this Han Zhu and to try and make friends. If they turned around and forgot about it, they would definitely suffer consequences. I concede defeat. I'll give this fire cloud dark ore to Brother Han as well. Yunzang Zhao unexpectedly spoke up. All right. It looks like I have no fate with the celestial spirit leaf, Shozang Kaiyun said in disappointment. Wang Teng smiled faintly and collected all the ores without making a fuss. Hengzang Mo and Guizang Yan felt the corners of their eyes twitching. Brother Han, You just bought a lot of ores. How about you cut them on the spot and let us witness the spectacle? Yizhang Jinwo suddenly suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? Wang Teng pretended to hesitate. No problem. At the Five Burials Hotel, you don't have to worry about safety issues at all, Yizhang Jinwo said. And if you got ores that you don't need, you can sell them directly to us. You won't need to carry them around all the time, making it safer. Sounds good, Wang Teng nodded, took out a few pieces of ore and said, let's cut a few. However, I can't guarantee that they will all turn out to be valuable. Even with my expertise, I can't ensure 100% accuracy. Of course, Yizhang Jinwo replied. Everyone was about to leave, but seeing that Wang Teng was going to start cutting stones again, they stopped in their tracks. The first piece of ore chosen by Han Zu had given everyone a great surprise. The following ores couldn't be too bad. Soon, the second piece of ore was cut. As expected, it increased in value. However, the value wasn't too high, only 3 billion UC, which couldn't compare to the previous one. Next was the third piece, the fourth piece, the fifth piece. In total, 4 pieces were cut, with 2 increasing in value and 2 decreasing. The ores that increased in value were worth no more than 10 billion. No one was disappointed. They finally acknowledged it wholeheartedly. Wang Teng gambled on a total of 6 pieces of ore, with 4 increasing and 2 decreasing in value. With such odds, how many ore mining engineers could surpass Han Zu? What more did they want? Chapter 2255. Did he fool him too much? Poison Boar Race 2. Let's stop here, Wang Teng said, not planning to continue gambling on ores. He smiled as he put away the pieces of ore. It was about time to stop. Cutting further would reveal too much. I've also grown tired of this. There are many performances at the banquet. I'll take you to see them, Yizhang Jinwo said with a meaningful look at Wang Teng smiling. Okay. Wang Teng nodded and followed Yizhang Jinwo and the others towards the front. People around gradually dispersed, but still chattered excitedly about Wang Teng, whom they referred to as Grandmaster Han Zu. Our slave competition here is unique. Do you want to take a look? Shozang Sayun asked. Slave competition. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as if he saw attribute bubbles beckoning to him. He nodded immediately and said, Sure, let's go take a look. This way. Shozang Sayun led the way, passing through the crowd. Wang Teng saw a large group of people gathered, seemingly auctioning off some special items like weapons, elixirs, exotic flowers, and fruits. With keen spiritual perception, Wang Teng saw that the auction items weren't anything extraordinary. He lost interest and followed Shozang Sayun and the others directly forward. Soon, they arrived at a massive arena. This arena was situated in the central part of the Five Burials Hotel, but now it had been elevated into the air, visible directly from the banquet hall below. This elevated area had a semicircular shape, allowing half of the region to have a direct view of the arena. Wang Teng and his companions had now arrived on this side. There were seats in the hall, allowing spectators to sit and enjoy the show. On the elevated arena, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. The booming sounds were contained within a defensive light barrier, ensuring that they didn't reach the outside. Many people had already taken their seats in the hall, eagerly watching the ongoing duel. Wang Teng and his group found a place to sit and then turned their attention to the figures in the arena. To Wang Teng's surprise, one of the figures turned out to be an Ice Element Cosmos Stage martial warrior. The use of Ice Force almost froze the entire arena, displaying considerable power. The other martial warrior wasn't ordinary either. He was a Poison and Fire Element martial warrior. A faint green flame-like force enveloped his body, holding him aloft and resisting the surrounding ice force. Both of them were special attribute martial warriors. The Ice Element Martial Warrior is from the Ice Fairy clan, and the Dual Element Martial Warrior with Poison and Fire is from the Poison Boar clan, Yizhang Jinwo explained with a smile, seeing Wang Teng's apparent interest. Ice Fairy clan. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was surprised. This Ice Element Warrior is actually from the Ice Fairy clan. In the vast universe, there were countless races. Some races didn't have distinct physical differences from ordinary human races, but possessed special talents. The Ice Fairy clan, for example, looked similar to ordinary humans but had distinctive ice-blue long hair. Many ice element warriors exhibited their exceptional talents openly, much like Leng Qianshui. Therefore, based on appearance alone, it was nearly impossible to distinguish their races. Wang Teng hadn't expected the warrior in the arena to be a member of the Ice Fairy clan. The universe stage Ice Fairy from earlier was still trapped in his devour space, not fully digested until now. He wondered what surprises this Ice Fairy clan warrior might bring. Unfortunately, Wang Teng's ice element talent had already reached the immortal level, making it impossible for ordinary warriors to drop corresponding attributes. His attention then shifted to the other warrior. Poison Boar Race. The name sounded a bit strange to him. Wang Teng scrutinized the Poison Boar clan warrior with a peculiar expression. The appearance of this Poison Boar clan member was far from commendable. Similar to the pig-human race, they appeared extremely fierce. A pair of ferocious fangs protruded from its mouth like two small sickles, glinting with a chilling light. Between these fangs was a very conspicuous pig's nose. This kind of race naturally wouldn't have a pleasant appearance. Poison Boar Race is a race with outstanding talent in poison manipulation. They look fierce and have considerable strength. It wasn't easy for us to capture a Poison Boar Race slave, Shozheng Kaiyun explained. The strength is decent? Wang Teng nodded. However, he's just a slave. Such slaves appear every once in a while here. His strength is good among ordinary martial warriors, but it's nothing special compared to us. Heng Zhang Mo sneered. Brother Han is a universe explorer. So you must have seen many martial warriors from different races, right? Gi Zhang Yan's eyes flickered, unable to resist asking. I haven't seen the Poison Boar Race, but I did encounter a universe stage ice fairy, Wang Teng said with a faint smile. Oh, a universe stage martial warrior from the Ice Fairy clan. How strong is he? Yun Dang asked curiously. When I encountered that ice fairy, he was in a fierce battle with a terrifying behemoth on a planet. The beast was shrouded in purple-black mist, making it indistinguishable, but it was extremely formidable. With a casual attack, the planet collapsed and the void collapsed. The ice fairy was exceptionally powerful, freezing everything with a lift of his hand. The battle lasted for 10 days and nights. Wang Teng started to fabricate, drawing everyone's attention. And then, Yizhang Jinnuo asked eagerly. Heng Zhang Mo, Guizhang Yan, and the others also looked at Wang Teng, apparently curious about the outcome. They wanted to mock Wang Teng, but they got attracted by his story instead. Then that universe stage ice fairy, Wang Teng began to pause, enjoying the anticipation in their eyes. He then continued, fell to his demise. Fell to his demise. Heng Zhang Mo and others were stunned, feeling regret. What was that behemoth? It killed a universe stage ice fairy? Yizhang Xinnuo exclaimed. I don't know. Wang Teng shook his head. I was only at the celestial stage at that time, so I didn't dare to get close. When I saw the universe stage ice fairy being killed, I immediately fled. You were only at the celestial stage at that time? They exchanged glances with one another and stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. Did this fellow become a universe explorer at the celestial stage? When they were at the celestial stage, they were still under the protection of their family. They couldn't compare to him at all. Heng Zhang Mo, Guizhang Yan, and the others were stunned. They felt that they were being crushed. I had no choice. Wang Teng shook his head, looking regretful. This expression was not faked. He genuinely felt regret. If he could, he wouldn't have chosen such a life-and-death struggle. He nearly died at that time. Could that behemoth be a legendary universe behemoth? Yun Zhang Xiao suddenly said. I also speculated that, but I never got to see its true appearance. It's regrettable. Wang Teng shook his head. No one knew better than him that the behemoth was the Devour Nihility beast, but that was a huge secret he couldn't reveal to outsiders. Brother Han's experiences truly command my admiration. Yun Shao suddenly stood up, bowing to Wang Teng and saying, "I apologize for my previous disrespect." Wang Teng was bewildered. He looked at the other party strangely. Did he fool him too much, Brother Yunzang? You're too serious. Wang Teng also stood up and returned the bow, saying hurriedly. Regardless, the fact that he could apologize was enough for Wang Teng to view him in a better light. Hengzang Mo and Gizang Yan looked at each other, feeling even more stifled. Although they were also greatly shocked, apologizing to this guy was impossible. As they spoke, the battle in the arena reached its conclusion. Seizing an opportunity, the poison boar race martial warrior condensed spear-like weapons with his force and thrust them toward the ice fairy. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within the protective barrier as the ice fairy clan warrior was severely injured, spewing blood. The poison boar race martial warriors won. Many people were surprised. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a peculiar light as the protective barrier dissipated, and the two slaves were escorted away. He immediately swept out his spiritual power, picking up the attribute bubbles on the arena. Chapter 2256. I don't need to explain anything to you. Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Ice Constellation Force 850R, Cosmos Realm Spirit 3000, Universe Realm Enlightenment 360R, Ice Blast 2000, Poison Constellation Force 2000, Fire Constellation Force 8200, Cosmos Realm Spirit 3400, Universe Realm Enlightenment 4000, Poison Curse Flame Spear 250R. One by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and body. Some transformed into force, some into spirit and enlightenment, while others directly became insights. Suddenly, 3 of Wang Teng's forces experienced a significant enhancement. Constellation Fire Force 570,000, Cosmos Stage 7th level. Ice Constellation Force 16,150,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Poison Constellation Force 50,450,90,000, Cosmos Stage 9th level. Among them, the Constellation Fire Force directly broke through from the 6th level to the 7th level, advancing a level. Previously, after defeating Occam and obtaining numerous attribute bubbles, the Constellation Fire Force had increased significantly, but did not break through. This time, gaining 8,200 points of attribute value pushed it to the edge of a breakthrough. Wang Teng looked at the changes to his attributes board and nodded in satisfaction. Next was the increase in his spirit and enlightenment. It wasn't much, but it was an increase. Spirit 21,853 millions Cosmos Realm, enlightenment 2921 Deer Rover's Realm. Wang Teng looked at the changes in the 2 types of attribute values, and his heart trembled slightly. Especially for the enlightenment attribute, it had unconsciously reached the peak of the universe realm. It was just a small step away from breaking through. He couldn't help but feel excited. After the universe realm, the next step should be the eternal realm. If he reached the eternal realm, his enlightenment would be terrifying. No one would believe that a Cosmos Stage martial warrior possessed eternal realm enlightenment. Every martial warrior typically would undergo a transformation in life, spirit, and enlightenment as their stage advanced. Only some martial warriors with great talent had stronger spirit and enlightenment than others, but such prodigies were very rare. To achieve eternal realm enlightenment in the Cosmos Stage was even rarer. This was a colossal threshold akin to the unbridgeable gap between the universe stage and the eternal stage. Wang Teng was about to cross this threshold, and he couldn't help but anticipate it. He wondered what changes would occur when his enlightenment reached the eternal realm. Aside from that, there were 2 particularly special attribute bubbles. Both of these attribute bubbles were battle techniques. At this moment, 2 humanoid shadows appeared in Wang Teng's mind. A humanoid figure executed a spear technique, thrusting forward with a terrifying ice-blue radiance erupting in an instant. Amid a horrifying explosion, the void trembled and the surroundings were instantly frozen. The other humanoid figure was surrounded by eerie green flames, which condensed into a series of green flame spears, emitting a mysterious aura. As the figure's large hand waved, the green flame spears condensed from the eerie green flames shot out violently, piercing through the void and appearing in the distance, exploding with a resounding boom. Waves of green flames spread, sweeping across the void, engulfing even the starry sky. Ice blast. A flash of realization crossed Wang Teng's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected to encounter this battle technique here. He had obtained this battle technique from another ice fairy before. Now, he received the corresponding attribute bubbles. It was not bad. Ice Blast, Universe Stage 1200, 3000, well-versed, originally at the foundation level. It had now been elevated to the well-versed stage. This increase in mastery significantly boosted Wang Teng's proficiency in the skill. This was a universe stage battle technique, so achieving proficiency in it was a cause for Wang Teng's delight. The other battle technique came from the martial warrior from the poison boar race. It was a universe stage battle technique too, extremely mysterious and powerful. Poison Curse Flame Spear Universe Stage, 1500, 3000, well-versed. Wang Teng gained 2,500 attribute points, directly raising his proficiency in the skill from foundation to well-versed. As he mastered this martial skill, a peculiar and eerie green light flashed in his eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. He liked this martial skill. The Poison Curse Flame Spear not only incorporated the eerie and poisonous power of the poison force, but also possessed the dominance and scorching heat of the fire force. If one were hit by it, even a heaven stage martial warrior would likely suffer severe injuries. Perfect for ambushing. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly. He now had one more skill for his ambushing techniques, a cause for celebration. Fortunately, he was a multi-elemental martial artist, mastering both poison and fire forces. Otherwise, if an ordinary martial warrior acquired this skill, they might not be able to use it and would be left helpless. The whole process took only a few breaths. As the two slaves were taken away, Yizang Jinuo smiled and asked, "Brother Han, how did you find the battle between those two slaves?" "Not bad, quite entertaining. One is from the poison boar race while the other is from the ice fairy clan. It seems like they were displaying their respective racial martial skills just now." Wang Teng nodded and replied with a smile, "Exactly, Shozang," Kaiyun couldn't help but interject. "Their race's battle techniques are incredibly powerful. Judging by the strength they displayed, it's at least at the universe stage. Unfortunately, their skills are protected by racial inheritance, and we cannot learn them." Racial inheritance protection? Wang Teng was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had heard of such a concept, and it intrigued him. Chapter 2257. I don't need to explain anything to you. 2. This is a kind of bloodline restriction. They cannot pass on their martial skills and techniques to individuals outside their own race. Otherwise, they would die instantly. Yizang Xinuo looked at Shozang Kaiyun with a smile as she explained. "Oh, really?" Wang Teng was quite surprised. He had been relying on picking up attributes and had obtained many techniques and scriptures, including quite a few from various special races, without feeling any difficulty. Yet Yizang Jinuo and the others told him that acquiring scriptures and battle techniques from others' racial inheritances was quite challenging. This was a little awkward. It turned out that he had significant misunderstandings and misconceptions all along. It wasn't the world that was wrong, but him. Brother Han don't know about this. Yizang Jinuo and the others were also very surprised to see his reaction. This was basic knowledge. As a universe explorer, how could he not know? Something felt off. Cuff. Those skills looked pretty easy to learn. Wang Teng, facing their strange looks, also realized his mistake. His eyes turned and he quickly coughed. Easy to learn? Hengzang, Mo, and the others seemed to hear something incredibly amusing. The inheritance, scriptures, and techniques of those races were not of low levels. Even if one obtained the inheritance, it was not necessarily easy to quickly learn them. This guy actually said they were easy to learn. Easy to learn? Why don't you try learning one? Gizang Yan couldn't help but sneer. Wang Teng glanced at him and suddenly realized that this was the best way to rectify his mistake. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. This was a great opportunity. He cooperated well. Wang Teng almost wanted to give Gizang Yan a big thumbs up. Well done. Then he raised his palm slightly, and the fire and poison force emerged, intertwining and slowly condensing into several ethereal green flame spears in his palm. These spears were not as large as the ones the poison boar race martial warrior displayed earlier. They were only the size of Wang Teng's palm, lacking the terrifying power, but they emitted the same eerie aura. The prodigies of the 5 major families present were utterly dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this quite simple? Wang Teng glanced at them and smiled lightly. This, Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others didn't know what to say. They found it absurd. Did he really learn the battle technique of the poison boar race? Just by looking at it for a moment, he learned it. Brother Han, you didn't learn this martial skill before, did you? Yizang Xinyo couldn't help but ask. No, as you said, this is a legacy of the poison boar race. Where could I have learned it? Wang Teng replied. But this, it's too unbelievable. Yizang Xinyo smiled bitterly. No matter who it was impossible to believe such a thing. Just by looking at it, could someone really learn a martial skill like this? I'm afraid this martial skill is just an imitation, merely superficial. It may not be able to unleash much power. Guizang Yan refused to admit Wang Teng's talent. You don't believe it, and I can't do anything about it. Wang Teng smiled faintly, waving his hand to disperse the ethereal green flame spears as if they had never appeared. I think you can't explain it. That's why you hurriedly dispersed it. Guizang Yan scoffed. I don't need to explain anything to you. Wang Teng shook his head and said indifferently. Then he turned his head and stopped paying attention to him. This guy had been snide and irritating from the beginning. He was truly annoying, like a fly buzzing around his ears. If it weren't for trying to win over the talents of the 5 major families, he wouldn't have wasted time here with Gizang Yan. He wanted Wang Teng to explain. On what grounds, you? Gizang Yan, seeing Wang Teng's disdainful expression, felt somewhat embarrassed and angry, but he didn't dare to escalate the situation. For some reason, he just couldn't stand the black-haired youth in front of him, even though his elders warned him not to offend the other party. All right, let's continue watching the slave competition. The next batch of slaves is about to come out. Yizang Xinyo immediately stepped in to mediate the situation. She was somewhat resentful that Gizang Yan was causing trouble for no reason, but since it was an order from elders, she didn't want to make the atmosphere too tense. Boom, however. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from below. The entire 5 Burials hotel trembled, and many people looked in surprise toward the direction of the arena. The sound seemed to be coming from below the stage. What's happening? Hengzang Mo and the others stood up abruptly and frowned. Boom, another round of rumbling echoed out as the arena collapsed and countless stone fragments exploded into the sky. At this moment, the arena had not activated its protective shield, while the materials on top were indeed sturdy. Under the impact of tremendous force, they still shattered. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and Yizang Xinyo's expressions changed slightly. Retreat. Yizang Xinyo grabbed Wang Teng and retreated at the same time. Several dark figures shot up from the shattered stones of the arena, emitting a dense aura of death. Roar, roar, kill. Roars echoed as the dark figures let out furious shouts, locking their hostile gazes onto Wang Teng and the others. No, it was more accurate to say that their target was Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the other talents from the 5 families. Oh no, these are the slaves. Yun Shao's expression changed as he shouted. Damn it, these slaves dare to rebel. Gizang Yan's expression darkened. Boom. Without much time to think, The dark figures instantly closed in on them, unleashing various attacks. In an instant, force explosions resounded in the surroundings. Blade energies, sword energies, fist imprints, palm imprints, and many other attacks shot toward Heng Zhang-mo and the others. In their haste, Heng Zhang-mo and the others could not afford to be distracted. They had to unleash the force within their bodies and strive to fend off the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. However, everything happened too suddenly, and the group was instantly pushed back by the powerful onslaught. The poison boar race martial warrior locked onto Yizang Xinnuo, revealing a sinister expression filled with hatred. The force within him erupted, condensing into the poison curse flame spear and slamming towards them. "Brother Han, retreat behind me." Yizang Xinnuo wasn't to be underestimated either. As a prodigy of the Yizang family, she released the wood force within her, quickly forming a palm imprint to counter the incoming attack. Boom! The collision of their attacks erupted into a terrifying explosion, and shock waves of force rippled out in all directions. Yizang Xinnuo's expression changed slightly as she was forced several steps back. Her palm throbbed with pain, and upon inspecting it, she noticed eerie green threads forming on her hand. Daring to directly face my poison curse flame spear, you're seeking death." A hoarse and resentful voice emanated from the poison boar race martial warrior. He glared at Yizang Xinnuo coldly. Then, showing no hesitation, he surged forward once again, declaring so-called talents of the 5 major families are nothing special. Die. He abruptly extended his palm, reaching towards Yizang Xinnuo. It seemed he didn't intend to kill her outright, but instead aimed to capture her alive. "You can't escape." Yizang Xinnuo's expression shifted, realizing that the poison boar race martial warrior's battle technique was extremely formidable. However, she hadn't expected it to be so overwhelming, especially considering the warrior's strength, which seemed no less than her own at the pinnacle of the cosmos stage. In such a confined space, the sudden assault caught them off guard, and Yizang Xinnuo found herself at a disadvantage, especially after being poisoned. Her strength had diminished, and she wasn't sure if she could contend with the opponent. "Let's go." Yizang Xinnuo grabbed Wang Teng's hand, intending to dash out of the 5 Burials Hotel. Once outside, it would be much more challenging for the opponent to capture her. Once the formidable members of the 5 families reacted, these slaves wouldn't stand a chance. Don't rush. Let me test the strength of this poison boar race martial warrior. Wang Teng smiled faintly, raising his other hand to the front. The green flame coalesced into a spear. Then he uttered a single word, "Go." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of breaking air sounds echoed as the green flame-formed spear shot forward. How is this possible? The poison boar race martial warrior's face changed drastically, staring in disbelief at the rapidly approaching green flame spear. Chapter 2258. Black Skull Universe Pirates. 1. The appearance of the poison curse flame spear left the martial warriors of the opposing poison boar race momentarily stunned. However, with their rich combat experience, especially during the time they were enslaved, they faced life and death situations many times, quickly regaining their composure. A furious roar erupted from their leader, and as the seemingly identical legacy battle technique approached, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The poison and fire force surged within him, once again condensing into the poison curse flame spear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, these poison curse flame spears directly clashed with the oncoming attack. He didn't believe the opponent mastered the poison curse flame spear. It was probably just imitation. The true power of the poison curse flame spear wasn't something easily learned. At this moment, the poison boar race martial warriors had the same thoughts as Gizang Yan. They couldn't help but deceive themselves. This situation was a bit unimaginable. Which martial warrior could learn someone else's martial technique with just a glance? Even eternal stage martial warriors couldn't achieve such a feat. It was unrealistic and against the principles of martial arts. Wang Teng could somewhat guess their thoughts, and all he could respond with was 2 words: "Ha ha, boom." The next moment, the two attacks collided, and two clusters of emerald-green flames erupted, swirling and spreading in all directions. The constant clashes of the emerald-green flames created a deadlock between the two sides. However, soon after, the emerald-green flames on the side of the poison boar race, martial warrior, began to retreat steadily. It was like two poisonous creatures engaged in a battle, but with different levels of strength. One side was bound to fall into a disadvantage sooner or later. The leader of the poison boar race, martial warrior, showed a slight change in expression, displaying disbelief. His poison curse flame spear was inferior to the opponent's. Was this a joke? A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth. Although his mastery of the poison curse flame spear was only at a well-versed level, it was superior to the opponent's. The poison force contained within was the poison of the demon lotus poison body, far surpassing ordinary poison force. The power of flames, likewise, was not ordinary fire, but a fusion of several beast flames. With the combined influence of these two special powers, the opponent's poison curse flame spear naturally couldn't match up to Wang Teng's version. It could be said that these techniques, when wielded by Wang Teng, often exhibited a power far greater than their original owner. The emerald green flames recoiled, as if being swept back by a violent wind. The expression on the poison boar race martial warrior's face turned unpleasant, tinged with a hint of panic. He quickly withdrew, but it was too late. Boom! The emerald green flames directly engulfed him, and a miserable scream echoed. The poison boar race martial warrior was wrapped in flames, struggling futilely to dispel the fire. As the flames burned, numerous emerald green patterns instantly appeared on his body, spreading from his neck to his face. They were remarkably similar to the patterns on Yizang Xinuo's palm. Yizang Xinuo was completely stunned. This was the opponent's legacy battle technique. Identical. Even the effects were so eerily similar. She couldn't help but glance at her palm, then looked at the poison boar race martial warrior struggling in front of her. She was unable to suppress a shiver. This martial technique was so terrifying. If completely enveloped, she might end up looking like this. At the same time, Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others saw this scene too. They were astounded. Did he really learn the battle technique of the poison boar race, Tun Shan? A shout erupted from the mouths of several slaves, a mix of shock and anger. They hadn't expected their comrade to be dealt with so easily, resulting in a significant loss of their fighting strength. You can't escape. Hengzang Mo blocked an attack from one of the slaves and shouted. These slaves had a good plan. They wanted to catch the talents of the 5 families and force them to submit to them. That way, they could escape. Unfortunately, they underestimated the strength of the 5 families' rising stars. Even though the slaves outnumbered them, they couldn't completely subdue them for the time being. A cold snort suddenly echoed, and 3 heaven-stage slaves rushed in from behind. These slaves were originally imprisoned in the underground dungeons of the 5 Burials Hotel, but for some reason they escaped. Now even heaven-stage slaves appeared. It seemed like the hotel's defenders were either killed or restrained, temporarily unable to break free. Make way. One of the heaven-stage martial warriors had a stern expression, his gaze fixed on Hengzang Mo and the others. This was their only chance, and there was no room for error. Damn it, Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others had a slight change in expression. They were ultimately separated by a major realm from the heaven stage. What's more, there were 3 heaven stage martial warriors. Even if they could engage in cross-tier battles, they couldn't guarantee victory. Moreover, these slaves possessed a fierce determination to fight to the death, making them even more terrifying than ordinary warriors. They were forced into a corner with no choice but to fight desperately for a glimmer of hope. Facing such opponents was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Boom. A heaven-stage martial warrior pressed his hand down and congregated his force into a palm imprint. He wanted to suppress the 3 martial warriors. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others immediately felt an immense force pushing down on them, veins bulging on their foreheads. Get lost. An angry roar came out of Gizang Yan's mouth. He was burning with anger. As a talent, he wouldn't allow himself to be suppressed by a bunch of slaves. The next moment, a war blade appeared in his hand. He slashed it out with a terrifying blaze of flames. Boom! The palm imprint was unexpectedly blocked in midair, and cracks even appeared on it. Chapter 2259, Black Skull Universe Pirates 2, Let's Go. Taking advantage of the rebound force, Gizang Yan, along with Hengzang Mo, Yunzang Zhao, and others rushed toward the outside of the Five Burials Hotel. Crack! The surrounding walls under their attacks crumbled like tofu, directly shattered, and the group rushed out in an instant. Trying to escape? Killing intent shot out of a Heaven Stage martial warrior's eyes. He wielded a war sword and unleashed his martial technique, slamming it towards the group. "Don't kill them," another Heaven Stage martial warrior shouted. "Don't hold back." These are the rising stars of the five major families holding back. Won't stop them. The cold voice of the Heaven Stage martial warrior echoed, boom. His martial technique transformed into waves of sword energy containing the power of his domain. It enveloped Hengzang Mo and the others, attempting to draw them into his domain. The third Heaven Stage martial warrior attacked Wang Teng. Wang Teng's previous actions made them realize that this young man possessed exceptional strength, so they dared not underestimate him. The Heaven Stage martial warrior wielded a battle axe, resembling a warrior with bear-like characteristics, covered in dark fur, exuding a savage and ferocious aura. Boom! The bear race Heaven Stage martial warrior swung his axe, and a terrifying earthy yellow axe aura descended like an overwhelming force, shattering the furnishings inside the hotel. The attack hadn't fully landed, yet the surroundings couldn't withstand it. This was the terror of a Heaven Stage warrior. The various construction materials of the Five Burials Hotel were exceptionally sturdy, but under relentless assault they proved as fragile as paper. The entire luxurious building trembled and crumbled, succumbing to the overwhelming force. In the encompassing influence of the axe aura, Yizang Xinuo and Shozang Kaiyun found themselves within its range. The weighty and razor-sharp axe aura caused their expressions to turn grave. More importantly, a field had formed within the attack, descending upon them. Disregarding the destruction unfolding around them, the two women exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their attacks, both infused with the power of their respective domains. They met the oncoming assault head-on. Boom! The collision of the two forces echoed through the air, resonating with thunderous roars. The Heaven Stage martial warrior's expression changed as his full-force attack was unexpectedly blocked. "Let's go!" Yizang Jinuo uttered a light command, evading falling debris as she charged outside, with a flash in his eyes. Wang Teng swiftly followed suit. In the end, the three Heaven Stage martial warriors failed to impede them. The group instantly appeared outside the collapsed hotel. Meanwhile, the other warriors inside the hotel finally reacted, scattering in panic and avoiding any prolonged stay in the vicinity. While the strength of the warriors here was beyond that of the Cosmos Stage, not everyone could contend with these slaves. Being slaves didn't mean that they were weak. Despite being slaves, their strength and decisiveness exceeded that of ordinary warriors precisely because of their enslaved status. The countenances of the three Heaven Stage martial warriors turned unsightly as they paid no heed to the other warriors, directly rushing towards Hengzang Mo and the others. Boom! The entire Five Burials Hotel finally collapsed, reduced to a sprawling ruin that sent clouds of dust swirling into the night sky. Outside the now ruined Five Burials Hotel, the night was deep and shadows dashed in disarray in the wake of the destruction. Beep, beep, beep. At this very moment, a series of piercing alarm sounds reverberated through the skies above the Five Burial stars, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. One wave of chaos followed another. What happened? Hengzang Mo and the others wore solemn expressions as they gazed up at the night sky, their pupils contracting in response. Standing in the void, Wang Teng, too, raised his head in surprise. Across thousands of kilometers, with his keen vision, he quickly identified the symbols on the colossal spacecraft that had appeared. There was a black skull symbol on the spacecraft. Black Skull Universe Pirates. A cry of shock echoed from the surroundings, indicating that some recognized the origin of these spacecraft. Black Skull Universe Pirates? Wang Teng was stunned. Heng Zhang Mo, Yi Zhang Zinuo, and the others' expressions had turned extremely grim. They had never expected the notorious Black Skull Universe Pirates to show up at the 5th burial star, had they gone mad. Wang Teng, this Black Skull Universe Pirates team isn't simple. Roundball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind with a hint of seriousness. Oh, they're quite significant? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, inquiring. The Black Skull Universe Pirates are one of the 3 largest pirate groups in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Alongside the Red Dragon Universe Pirates and the White Knight Universe Pirates, they are renowned as the most formidable pirate groups. The group boasts many powerful warriors, making them unrivaled in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Few dare to provoke them, Roundball explained. So they're that formidable, Wang Teng was astonished. Yes, just look at the expressions on Heng Zhang Mo and the others. The fact that even the rising stars of the 5 major families are showing such terrified looks speaks volumes about the fearsome reputation of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, Roundball said. Wang Teng glanced at them and silently nodded. The 5 burial stars was thrown into complete chaos. The arrival of the Black Skull Universe Pirates plunged the entire 5 burial stars into utter chaos. Figures emerged from the spacecraft of the Black Skull Universe Pirates floating beyond the void, clad in fearsome battle armor and with the Black Skull emblem adorning the chest of their armor. They exuded a fierce and menacing aura. Ha ha ha! At this moment, hearty laughter resonated from beneath the ruins of the 5 Burials Hotel. Heng Zhang Mo and the others furrowed their brows, casting their gaze towards the wreckage of the hotel. A figure emerged, breaking through the debris and soaring into the air, surrounded by a group of warriors. Leading them was a young man with a pair of black curved horns on his head, reminiscent of antelope horns. Wang Teng suddenly remembered the sheep-head devil race dark apparition he saw in the past. However, this young man didn't have a sheep's head. He looked no different from a normal human except for a pair of sheep horns. Isn't this the slave we captured recently? Yizang Shinnuo seemed to recall something, murmuring under her breath. It's him! Heng Zhang Mo and the others had encountered this young man not long ago, so his appearance was still fresh in their minds. Who are you? Gizang Yan frowned and asked, Who am I? The young man with black curved horns wore a cold expression, chuckling disdainfully. You don't know who I am, yet you dared to capture me. Truly ignorant, did you bring the Black Skull Universe Pirates here? Yunzang Shao asked with a darkened expression. Not entirely clueless, the young man with black curved horns radiated a cold light in his eyes. Unfortunately, it's too late. You, the 5 Burials family, have quite the audacity to treat me as a slave. His eyes revealed an unquenchable hatred. This was the greatest humiliation he had endured in his life. Without making the 5 burial stars pay a sufficient price, his burning rage would not be appeased. Who are you? Heng Zhang Mo's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice. At this point he had cursed the entire family of those who had captured slaves countless times. Were these people blind? Before capturing someone, shouldn't they investigate thoroughly? Now, they brought back such massive trouble, he wondered how much damage it will inflict upon the 5 burial stars. Who I am is none of your business. You only need to know that the 5 burial stars must pay a price for this. The young man with black curved horns waved his hand grandly and declared coldly, Attack? Capture these rising stars of the 5 major families? I want them to taste the bitterness of becoming slaves. Yes, the surrounding slaves immediately responded respectfully, originally destined to become slaves themselves. These individuals were saved by the young man with black curved horns. He promised to let them join the Black Skull Universe Pirates, so naturally they were willing to fight for him. As members of the Phantom Drift territorial domain, few were unaware of the might of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, Although notorious as a pirate group, not just anyone could join their ranks. Being slaves, the opportunity to join the Black Skull Universe Pirates was a stroke of tremendous luck. For them, it was a chance to seek vengeance against the 5 burial stars, making the Black Skull Universe Pirates the perfect ally. These enslaved warriors immediately charged towards Hengzang Mo and the others, their eyes filled with hatred, even without much prompting from the young man with black curved horns. They were determined to capture the rising stars of the 5 major families and seek vengeance for themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 260. Forgive me for being direct, but you're not qualified. 1. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounded by enslaved warriors, relentless attacks seemed to rain down upon Hengzang Mo and the others, leaving them struggling to cope. Most notably, there were even heaven-stage martial warriors among them. Even for the formidable rising stars of the 5 major families, breaking free in such circumstances proved to be a daunting task. Yizhang Xinuo and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. This black-horned young man wanted to capture them as his slaves. He was audacious. Despite being members of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, it mattered little to them. As the rising stars of the 5 burial stars, they would not allow a mere pirate group to humiliate them. Wearing a wry smile, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel exasperated. What started as a seemingly simple slave uprising had unexpectedly drawn the attention of the notorious Black Skull Universe Pirates. It was indeed an unfortunate twist of fate. He was just here to attend a banquet. He had never anticipated getting entangled in such an affair. A slave uprising of this magnitude likely hadn't occurred at the 5 Burials Hotel in many years. Yet the moment he came, he encountered one. To make matters worse, they were now facing the Black Skull Universe Pirates, one of the 3 major pirate groups. The situation took a bizarre turn when it was revealed that the 5 burial stars had captured members of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. It looked like the 5 burial stars had met their match. As the saying goes, walk by the river often and your shoes will get wet. The 5 burial stars was notorious for capturing slaves, acting recklessly without any restraint. Encountering a tough opponent or two wasn't out of the realm of possibility, however. The trouble they stirred up this time seemed to involve someone quite formidable. The problem lay in the fact that the grudge between the black-horned youth and the 5 burial stars seemed unrelated to Wang Teng, but the other party didn't see it that way. He killed the martial warriors from the poison boar race, causing the slaves to believe that he was with the 5 burial stars. Wang Teng felt helpless, finding himself caught in an undeserved predicament. Unfortunately, there was no time for further deliberation. Action had to be taken. Wang Teng was not particularly afraid of the opposing forces in terms of strength. The warriors present were nothing more than fodder. None of the heaven stage martial warriors among them posed a real threat. As for universe stage martial warriors, the 5 burial stars was not to be underestimated. In addition to universe stage martial warriors, there were also hidden eternal stage beings. While the Black Skull Universe Pirates were undoubtedly formidable, there was no guarantee they could overpower the 5 burial stars. However, their sudden arrival would undoubtedly cause significant losses for the 5 burial stars. Just as these thoughts raced through Wang Teng's mind, a group of formidable figures shot into the void. The powerful individuals of the 5 burial stars had arrived. Activate the star-concealing array. A resounding command echoed across the 5 burial stars. Boom. A hum reverberated as a terrifying formation, with the 5 planets as its foundation, was instantly activated. If observed from the vastness of space, a circular, pitch-black array enveloped the 5 planets, isolating them with a curtain of black light. "It's the old guys," Gizang Yan exclaimed, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. The young man with black curved horns snorted. "You can't escape. This is our territory. It's not your place to create trouble," declared Yunzang Shao in a cold tone. "The 5 burial stars is nothing. How dare you provoke me? I'll flatten the 5 burial stars." A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of the young man's lips. "You? Heng Zhang Mo and the others glared at the young man with the black curved horns. They never expected that. Even after the appearance of the powerful individuals from the 5 burial stars, this young man would still dare to boast. How dare you capture our young master as a slave at that moment? A resounding shout echoed through the void, reverberating across the 5 planets. Young master! The expressions of Heng Zhang Mo and the others changed slightly, and their pupils contracted as they stared at the young man with black curved horns. Wang Teng also looked at the opponent with surprise. This guy turned out to be the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates. His background was substantial. How did he end up being captured as a slave by the people of the 5 burial stars? Wang Teng's expression became somewhat peculiar, sensing that something was amiss. It's over. He's the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates. This situation may not end well, murmured Yizang Shinnuo, her face solemn. You were able to capture the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates. Truly impressive. Wang Teng commented in a calm tone. Yizang Shinnuo and the others. For a moment, they were unsure whether Wang Teng was praising them or mocking them. Brother Han, there's something strange about this matter. The slaves we caught are all rootless drifters in the universe. It's impossible to catch people from powerful factions, Yizang Shinnuo said with a bitter smile. It seems your luck is not great this time, Wang Teng remarked. Boom. The attacks from the slave warriors surged once again. The voice emanating from the Black Skull Universe pirates filled them with renewed vigor. The revelation that the young man with black curved horns was the heir of the Black Skull Universe pirates exhilarated them. It seemed that by sticking close to him they could break free from the control of the 5 burial stars. Everyone, deal with them. We can't afford to waste any more time. Heng Zhang Mo glanced at the sky, his expression icy, and he uttered a cold command. Agreed, Gizang Yan and Yunzang Shao, understanding the severity of the situation, unleashed their full power. The 5 elites of the 5 major families became serious, realizing that it was time to go all out. This time, they were not holding back. Powerful techniques erupted, clashing with the slave warriors in a fierce battle. The bear-like warrior who had been entangling Yizang Shinnuo and Shozang Kaiyun dragged them into his domain. 3 poison boar race martial warriors joined the fray, and the poison boar race warrior who had been defeated by Wang Teng earlier was among them. He had fallen prey to Wang Teng's demon lotus poison, and his strength significantly weakened. The green lines on his face added a terrifying aspect to his already ferocious appearance. Chapter 261. Forgive me for being direct, but you're not qualified, too. He stared at Wang Teng intently. He was filled with unwillingness to accept the fact that he was defeated by Wang Teng's poison curse flame spear. Well, if it isn't our friend from the poison boar race, Wang Teng looked at the opponent with a grin. Why do you know the poison curse flame spear? Tun Shan asked coldly. I learned it on the spot when you were fighting with the ice fairy martial warrior. Wang Teng explained innocently. I don't want to learn, but I can't help it. I learned it with one look. The muscles on Tun Shan's face twitched, learned it with just a glance. Did he think this was a star-disciple battle technique? Learning it with just a glance. What does he take their poison boar race's martial arts for? Damn it. The other 2 poison boar race warriors also had black lines all over their heads. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't witnessed Tun Shan being hit by the poison curse flame spear with their own eyes. An outsider mastering their race's legacy battle technique, and mastering it with just a glance. Who did he think he was fooling? Even the gaze of the black-horned youth was drawn towards Wang Teng. He had been focusing on Heng Zhang Mo and the others, but the situation with Wang Teng seemed more intriguing. A non-native warrior who seemingly learned the poison boar race's martial art with just a glance. He couldn't believe that there could be such a monstrous genius among the elites of the universe. At this moment, he crossed his arms and floated in midair, showing keen interest in Wang Teng. Tun Shan, don't waste your breath on him. Capture him, and we'll naturally find out why he knows our poison boar race's battle technique. One of the poison boar race's martial warriors said, "Be careful. He's also a dual-element martial warrior of poison and fire, and the toxicity of that kind is even more terrifying than our poison boar race's poison." Tun Shan said with a solemn expression. The other two poison boar race martial warriors, seeing his serious tone, naturally didn't dare to be negligent. The three of them instantly formed a triangular formation, attacking Wang Teng. They simultaneously unleashed the poison curse flame spear, condensing spears of eerie green flames that completely enveloped Wang Teng. This time, let's see how you resist. Tun Shan's gaze was icy, and with a sweeping motion of his large hand, the poison curse flame spear surged toward Wang Teng from all directions. Wang Teng stood suspended in mid-air with his hands behind his back. He maintained a calm and indifferent expression, whether facing the attacks from the front or the rear. "You have a death wish." Anger burned in Tun Shan's heart when he saw Wang Teng's expression. Killing intent filled up his eyes. This bastard seemed utterly disdainful, not placing them in his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, just as the poison curse flame spear was about to strike Wang Teng, a formidable flame erupted from his body. The flames appeared as a grayish-white color. It was the ash flame that Wang Teng obtained from Landon. He didn't need a divine flame to deal with these poison boar race martial warriors, especially considering its unique nature. Wang Teng had used it before, and revealing it now would not be appropriate. If the 5 burial stars wanted to investigate, they might discover his identity. This wasn't the time to reveal his identity. On the contrary, the ash flame was a peculiar earth element flame that he hadn't widely used in front of many people, making it difficult for the 5 major families to trace the poison curse flame. Spears surrounding Wang Teng were blocked by the ash flame, keeping them at bay from his body. He was well aware of the weakness of these flame spears, and at this moment he precisely countered them, easily fending off the attacks. Foolish. Tun Shan, witnessing this, suddenly revealed a hint of mockery on his face. Boom! In the next moment, the poison curse flame spear burst open instantly, transforming into a sea of eerie green flames that engulfed Wang Teng. Tun Shan, is this what you called troublesome? He doesn't seem so troublesome after all. A poison boar race martial warrior said, with a peculiar expression. With our combined strength, he won't escape. Tun Shan snorted. The black-horned youth shook his head and was about to shift his gaze away. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He looked towards Tun Shan's rear with an intrigued expression on his face. Interesting. Tun Shan's expression changed. He sensed something and pounced forward, but it was too late. Boom! A resounding roar echoed as a burst of crimson light erupted Fire Silk Finger. This was a universe stage battle finger technique that Wang Teng acquired but rarely used. It was the perfect moment to employ it now. Having already displayed both fire and poison forces, Wang Teng preferred not to reveal too many other forces to avoid arousing suspicion. At this moment, the flames condensed into a pillar of light with the shadow of a fire silkworm within. It pierced through the void and forcefully struck Tun Shan in the back. Swoosh! Tun Shan slowly lowered his head, only to discover a massive bloody hole in his chest. A scorching sensation spread around the wound Tun Shan. The other 2 poison boar race martial warriors shouted in astonishment. "I thought you were strong, but it turns out you couldn't withstand a single finger from me." Wang Teng shook his head and turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 poison boar race martial warriors. "You," the 2 warriors' pupils contracted. "Run, this person is not someone we can contend with. Can you escape?" Wang Teng's expression remained indifferent as he pointed towards the 2 of them. Boom! Once again, a more robust pillar of flame gathered, erupting from his index finger and charging towards the 2. Damn it! The 2 poison boar race martial warriors wore solemn expressions. Realizing escape was impossible, they exchanged a glance and shouted, "We'll join forces. We refuse to believe we can't stop him." Boom! A rich poison, a fusion of both fire and poison forces, erupted within the two martial warriors. Converging into one, they formed a spear of eerie green flames. There was only one, but this spear was even more powerful. A terrifying aura spread out, distorting the space around it. A trace of domain power merged into it. It made the eerie force on the spear even more dreadful. "You're just struggling." Wang Teng shook his head. In his eyes, the domain power was too weak to pose any threat. "Go!" The two poison boar race martial warriors shouted, and the shadow of the spear instantly surged toward the pillar of flame. The two collided violently. Boom! A dreadful roar echoed through the void. The eerie green and crimson flames rolled in opposite directions, as if forming two colossal bowls. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void, indicating the strength of the attacks capable of collapsing the space itself. The two poison boar race martial warriors stared intently at the point of collision. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated. The shadow of the spear fragmented, and a silhouette of a fire silkworm flickered within the pillar of flame, agile and lively, directly rushing towards the two poison boar race martial warriors. No. A wail echoed as the two individuals were engulfed by the pillar of light, meeting their instantaneous demise. Slap! Applause resounded from the side. Wang Teng turned to look and saw the black-horned youth observing him, wearing an expression of admiration. "You're quite formidable," he remarked. "Thanks for the compliment," Wang Teng replied casually. "They were just too weak." The black-horned youth's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that the black-haired youth before him seemed more adept at acting cool, but he didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and asked, "You're probably not from the 5 major families, right?" "So what if I am, or I'm not?" Wang Teng replied. "If you're not from the 5 major families, there's no need for us to be enemies," said the black-horned youth. "You didn't seem to think so just now," Wang Teng remarked. "Genius deserves respect as you are now. I can spare your life if you submit to me," the black-horned youth said with a faint smile. "Submit?" Wang Teng chuckled and said, "You're quite confident. Do you think I'll listen to you?" "You should know who I am, Black Skull Universe pirates." "Not many can resist us," the black-horned youth said confidently. "If it's the Black Skull Universe pirates, I would indeed be wary, but just you alone. Forgive me for being frank, you're not qualified," Wang Teng said calmly. "What did you say?" A cold glint flashed in the black-horned youth's eyes, staring at Wang Teng. "I said, you aren't qualified." Wang Teng enunciated each word. "I'm seeking death." The black-horned youth glared at Wang Teng with an icy gaze, declaring, "I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to appreciate it." Boom! As his words fell, he suddenly moved, disappearing from his original position. A peculiar force burst forth, entwining towards Wang Teng. Chapter 2262. Release our young master, or we'll flatten the 5 burial stars. Boom! The black-horned youth vanished from his original position. A terrifying force emanated from the void. It extended like tendrils, surrounding Wang Teng from all directions. The force was exceptionally unique, presenting itself in a complex array of colors, not purely belonging to any single type. Wang Teng's gaze slightly narrowed as he sensed various elemental characteristics within that force. It seemed that the opponent's forces were fused in a peculiar manner. Lifting his finger, he pointed forward. Fire Silk Finger. Still employing this universe stage finger technique, it instantly transformed into a pillar of fire, fiercely colliding with the incoming force. A loud explosion occurred. The void trembled, and the peculiar force was immediately forced open, creating an opening. Wang Teng's figure flashed abruptly. The surrounding force, which had been sweeping in, suddenly contracted, but only a residual image remained at the original location. The black-horned youth appeared where Wang Teng had stood moments ago, furrowing his brow as he looked forward. Wang Teng's figure slowly materialized there. Universe Stage Battle Technique. The black-horned youth stared at Wang Teng, expressing a slight surprise. He had sensed something extraordinary when Wang Teng used this technique to defeat 3 poison boar race martial warriors. But now, in direct confrontation, He realized that this technique had reached the universe stage. Very well, once I defeat you, I'll naturally obtain this martial technique. A hint of fervor flashed in the black-horned youth's eyes. He quite liked this fire attribute finger technique and naturally wanted to make it his own. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. It's weird. Wang Teng was speechless. Just how self-confident was this guy to want to snatch his martial technique? Wang Teng had always been the one to take others' techniques. This was the first time someone dared to try and steal his. This black-horned youth probably didn't know how strong Wang Teng was. The black-horned youth's eye twitched. Weird was he, looked down upon. An unprovoked surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart. The black-horned youth soared into the sky, instantly striking out with a punch towards Wang Teng. Boom! The void exploded as a powerful force surged from his fist, sweeping in all directions. The momentum was terrifying, and a horrifying fist imprint condensed in the sky. The fist imprint spanned the sky, and a unique field spread out in all directions, shrouding the void. Many martial warriors didn't flee, but instead watched from a distance. Feeling the immense power of this field, they couldn't help but look on in awe. What a powerful domain. That black-horned youth truly deserves to be the heir of the Black Skull Universe pirates. Even at the peak of the cosmos stage, his strength is terrifying. I think that's Grandmaster Han Ju. Why is he with the young master of the universe pirate gang? Can Grandmaster Han Ju withstand this? Originally, their attention had been drawn to the battles of the 5 prodigies from the 5 major families, but the current conflict on this side left them astonished. The power unleashed by the heir of the Black Skull Universe pirates seemed even more terrifying than the prodigies of the 5 major families. Wang Teng raised his head, his gaze reflecting the horrifying fist imprint. His expression remained consistently calm, but when the fist imprint descended upon him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Boom! The next moment, Wang Teng also moved, delivering a punch that unleashed a formidable fist imprint. 7 mountains crumbling fist. This was the renowned martial technique of Yun Dang, a universe stage battle technique known as the 7 mountains crumbling fist. However, the essence within was not the mountain cleaver ultima, but Wang Teng's comprehension of star cleaver ultima. The fist imprint erupted, and a large star rose steadily, illuminating the night sky. Boom! The 2 fist imprints collided with a terrifying roar, and shockwaves of force rolled in all directions. The black-horned youth's gaze narrowed as he saw cracks appearing on his fist imprint, seemingly on the verge of collapse before he could think further. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, his fist imprint suddenly shattered. The large star ascended against the sky, and the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand its existence, displaying cracks. The black-horned youth snorted coldly. A peculiar pitch-black battle blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it down abruptly. A blade light several hundred feet long slashed through the air. Countless blade lights raged and traversed the void, cutting it with numerous white marks. Boom! The several hundred feet of blade light instantly descended upon the large star with a crisp sound, and the star crumbled, being cleanly split into 2. Not bad. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and he lightly stepped on the ground, transforming into a rainbow light shooting into the sky. I haven't encountered such an interesting opponent in a long time. I hope you don't disappoint me. The black-horned youth, wielding the battle blade, also turned into a crimson-yellow rainbow light, meeting him head-on. The 2 figures transformed into radiant spheres, violently colliding in the air, continuously erupting with thunderous roars. The collision of fists and palms, the constant booming sounds, and the secret techniques and domain powers pervading the void created terrifying cracks in all directions. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed, turning into ruins. Wang Teng frowned, consciously ascending into the sky for aerial combat. He pulled out a spear, a universe-level fire element weapon. It was a weapon he rarely used, and others would never have expected it to be in his possession. The crimson spear clashed with the black-horned man's battle blade in mid-air, producing a resounding clang. accompanied by endless bursts of flames. The black-horned youth's battle blade was also no ordinary weapon. It was also universe level. The ability to use a universe-level weapon at the cosmos stage already demonstrated the extraordinary identity of the black-horned youth. What surprised him even more was that Wang Teng also possessed a universe-level weapon. The black-haired youth's identity became increasingly astonishing in his eyes. The battle on this side intensified. In the distance, the fight involving Heng Zhang Mo and the others from the 5 major families was rapidly approaching its conclusion. As prodigies of the 5 major families, their formidable strength, when unleashed to the fullest, left the slave warriors at a clear disadvantage. Soon the slave warriors found themselves overwhelmed. Also, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed as warriors from the 5 burial stars quickly arrived in the distance, suppressing the slave warriors. After all, this was the territory of the 5 burial stars. If these slaves couldn't quickly resolve Heng Zhang Mo and the others, they would have no chance. However, these slaves still had heaven stage martial warriors among them. In a desperate struggle, they exhibited formidable combat power. Get out of the 5 burial stars. The black-horned youth hadn't expected Wang Teng's strength to be so formidable. He couldn't resolve the situation in a short time, especially with the arrival of strong warriors from the 5 burial stars. He dared not delay and immediately shouted. Realizing they couldn't linger in the battle, the slave warriors swiftly shifted the conflict toward the cosmos. Thinking of running away? Heng Zhang Mo and the others showed a hint of joy in their eyes, snorted coldly, and pursued closely. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed in the void. With the warriors chasing each other, they unconsciously reached the atmosphere of the 5th burial star. Their battle was on the verge of leaving the 5th burial star. Boom. A cosmos stage martial warrior, seeing the cosmos right before him, immediately abandoned Heng Zhang Mo and the others behind and rushed out. However, an explosion reverberated. Ah, the cosmos stage martial warrior screamed in pain. He seemed to have slammed into an invisible wall. A dark screen enveloping the 5 burial stars emerged. The slave warrior was forcefully repelled, his body showing cracks and blood spewed from his mouth. Ha ha ha! The star-concealing formation of my 5 burial stars is not something you can enter and exit at will. Heng Zhang Mo laughed heartily. He threw a punch, and the fist imprint directly engulfed the slave warrior. The other party didn't have any time to react. His entire body was smashed into pieces by the fist mark. Blood splattered in the air. He was dead. You rascal! The black-horned youth saw this scene, his expression immediately turning grim. It seems like you've become sitting ducks, Wang Teng chuckled. The black-horned youth snorted coldly, saying, None of you can stop me. Roar! The next moment, a roar erupted from his mouth, deafening and causing everyone around to pale. They immediately used their force to block their ears. Some weaker individuals were directly shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, trying to use this method to let the outside world confirm his location. Wang Teng's expression slightly condensed. He activated his spiritual power to withstand the terrifying sound from the opponent. The roaring sound of the black-horned youth spread through the formation, letting people outside hear it. In the cosmos, colossal battleships, like cosmic behemoths, occupied the void. Among them, there was a spacecraft that was as large as a planet, entirely black with a gigantic skull emblem on it. The surrounding warships protected it in the center. Simultaneously around the spaceship, figures stood suspended in mid-air, exuding powerful auras, including some at the universe stage, young master. The gazes of those figures were instantly drawn to this side, landing on the black-horned youth. You 5 families, do you want to go to war with my Black Skull Universe pirate group? Release our young lord immediately. A universe stage martial warrior stood in mid-air, appearing as if a world of flames was forming behind him, emanating terrifying world power. It shook the star-concealing formation, and the scorching aura spread in all directions from him like a blazing sun. Within the formation, the heads of the 5 major families couldn't help but exchange glances, their expressions extremely grave. It seemed that the young lord of the opposing faction was truly on the 5 burial stars, and it looked like he was the source of the current chaos. This made the situation incredibly tricky for them. The grudge had already formed, and now it wasn't a matter of whether they would release the other side's young lord. Even if they did, the other party probably wouldn't let things end peacefully. The dominance of the Black Skull Universe pirate group surpassed that of the 5 burial stars. The heads of the 5 major families quickly communicated through voice transmission and promptly made a decision. Leave the range of the 5 burial stars, and we will release your young lord. Hengzang family's head, Hengzang Chuan, stood with hands behind his back, his voice calmly echoing. They weren't afraid of universe stage martial warriors, so they stood directly outside the array. That way their voices wouldn't be blocked. Impossible. The flame-wielding universe stage martial warrior spoke arrogantly. Release our young lord, or we will flatten the 5 burial stars. Chapter 2263. Cough, aren't you too arrogant? 1. What did you say? The words of the fire element martial warrior caused the expressions on the family heads' faces to turn unpleasant. The fire universe stage martial warrior sneered. It seems like you're determined to resist to the end. Has my Black Skull Universe pirate group been dormant for so long that people have forgotten our methods? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the warships in the void immediately aimed their cannons at the 5 burial stars. Without any hesitation, those warships began to glow, entering the charging phase. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A frightening buzzing sound echoed, and each rune cannon on those warships lit up, revealing the unparalleled power of the planet annihilation cannons. There were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of warships densely spread across the void. Most of them were beyond the cosmos level, with many even reaching the universe and heaven levels. At this moment, all those planet annihilation cannons were pointed directly at the 5 burial stars, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Terrifying waves of primal force spread in all directions like a looming shadow of death covering the sky above the 5 burial stars. Damn it. The heads of the 5 major families turned pale, completely unprepared for the opponent's swift and ruthless attack, leaving them with no chance to react. Hengzang Chuan's face darkened. Suddenly he reached out towards the distant black-horned youth. The power of the world emanated from him, forming an illusory giant hand that descended from the void like an overwhelming force. This spectacle was extremely magnificent, especially for those on the 5 burial stars, witnessing a colossal hand crashing down as if it intended to destroy the entire planet. The black-horned youth's arrogance dissipated, revealing a hint of shock and anger. He never expected that the head of the Hengzang family, as a family elder of the 5 burials, would attack him so shamelessly. The fire heaven stage martial warrior was furious. World power surged, transforming into the power of rules. Chains of fiery runes manifested in the void, entwining around the colossal hand like a lock. The enormous hand instantly froze in the void, its surface burning with raging flames but unable to press down any further. The black-horned youth sighed in relief, his face showing a mix of pale green and white. He gritted his teeth, never having experienced such humiliation before. Yun Ying, Guzhang Feng, and the others were eager to take action. But the appearance of another universe stage figure on the opposing side made them extremely cautious. Hengzang Mo, Guzhang Yan, go and capture him. Don't let him escape. Hengzang Chuan made a decisive decision, his gaze fixed firmly on the fire universe stage martial warrior, his voice cold and detached. Hengzang Chuan, you are, after all, a universe stage existence, yet you attack a cosmos stage warrior. The fire element universe stage martial warrior angrily retorted. And so what? Hengzang Chuan responded indifferently. Dealing with you, universe pirates, there's no need to be reasonable. Very well. The fire element martial warrior, furious, uttered these 2 words and his voice thundered. Attack. Boom, boom, boom. With those words, the fully charged planet annihilation cannons erupted. Brilliant beams of light shot out from the warships, landing squarely on the protective barrier of the 5 burial stars. A tremendous roar echoed as the terrifying energy pounded against the defensive barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. All of you worked together to maintain the barrier and block their attacks. Heng Zhangquan, his face filled with shock and anger, issued orders that reverberated across the 5 burial stars. Inside the 5 burial stars, countless rune masters and warriors appeared throughout the planet, pouring a massive amount of source stones into the formation, sustaining its operation. At this moment, the entire 5 burial stars plunged into chaos. Many people emerged from their dwellings, gazing up at the starry sky. The infamous reputation of the Black Skull Universe pirate group was known to everyone in the Phantom Drift territorial domain, where practically no one was unaware of their notoriety. If the 5 burial stars were to fall under the attack of the Black Skull Universe pirate group, there would be no good outcome for the people on it. At best, they would become slaves, and at worst, they would be killed outright. Therefore, at this moment, the warriors on the 5 burial stars were united in their hatred, rushing towards the starry sky. If the formation were to be broken, they would undoubtedly have to face a battle. The fire element martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe pirate group swept his gaze across them and sneered, struggling in vain. Your young master will sooner or later fall into our hands. Heng Zhangquan said indifferently, It was just a misunderstanding, but since you insisted on pushing it this far, don't blame us for being impolite. A misunderstanding? The universe stage martial warrior snorted. You captured our young master as a slave, and this is a misunderstanding. If he had revealed his identity earlier, we from the 5 burial stars wouldn't have treated him harshly. Heng Zhangquan replied, Ridiculous. If he had disclosed his identity early on, he would probably have already died at your hands. The universe stage martial warrior mocked. Heng Zhangquan didn't know what to say. This indeed aligned with their style of doing things. If they had known the identity of the other party earlier, they probably would have silently taken him out, not giving him a chance to escape. From the moment they captured him, this matter couldn't have been resolved peacefully. He could only blame the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates for being foolish. Why did he run away from home and get captured by the 5 burial stars? Ever since the black-horned young man escaped, his subordinates had reported everything to them. They also knew that no one could be blamed for this. The young master of the Black Skull Universe pirate group was too reckless. He robbed the transport spacecraft of the 5 burial stars and ended up being captured by several Heaven Stage martial warriors from the 5 burials family, becoming a slave. Who could he blame? Chapter 264. Cough. Aren't you too arrogant? 2. He's just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. I don't care who he is. He's tempting fate by provoking the 5 burial stars. Yun Ying said coldly. Well, the 5 burial stars is indeed quite defiant. The universe stage martial warrior glanced at him and said, At this point, saying anything is useless, if we don't make you pay a price today, we won't be able to answer to our leader. You're too naive. Do you think you can destroy the 5 burial stars with just these people? Yizang Bai sneered. These people are naturally not enough, but who told you that we only have these people? The fire element martial warrior, Yizang Bai, and the others turned serious. The other party couldn't be lying to them. Could it be that the Black Skull Universe pirate group had an eternal stage martial warrior present? Don't waste time talking with them. Capture their young master first, and they won't be able to act arrogantly anymore, Gizang Feng said. Just relying on those few youngsters from your families? The fire element martial warrior shook his head disdainfully and said, Not that I look down on them, but you have no idea about the talent of our young master. He's our leader's favorite son. His talent is beyond your imagination. Heng Zhangquan, Yizang Bai, and the others frowned and looked down. At this point, they were restrained by the opposing universe stage martial warriors, so they couldn't make a move. They could only rely on their children. Below, Heng Zhang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others had already surrounded the black-horned young man when they heard Heng Zhang Chuan's order. They stared at him with fierce eyes. "Do you think you can stop me with just the few of you?" The black-horned young man had a slight contemptuous smile, scanning around with a disdainful gaze. Heng Zhang Mo and the others were the talents of the 5 major families. How could they endure such contempt? Their faces looked unsightly. "Do you want to join in?" The black-horned young man looked towards Wang Teng in the distance and said indifferently, "Me?" Wang Teng pointed to his nose. He was prepared to just watch the excitement unfold, and unexpectedly this guy directed his attention towards him. This was truly seeking trouble. He shook his head. However, he didn't intend to take action. He wanted to see if these 5 talents could deal with their opponent. Seeing that Wang Teng seemed to have no intention of joining the fight, the black-horned young man felt somewhat surprised but didn't care. His gaze turned towards Heng Zhang Mo and the others. "Come on, attack together, you bunch of ants, damn it!" Heng Zhang Mo and the others were furious. Finally, they no longer hesitated and all attacked, rushing towards the black-horned young man. Each of them activated their family physique, displaying powerful martial techniques with astonishing force. Heng Zhang Mo executed the Heng Zhang fist. The 5th-rank Earth domain merged into the fist imprint and gave off a dazzling yellow glow. Gizang Yan held his battle blade and the power of fire enveloped his body. He released his 5th-rank domain too, and terrifying flame blade waves swept through the void. Yizang Sinuo used a palm technique, and her domain halfway through the 4th rank. Although not as powerful as the previous 2 talents, it was still remarkable. Coupled with her physique and martial techniques, she unleashed an incredibly powerful force. With each palm strike, cracks appeared in the void, containing the power of the domain to suppress the black-horned young man. In mid-air, Shozan Kaiyun moved swiftly, reaching an extreme speed, holding a war sword. Golden sword radiance swept out, forming a curtain of sword rain, filled with killing intent. This seemingly gentle woman was anything but kind-hearted. At this moment, her attacks were ruthless, leaving Wang Teng speechless. There was one more person, Yunzang Xiao. Wang Teng was surprised by this talent from the Yunzang family. His domain had reached the 6th rank, and he executed his family's Yunzang physique and cloud burial sword skill. Sword radiance soared into the sky, forming a curtain of blue sword lights that converged and charged toward the black-horned young man. Get lost. Facing the attacks of the 5 talents, the black-horned young man suddenly roared angrily. A tremendously powerful aura erupted from his body, and the 2 horns on his head burst into a dazzling tricolor light of red, yellow, and purple. Wang Teng squinted his eyes, lightly uttered a sound of surprise, and couldn't help but look at those horns on them. Appeared intricate and mysterious patterns, emerging with the burst of the tricolor light. These patterns spread across his face, covering it entirely in no time, revealing a strange aura. Boom. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly powerful wave burst from his body, sweeping in all directions. A scornful smile appeared on the black-horned young man's face. With a step, he disappeared from his original position and reappeared in front of Heng Zhang Mo, delivering a powerful punch. Splurt, Heng Zhang Mo's fist seal instantly disintegrated. The other party's fist landed on his chest. His eyes bulged and blood spurted from his mouth. He was in disbelief as he flew backward. "What?" Gizang Yan and the others were shocked. With just one blow, Heng Zhang Mo was defeated. It was almost unbelievable. The black-horned young man's gaze swept, and without any hesitation, he charged towards Gizang Yan, who had come from another direction. Sweeping his battle blade, a terrifying blade radiance rose into the sky, colliding with Gizang Yan's blade radiance. Boom. In an instant, Guizang Yan's blade radiance shattered under his horrified gaze, and the blade energy swept over, landing on his chest, splat. Guizang Yan was instantly severely injured, coughing up blood incessantly. At this moment, Yizang Xinyuo and Shozang Taiyun's attacks had arrived. golden sword radiance and emerald green palm imprints descended with the power of their respective domains, the black-horned young man showed no fear. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst from his body, accompanied by a resounding roar. Thunderbolts surged out from the void, confronting the attacks of the two women. Lightning element martial warrior, the two women's expressions changed slightly as their attacks collided with the lightning force. Boom! The golden blade radiance and emerald green palm imprints were enveloped by lightning, and they gradually eroded. It seemed that the black-horned young man's proficiency in the lightning force element was even more formidable than the other two forces. "Ha ha ha ha! I'll have you two as my maids." The black-horned young man laughed wildly, throwing a punch. The fist seal covered the two women without any mercy. Oh no! The two women tried to retreat, but it was too late. They were directly hit by the fist seal, blood flowing from their mouths as they were sent flying. Kill! Yun Dang turned grim when he saw the four of them getting heavily injured in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his 6th-level water domain, integrating it into the torrent of sword radiance. Boom! The black-horned young man raised his head, wielding his warblade as lightning descended upon it. This warblade turned out to be a rare and exceptional mixed-type weapon. As the lightning gathered, a terrifying purple blade radiance surged into the sky, carrying an imposing aura that made it impossible to look directly at. Slash! A shout came out of the young man's mouth. His warblade instantly cleaved down, the blade radiance soaring into the air, seemingly carrying celestial might, making it impossible to gaze directly upon. Boom! The clash between their attacks created a deadlock in mid-air. Shatter! Veins popped on the black-horned young man's forehead. His long hair danced wildly as he pressed down fiercely with his warblade, causing thunderbolts to once again descend from the sky, instantly boosting the power of the blade radiance. Bang! The sword radiance torrent collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless sword radiance fragments were scattered by the thunderous blade, dispersing in all directions. The lightning blade cleaved through the sword radiance torrent, slashing ferociously towards Yun Dang. Yun Dang's pupils contracted sharply, his face pale. Without much thought, he released his speed to the extreme, swiftly retreating. Unfortunately, he still couldn't match the speed of the lightning blade, and could only watch as the blade descended, growing larger in his eyes. For the first time, the distinguished member of the 5 major families experienced a sense of despair. Boom! The blade radiance finally fell upon him, and the power of lightning instantly enveloped him. Yun Dang was heavily injured, and on the verge of death he plummeted towards the ground, covered in wounds with only a breath of life remaining. The faces of Heng Zhang Mo and the others turned extremely grim. They had never expected such an outcome. Even when the 5 talents joined forces, they couldn't match the strength of this black-horned young man. His power exceeded their expectations. Ha 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 ha. In the void, the fire element martial warrior burst into laughter, addressing Heng Zhang, Chuan, and the others. "I told you the elites of your family could never be a match for the young master." Heng Zhang, Chuan, Yun Dang, Ying, and the other heads of the 5 major families were furious, a bunch of trash. The black-horned young man spat contemptuously, sneering, "Who can stop me from the 5 burial stars? All of you are nothing but rubbish." Cough. Are you being too arrogant? A helpless cough echoed from not far away. Chapter 2265. Only worth half a 5 burial token. The black-horned young man was reveling in his triumphant laughter when he suddenly heard a helpless voice nearby. He turned his head to see Wang Teng. He squinted and stared intently at Wang Teng. This young man was on par with him. However, with the activation of his talent, Wang Teng couldn't be his opponent. "They're all dealt with. Do you want to try?" The black-horned young man sneered arrogantly. Han Zhu, Heng Zhang Mo, and the others immediately looked at Wang Teng. "Brother Han, don't fight with him. This person is very strong. He's not a normal Cosmos stage martial warrior," Yizang Xinnuo said hurriedly. She knew that Wang Teng had excellent strength, but she didn't believe he was a match for the black-horned young man. The recent encounter provided her with a clear understanding of the black-horned young man's strength. He was powerful. The black-horned young man's strength was just too overwhelming, surpassing all expectations. Even their combined efforts were not a match for him, let alone Wang Teng alone. They've spoken. You heard them. If you willingly submit to me, my previous words still count, the black-horned young man said. Just wait a moment. Wang Teng completely ignored what he said, making a gesture for him to wait. The black-horned young man's expression stiffened slightly. Feeling a sense of being ignored, Izang Shinuo and the others were also stunned, unsure of what Wang Teng was planning. In such a serious and perilous situation, he wanted him to wait. Was he playing? Wang Teng looked up at the sky and used his divine sonic wave pronunciation skill to transmit his voice through the protective light screen. Let me ask, if I help you to catch this fellow, will you still give me the 5 burial token? Everyone, Hengzhang Chuan and the others, were surprised by Wang Teng's sudden communication, especially for the sake of the 5 burial token. They found it somewhat perplexing. What the hell was this in such a crucial moment? This guy was concerned about the 5 burial token initially. When they wanted to give it to him, he declined, and now he was actively seeking it. What kind of logic was this? The black-horned young man's expression turned unpleasant. Was this guy considering him as a bargaining chip for the 5 burial token? Hengzhang Chuan and the others exchanged glances with one another and said, "The 5 burial token is not so easily given away. This black-horned young man is worth at most half a piece of the 5 burial token."
Really? The dignified heir of the Black Skull Universe pirates is only worth half a piece of the 5 burial token?
Wang Teng was dumbfounded. The black-horned young man's face stiffened, and his gaze turned cold as he looked at Hengzhang Chuan and the others. Despite their status as universe stage martial warriors, he showed no fear. At this moment, he only felt a deep sense of humiliation and an intensified hatred towards the 5 burial stars. He was only worth half a piece of the 5 burial token. Wang Teng cast a strange look at the black-horned young man, making him even more infuriated. "Kid, you're asking for death!" The black-horned young man's voice was filled with killing intent. "Don't rush. Let me finish negotiating, and then we can fight. Otherwise, there's no benefit, and the fight would be pointless." Wang Teng gestured with his hand, the black-horned young man. "All right, then. It's a deal. I'll capture this person, and you'll give me half a piece of the 5 burial token." Wang Teng looked at Hengzhang Chuan and the others, stating his condition. Hengzhang Chuan just casually mentioned it, as they had never given away half a piece of the 5 burial token before. They hadn't expected this guy to take it seriously. Now he was genuinely unsure how to respond. Fine. Yunzhang Ying's gaze swept over the heavily injured Yunzhang Zhao. His face darkened, and he said, "As long as you capture the other party, we'll give you half a piece of the 5 burial token." "Great. I can rest assured with your words." Wang Teng smiled and shifted his gaze back to the black-horned young man. "Looks like we'll have to fight. Half a piece of 5 burial token is worth a fight." The black-horned young man's facial muscles twitched. To hell with fighting with him. Was this fellow fighting with him for half a 5 burial token? Some distance away, Hengzhang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others didn't know what to say. They felt utterly powerless and speechless. Die. The black-horned young man couldn't bear it anymore. He released his force, and it surged towards Wang Teng. How fierce! Wang Teng grinned, unleashing a powerful surge of force in response. Boom. The two forces collided violently, creating a deafening and buzzing resonance. You have 3 forces, but only your poison force has reached the peak of the cosmos stage. The other 2 forces are at the 6th level of the cosmos stage.
"How dare you boast in front of me?" sneered the black-horned young man.
Up to this point, Wang Teng had only utilized the poison, fire, and earth forces. His poison force had reached the 9th level cosmos stage, while his fire force and earth force were at the 6th level. There was indeed a certain gap between him and his opponent. Is that so? Wang Teng smiled faintly, not bothered by it. If he were to unleash all of his forces, it would probably terrify the other party. However, the current situation did not allow for that. Using 3 types of forces was already pushing it. He's a triple-element martial warrior. Heng Zhang Mo and the others were surprised. They hadn't noticed during Wang Teng's previous confrontation with the black-horned young man. But now, seeing him use 3 forces, they were taken aback. It seems that Hanzu's martial talent is quite impressive, Yizhang Xinyuo and Shozhang Taiyun exclaimed in surprise. Far away, Tracy remained vigilant, always ready to act. After all, her life was now closely tied to Wang Teng's, and she wouldn't allow any harm to befall him. However, considering the opponent's strength, she was a bit speechless. If this guy unleashed his full power, the black-horned young man probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. After all, even a heaven stage martial warrior like her lost to him. Not many cosmos stage martial warriors could withstand his terrifying strength. Not even the talented ones. Yet, he insisted on concealing his identity and strength for some reason. Wang Teng and the black-horned young man exchanged no words, colliding in the sky with their weapons. The clash of the sword and spear echoed, creating sparks that sprayed in all directions. The black-horned young man swung his war blade, summoning endless lightning from the void. The lightning illuminated the night sky as if it were broad daylight, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. He was immensely powerful and possessed astonishing natural talents, but he also exhibited formidable physical strength that almost overwhelmed all Cosmos stage martial warriors of the same rank. No wonder Heng Zhang Mo and the others couldn't withstand him. The black-horned young man exuded an overwhelming presence, wielding his war blade as he approached. The terror of his blade's radiance made onlookers at a distance pale. Many Cosmos stage martial warriors and even weaker Heaven stage martial warriors couldn't help but step back, their faces filled with fear. Too powerful. The strength of this black-horned young man was truly terrifying. If they were to face him, defeat would likely be their only outcome. Wang Teng's gaze slightly narrowed. He held his war spear diagonally towards the ground, calmly facing the terrifying lightning power emanating from the opponent's blade. He was completely undaunted. He was never afraid of playing with lightning. At this moment, the heaven-earth calamity lightning in his body was getting restless. The lightning spirit wanted to come out too. Unfortunately, they were all suppressed by him. At this moment, a gray-white flame erupted from his body, engulfing him as he confronted the lightning power from the opponent's blade. Boom! The clash of flames and lightning continued, weaving a tapestry of collision, and within the brilliance emerged the unique force of their respective domains colliding. The radiance reached its pinnacle, illuminating the void and completely enveloping Wang Teng and the black-horned young man. Many onlookers couldn't discern the details of their battle due to the overwhelming brilliance. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic collision sounds echoed incessantly. While Wang Teng had never used a battle spear as a weapon before, he appeared increasingly skilled as the battle unfolded. After all, he had mastered various battle spear techniques, and his proficiency had reached a high level, making it no difficult task for him to wield such techniques. Outside the void, Heng Zhangchuan, Yun Zhangying, and the other family heads were astounded. Hanju's strength is unexpectedly outstanding, Yizhang Bai said, using voice transmission. I initially thought he was just a knowledgeable universe explorer. I didn't expect him to possess such talent. I may have underestimated him. Heng Zhangchuan remarked. If he can defeat that black-horned young man, it would be a good thing for us, Yun Zhangying said. Ha ha ha. Exchanging half a 5 burial token for a young master of the Black Skull Universe pirate group is quite a good deal. Heng Zhangchuan laughed heartily. Hanju is quite bold. He knows that the other party is the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates, but he still dares to attack him, Yizhang Bai said. A wanderer of the cosmic expanse like him is certainly not an ordinary person. Heng Zhangchuan shook his head with a sense of admiration. Considering this, the difference between Heng Zhang Mo and the others and him is quite significant. Yun Zhangying, Shozhang Liao, and the others nodded in agreement. Initially, they all thought that their family's prodigies were exceptionally outstanding. However, upon comparison, they suddenly found that their prodigies seemed a bit lacking. On the opposing side, the universe stage martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe pirate furrowed his brow. He had initially believed that no one could threaten their young master. Yet, unexpectedly, a youth had emerged capable of contending with their young master, which was truly surprising. "Who is this person?" the fire element martial warrior asked. "I don't know. There's no information about this person on the 5 burial stars. It seems like an outsider." Someone immediately responded. When they arrived here, they had thoroughly investigated 5 burial stars. If he was a prodigy, it was impossible to conceal information from their scrutiny. Useless, the universe stage martial warrior scoffed, his gaze pierced through the formation's light curtain, landing on the ongoing battle below. How much longer until the formation is shattered? The fire element universe stage martial warrior asked. "At least another 10 minutes, the person behind responded once more. "Accelerate the charging speed at all costs. We must break through the defensive formation of the 5 burial stars regardless of the expense." The universe stage martial warrior ordered coldly. He knew that time couldn't be wasted. Otherwise, even if their young master defeated the black-haired youth, they would still be surrounded and captured by other warriors from 5 burial stars. If the young master was captured, they would undoubtedly fall into a passive situation. Yes, the people behind him did not hesitate at all, immediately following orders and commanding the warships to accelerate their charging. The planet annihilation cannons erupted, and successive attacks landed on the light curtain of the formation. The formation's light curtain trembled more intensely, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Chapter 2266, Strange Talent. The situation grew increasingly urgent as the dense barrage of planet annihilation cannons bombarded the star-concealing formation. The expressions of Hengzang Chuan and the others subtly changed block them. Gizang Feng roared, his voice echoed in the air. The universe stage martial warrior snorted. "You can't stop our Black Skull Universe pirates. It's better to give up now." "It's not over until it's over. We don't know who will emerge victorious in the end." Hengzang Chuan sneered. At this moment, the battle between Wang Teng and the black-horned youth became crucial. "Mr. Han Zu, you better catch him before the array is destroyed. If not, everything will be in vain." Yun Ying's voice echoed, reaching Wang Teng's ears. Wang Teng's heart stirred, and he glanced toward the sky, nodding slightly. It seemed that he couldn't afford to delay any longer. If the black-horned youth were allowed to escape, it would be a great loss. Boom! At this moment, the two clashed with a punch, instantly flying backward. They stared at each other from a few thousand meters away. "Your strength is not bad." The black-horned youth looked at Wang Teng with a solemn expression. At this point, he had to admit that the black-haired youth before him could contend with him. Just so, holding the war spear, Wang Teng walked casually in the air, his expression extremely indifferent. "I haven't exerted my full strength yet." "Haven't exerted your full strength?" The black-horned youth's gaze sharpened, sneering. "Then let me see how strong your full strength is." Boom! As soon as his words fell, he raised his battle knife high into the sky. Countless lightning forces converged towards it, creating a dazzling display of lightning. The blade's brilliance soared into the heavens as if piercing the darkness, almost breaking through the light curtain formed by the vast starry array. Simultaneously, a powerful domain force diffused within the blade's radiance, entwining around it like the wrathful lightning of world destruction. Sixth-rank lightning domain, a gleam flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Without hesitation, he thrust his battle spear towards the sky. The crimson snake spear, boom. Gray-white flames erupted instantly, filling the sky. In just a short moment, a terrifying sea of flames formed. Within that sea of flames, a formidable flame python condensed. Spiraling within the fiery ocean, slowly extending its enormous head, an indescribable sense of oppression pervaded the air. Hiss! The flame python was entirely gray-white, each scale massive, adorned with flame patterns. It breathed out tendrils of smoke, emitting hissing sounds. Gray-white flames spewed from its mouth. Flames were burning in his cold and vertical pupils. cold and indifferent, yet the flames within its eyes were genuine, emanating scorching heat. The juxtaposition of coldness and scorching heat made it especially eerie. At the same time, within those icy eyes, a hint of liveliness emerged, rendering this python a vivid and lifelike entity. What is this? The black-horned youth's gaze narrowed as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the flame python. This was the power of domain. The domain power exuded by the flame python's body made him feel pressured, roar at that moment. The gray-white flame python suddenly roared towards the sky. Wang Teng, holding the battle spear, transformed into a stream of fiery light, thrusting fiercely towards the black-horned youth. Boom! The flame python surged forward with terrifying pressure. The black-horned youth's expression changed, a hint of fierceness appearing in his eyes. Without much thought, he roared, slashing with his battle knife, sending a fierce, thunderous blade toward the flame python. Countless thunderous blade lights and flame radiance soared into the sky like comets traversing the heavens, completely submerging the area. The terrifying force ripples swept in all directions. The nearby mountain peaks explode under such a fearsome impact. Endless shock waves cut through the shattered stones, instilling fear and trembling. The structures below, even with defensive formations activated, were reduced to ruins. Many martial warriors retreated, with several injured by the shock waves, not daring to approach the affected area. Die. The black-horned youth roared, forcefully pressing down with his battle blade as an endless surge of lightning power erupted. Wang Teng's gaze remained indifferent, the battle spear in his hand steadfast and unyielding. Regardless of how the black-horned youth released his force, it couldn't shake him. How is this possible? The black-horned youth's face was filled with incredulity. Nothing is impossible. Wang Teng's voice was calm, his eyes overlooking everything, utterly disregarding the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirate. If it weren't for the unsuitability to use his full strength, this guy wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Roar. In the next moment, the flame python roared again, opening its huge mouth to fiercely bite down on the lightning blade radiance. Crack. A crisp sound resounded as the lightning blade radiance was bitten into pieces by the python. Countless cracks rapidly spread. The black-horned youth's pupils contracted sharply, shaken to the core. Never before had any martial warrior of the same level been able to crush his true martial lightning blade, but one seemed to have appeared in front of him. Boom! Before he could comprehend it fully, the terrifying lightning blade radiance shattered instantly. The flame python roared and lunged towards him. Heng Zhang Mo, Gu Zhang Yan, and the others were flabbergasted. They clenched their fists uncontrollably. Yizhang Jinuo and Shozan Kaiyun's eyes were shimmering. They stared at the battle in front of them without blinking. They were a little nervous. Heng Zhang Chuan and the other 5 family heads had pleased expressions on their faces. Young Master, the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, was shocked. He considered stepping in to rescue, but the current situation made it impossible to intervene. Damn it. The black-horned youth roared, unleashing his full force and meeting the flame python head-on. He had no time to retreat. Boom. In an instant, the flame python pounced, transforming into endless flames, completely engulfing the black-horned youth. A scorching atmosphere instantly permeated the surroundings, the flames burning fiercely, distorting the space around them. The radiant glow of the flames illuminated the night sky. Is it over? Yizhang Jinuo swallowed a spit, unable to resist asking. So powerful, Shozan Kaiyun was full of shock, unable to contain her astonishment. I never thought he would be this strong. Yeah, who would have expected that a universe explorer would possess such formidable strength? Yizhang Jinuo exclaimed. Heng Zhang Mo, Gizhang Yan, and the others were flabbergasted. Then they revealed a hint of unwillingness. Why was this fellow so powerful? They found it hard to accept. Ha 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 ha! Heng Zhang Chuan laughed heartily, looking at the universe stage figure in front of him. Your young master's strength is nothing special. Rascal. The martial warrior's anger burned within, glaring at Heng Zhang Chuan. The world's illusion behind him reappeared, ready to suppress Heng Zhang-Chuan and the others. However, at this moment, his expression changed slightly. He calmed down and looked towards the flames below. The expressions of Heng Zhang-Chuan and the others changed slightly, all gazing down at the flames. This isn't right. Yi Zhangbai spoke with a slightly serious tone. Just as the words fell, the flames below suddenly surged violently, and a figure appeared amidst the roiling flames. Heng Zhang-Chuan and the others were also surprised, looking at the figure emerging from the flames. Under his attack, the opponent unexpectedly held on. Quite interesting. Boom. At the next moment, the flames erupted, and a black figure entwined with tricolored radiance stepped out from within. Surprisingly, it was the same black-horned youth from before. However, at this moment, his appearance had undergone significant changes. His body had expanded, growing to an imposing and robust height of at least 5 to 6 meters. Every muscle on his body was well defined, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Even the pair of horns on his head had become thicker. The tricolored radiance above them was even more dazzling, forming intricate patterns on his face, revealing an eerie quality. What is this? Wang Teng's pupils suddenly contracted. For some reason, he seemed to perceive a hint of the sheep-horn devil race from the opponent's body. If earlier, the horns on the opponent's head gave him a vague resemblance to the sheep-horn devil race, now, with the transformed appearance, the similarity became even more pronounced. No matter the aura or the incredibly robust physique and horns, they were all leaning towards the appearance of the sheep-horn devil race. However, the opponent's face still retained a human appearance, and there were no bat-like wings on the back indicating some differences. What's the relationship between the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates and the sheep-horn devil race? Wang Teng turned serious. He was puzzled. What's this? Heng Zhang-Chuan and the others squinted. Their gazes landed on the black-horned young man, and they were astounded. Even with their experience, they had never seen such a peculiar transformation. This is our young master's racial talent. I didn't expect that boy to awaken our young master's dormant racial talent. It seems I have to thank him. The universe stage martial warrior couldn't help but burst into laughter. Racial talent, Heng Zhang-Chuan and the others wore grim expressions. What kind of race was this black-horned youth? Why did he possess such a terrifying racial talent? Moreover, the fact that he awakened at such a crucial moment when they least expected it truly frustrated them. At this moment, they couldn't help but think about the captain of the Black Skull Universe pirates. The man was incredibly mysterious, and the rumors about him were grim. Anyone who had seen him take action had met their demise. So, despite his notorious reputation, very few people knew what race the captain of the Black Skull Universe pirates belonged to, or what formidable talents he possessed. Otherwise, the 5 burial stars wouldn't have captured their young master without realizing the consequences. What kind of race is your captain? Gizang Feng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. No comment. The universe stage martial warrior sneered. You have no qualifications to know. The race of our captain is noble beyond your imagination. In front of our captain, the 5 burial stars can be destroyed with a flick of his finger. If our captain hadn't had other matters preventing him from coming, your 5 burial stars would have been obliterated long ago. Saying this, he looked down again, coldly smiling. That kid is as good as dead now. He triggered the young master's racial talent completely. He is doomed. Chapter 2267, Red Flame Demon Lotus. One, Heng Zhang-Chuan and the others turned grim. The confidence of the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior made them nervous. Would Han Zhu be able to defeat the awakened young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates? At this moment, even they were having some doubts. The transformation of the opponent's young master was extremely mysterious and formidable, and they could sense its extraordinary nature. Although Han Zhu had just fallen short of defeating the opponent, it seemed that he hadn't inflicted significant injuries. Now the opponent had awakened his innate talent. Everything could turn around. They thought that Wang Teng had already used his full strength. If Wang Teng's previous display of power was compared to the current state of the Black Skull Universe pirate's young master, Wang Teng did seem to be somewhat lacking. Unfortunately, almost no one knew that Wang Teng hadn't used his full strength, except for Tracy. In the sky, the sea of flames spread, and the black-horned youth walked out, surrounded by a three-colored radiance. The flames around him couldn't get close, parting to both sides. Far away, Yizang Jinuo and others were horrified, and their pupils suddenly contracted. The previous black-horned youth had already defeated them miserably. Now it seemed that some terrifying changes had occurred in him, causing them to feel fear. Even though they were at a considerable distance, they had not moved far from the battlefield between the two, and they instantly sensed the overwhelming pressure descending upon them. It felt as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. "You've successfully angered me." The black-horned youth slowly raised his head, a face covered with three-colored patterns, exuding an icy coldness. The gaze in his eyes flickered with black light, appearing extremely eerie. "How successful?" Wang Teng asked. The black-horned youth noticeably hesitated. "I told you that you've angered me, and you're asking how successful it was. Do you feel satisfied? When you angered me, Yizang Jinuo and the others were stunned." Their minds went blank, and they didn't manage to react in time. Even Hengzang Chuan and the others felt the corners of their lips twitching. Wasn't this fellow a little cheeky? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was speechless. Why did their young master encounter such a bizarre opponent? "Never mind, it seems like you can't answer that." Wang Teng waved his hand, stroking his chin, and said, "After the transformation, your muscles developed, but your brain is not working well. I've seen many transformations like yours, and they usually end up like this. Don't feel sad. You'll get used to being silly sooner or later." Veins popped on the black-horned youth's forehead, and he could hardly contain his rage. He was on the verge of exploding. What the heck? Get used to being silly? Wait, when did he become silly? Yizang Jinuo and the others in the distance finally reacted, but they were even more speechless. How come they didn't realize that Brother Han had such excellent skills in banter? Tracy's expression turned strange. From the start, she felt that Wang Teng didn't seem like a good person, and now it seemed even less so. Boom! The black-horned youth finally couldn't take it anymore. He erupted with a resounding roar, transforming into a tricolored stream of light without further ado, charging straight at Wang Teng. "Kill!" A thunderous shout echoed from his mouth. In the next moment, the black-horned youth appeared in front of Wang Teng, his body tall and robust, casting a shadow that almost enveloped Wang Teng. At this moment, he didn't use any weapons. Instead, he clenched his fists and fiercely struck down. He intended to directly use his physical strength to pummel Wang Teng to death, venting the anger in his heart. This guy was too infuriating, and he couldn't bear it. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to suppress a laugh. However, he quickly put on a shocked expression, raising his arms to block. Bang! The tremendous force struck his arms, and Wang Teng was sent flying uncontrollably. Swoosh! The black-horned youth closely pursued, launching another attack on Wang Teng. His physical strength at this moment had reached a terrifying level, where an ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior would be unable to withstand even a single punch. Boom, 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 terrifying rumbles echoed in the sky. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed like Wang Teng was completely suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position, with the opponent overwhelmingly dominating the fight. The black-horned youth was surrounded by a tricolored aura with red, yellow, and purple radiance transforming into meteor-like streaks, falling from the sky and ruthlessly bombarding Wang Teng. This scene made the muscles twitch on the faces of the surrounding warriors, and some found it difficult to look directly at. Tracy's expression turned grim. She almost couldn't control herself and wanted to act. Was he not the opponent of that black-horned youth? "It's over! Hanju is no match at all." Yizang Xinwo's face changed drastically, showing a hint of despair in his eyes. How did that black-horned youth become so strong? Hengzang Mo and the others felt shocked and incredulous. This transformation was enormous. Ha ha ha. The fire element universe stage martial warrior laughed happily. The planet annihilation cannons continued their relentless assault on the star-concealing array. As time passed, the array's radiance grew dimmer, and the 5 planets seemed like fragile boats swaying in a storm on the verge of being engulfed by the terrifying force. This made Hengzhang Chuan and the others' expressions worse. Could that guy do it? Boom! In the sky, a figure was sent flying, and it was none other than Wang Teng. The black-horned youth hovered in the sky, his towering figure exuding disdain as he coldly looked at Wang Teng in the distance. He was extremely confident, believing that with his talent, Wang Teng was absolutely powerless to resist. The battle seemed to have come to an end. Chapter 2268, Red Flame Demon Lotus 2. However, the expected scene did not unfold as he envisioned. The radiance dispersed in the distance, revealing Wang Teng's figure. Contrary to expectations, the not-so-powerful physique of the opponent showed no signs of cracking, and there was no blood at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the recent exchange had not caused any harm. The black-horned youth's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but feel shaken. What's going on? Yizhang Xinnuo and the others were also quite surprised. In the previous battle, Han Zhu appeared to be completely suppressed, with no ability to fight back. However, in the end, he seemed unharmed. Could it be? Shozan Kaiyun's heart skipped a beat. She got excited. He didn't use his full strength? Hengzhang Mo and the others stared intently at the ongoing battle, not saying much. However, their hearts couldn't calm down. The black-horned youth became extraordinarily powerful after his transformation. But Han Zhu seemed to be not much weaker. How powerful was this fellow? Hengzhang Chuan and the others saw a glimmer of hope. Now only Han Zhu could change the unfavorable situation for the 5 burial stars. The smile on the fire element universe stage martial warrior's face disappeared gradually. He stared coldly at Wang Teng. This was an anomaly. You are not injured. The black-horned youth stared at Wang Teng without blinking, his face gloomy. Are you disappointed? Angry. Wang Teng patted his clothes with a smile, asking, Did I not meet your expectations? Did you just not use your full strength? The black-horned youth scrutinized Wang Teng with a gaze of inspection, trying to see through him but in vain. This made him extremely uncomfortable, and he asked coldly, Who are you? Didn't I say it already? I'm just a wandering universe explorer. Wang Teng said casually. Then he looked up at the light curtain, shook his head, and said, This formation is about to collapse. Let's stop chatting here. I should get serious now, otherwise that half-burial token will be out of my reach. Everyone was speechless, so you weren't serious just now. Now that the array is about to collapse, you're ready to get serious, and it's all for the sake of the 5 burial token. If the situation were appropriate, Yizhang Xinnuo and the others would want to criticize Wang Teng. He was too shameless. Wang Teng didn't think that much. At this moment, his gaze focused, seemingly about to unleash his power. The black-horned youth's gaze became serious, and he felt cautious. Was this guy going to use his full strength? Yizhang Xinnuo and the others were filled with anticipation. Regardless of the complaints, they had to admit that Han Zhu's strength was indeed formidable. If anyone could defeat the black-horned youth, it would be him. Just wait a moment. Let me put on some battle armor. Wang Teng suddenly said. Everyone was silent. The black-horned young man was speechless. He was extremely impatient with this bastard. Wang Teng took a battle armor out of his space ring without caring. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed across his body, and a red battle armor covered him entirely. Even his head was encased in the helmet of the armor, with only a pair of eyes made of red crystals emitting a crimson light. As the battle armor appeared, extreme heat emanated from it, spreading outwards and causing the surrounding space to distort universe-level battle armor. The black-horned young man squinted. It's a universe-level battle armor. Hengzhang Mo and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They were green with envy. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior possessed a universe-level battle armor. He must be wealthy. Outside the void, Heng Zhang Chuan and the others, as well as the fire element universe stage martial warrior, all showed a hint of astonishment. They were not unfamiliar with universe-level battle armor, but even they would need to pay a significant price to obtain one. Now, a universe-level battle armor appeared on a cosmos stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. If the situation allowed, they all wanted to snatch it from Wang Teng. The black-horned youth snorted. Just a universe-level battle armor. Do you think you can stop me with this? As he spoke, a purple battle armor suddenly covered the entire body of the black-horned youth. The armor was made of a special memory-extending metal, allowing it to completely cover his enlarged body seamlessly. Even his pair of horns on his head were covered by the armor, and the helmet fit perfectly, leaving no gaps. On the surface of the battle armor there were faint traces of lightning power, forming small arcs of lightning, giving it an exceptionally strange appearance. At this moment, with the appearance of the purple battle armor on him, the black-horned youth appeared even more ferocious and robust, yet also exuded a sense of majesty. Onlookers from afar couldn't help but show a look of envy as both individuals were clad in universe-level battle armor. So what if you have money? Especially the lightning element battle armor. It was undoubtedly more valuable, something that ordinary people couldn't afford. Only individuals with a status like the Black Skull Universe Pirate's young master could possess such a piece. Boom. The black-horned youth didn't give Wang Teng another chance for idle talk. Wearing the battle armor, he instantly transformed into a purple stream of light, charging forward like a thunderous behemoth, ruthlessly colliding with Wang Teng. Clang. The collision of the two battle armors sent sparks of fire and lightning shooting out, accompanied by the resonating sound of metal echoing in the sky. Universe-level battle armors were indestructible, impervious to the power of a universe-stage warrior, but when both individuals were clad in universe-level battle armors, they could naturally inflict damage upon each other. Chapter 2269, Red Flame Demon Lotus 3. Also, battle armor wasn't omnipotent. Terrifying power could still cause shockwaves inside the armor. Once the force exceeded the limit, the armor remained intact, but the person within it was already dead. Wang Teng wore the battle armor not to withstand the opponent's attacks, but to conceal some of his changes. Demon Lotus, Poison Body. In an instant, Wang Teng activated the Demon Lotus Poison Body. A bizarre black demonic lotus appeared at his brow, and a strange force of poison erupted from within him, manifesting outside the battle armor. This is Constellation Poison Force. Many people were astounded. Seeing Wang Teng wearing a fire element battle armor, they thought he was going to use some fire element trump card battle technique. Everyone knew that battle armor had a certain amplification effect on the corresponding element battle techniques. Conversely, it has a certain weakening effect on martial techniques of other elements. For instance, the poison force Wang Teng was using would be obstructed by the fire element battle armor. So when everyone saw Wang Teng's actions, they were somewhat bewildered. However, Wang Teng didn't think much about it. At this moment, he extended his hand, and the constellation poison force condensed in a special way on his palm, gradually transforming into a bizarre black lotus flower rotating slowly. Heng Zhang Mo, Yizhang Xinyuo, and the others looked at the devilish black lotus flower and felt a tinge of fear. Even Heng Zhang Chuan, Yizhang Bai, and the others sensed something extraordinary. They were astounded. The fire element universe stage martial warrior frowned. He had a bad feeling. Everyone could feel it, let alone the black-horned youth. His gaze was fixed on the black lotus flower, sensing that he seemed to be enveloped in an aura of death. Damn it! The black-horned youth's expression turned grim. The threat of impending death made him furious, and he roared to the heavens. Roar! Suddenly, his pair of curved horns burst with an extreme three-color radiance. This three-color radiance soared into the sky, forming a column of red, yellow, and purple light. It was dazzling. The columns of light converged, shaping into a three-color light sphere, emanating terrifying ripples. What is that? Everyone was astonished. Wang Teng's martial technique surprised them, and the black-horned youth's technique was equally confusing. Both of them were not playing by the rules. They abandoned their previous martial techniques, wielding no weapons. They seemed to have activated their innate abilities. It seems that this Han Zu possesses some kind of poison talent, Hengzang Chuan remarked. Yes, that black lotus flower should be his talent. Gizang Feng, Yizang Bai, and the others nodded thoughtfully. With their keen insight, the crucial aspects were evident. The opponent's battle technique seems to be a talent too, Shozhang Liao said with a solemn expression. And it's a fusion of 3 talents. The situation doesn't look good. Yunzang Ying added with a grave tone. The attacks from both sides emitted terrifying fluctuations, and the sky seemed to be enveloped in an extremely heavy atmosphere, freezing everything in place. The eerie black lotus flower floated up from Wang Teng's palm and landed above his head, expanding rapidly against the wind. Black radiance emanated from the lotus, turning it into a black sun, completely enveloping the flower. The 3-color light sphere above the black-horned youth's head also rapidly expanded, soon resembling a massive 3-color star. Wang Teng and the black-horned youth locked eyes. Beneath their helmets, a faint smile appeared on both of their faces. Suddenly, Wang Teng lifted a hand, and the power of his domain, the laws of origin, continuously poured into the black lotus flower. Roar. The black-horned youth seemed to sense something as he erupted in another roar. The radiant light from his curved horns intensified, and peculiar forces flowed into the 3-color light sphere above his head. The attacks from both sides became increasingly terrifying, leaving those nearby, including Hengzang Mo and others, alarmed and astonished to the extreme. Retreat! Yizang Sinuo couldn't care anymore. She grabbed Shozhang Kaiyun and swiftly retreated backward. The expressions of Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others changed. They immediately retreated and didn't dare to stay any closer. This attack was too terrifying, and no one knew what might happen upon collision. Even Tracy's expression changed slightly as she silently withdrew. These heirs of major powers were truly monstrous, and she had no worries about them. Simultaneously, her heart burned with increasing fervor. If she could obtain such a powerful martial technique, her strength would surely experience a significant leap. That guy had promised her. He wouldn't go back on his word. Wang Teng's black lotus flower and the black-horned youth's 3 light spheres seemed to reach their limits. This made everyone even more nervous as the decisive moment had arrived. A fierce grin appeared on the black-horned youth's face. He raised one hand above his head and waved it forward, turning the 3 light spheres into a stream of light that fiercely collided with Wang Teng. Go beneath the armor, Wang Teng remained calm. With a sweep of his large hand, the black lotus flower gently floated forward. The abyssal, hell, devil, lotus. This was the first time Wang Teng fully utilized this move. With his constellation poison force now at its peak in the cosmos stage, its eruption brought about a terrifying power. At this moment, the black lotus flower floated forward. Initially, its speed wasn't fast, but in an instant it turned into a black stream of light, disappearing directly from its original position. Chapter 270, Red Flame Demon Lotus 4 Boom. The next moment, a terrifying rumble echoed. The black lotus flower appeared and collided completely with the 3-color light sphere, erupting into a brilliant light that radiated in all directions, much like a solar explosion. Invisible ripples swept out, nearly extending tens of thousands of kilometers, destroying everything. The area had turned into a complete ruin, leaving Hengzang Chuan and others wide-eyed. The cost to restore this place afterward would likely be exorbitant. Wang Teng kept his gaze on the front. The power of that 3-color light sphere surprised him. What kind of physique did this black-horned youth possess to unleash such a formidable talent attack? The black-horned youth on the opposite side felt an overwhelming pressure, and his expression changed repeatedly. Explode. The black-horned youth's face twisted into a grimace and his eyes filled with murderous intent. He let out a resounding shout. Boom! The three-color light sphere exploded, and a terrifying three-color light soared into the sky. People were shocked, retreating once again with anxious expressions. Could the black lotus flower withstand such a terrifying attack? Wang Teng squinted his eyes, showing no hesitation as he instantly unleashed the full power of the black lotus flower. A black radiance illuminated the surroundings. The three-color light continually eroded the radiance of the black lotus flower, making cracking sounds as cracks appeared in the surrounding radiance of the black lotus flower. Ha ha ha, you're finished. The black-horned youth saw this scene and burst into mad laughter. Is that so? A flat and indifferent voice came from Wang Teng. It seemed to carry a hint of mockery, being stubborn to your death. The black-horned youth snorted. The one who's going to die is you. Wang Teng shook his head, pointing forward with a disdainful tone. Boom. Amidst the black radiance, the extraordinarily eerie black lotus flower slowly unfolded. The outer 6 petals of the lotus, which were initially present, now expanded to reveal an additional 6 petals. Mysterious runes adorned the petals, emanating an incredibly potent light, the power of laws. In an instant, the black lotus flower broke through the three-color radiance, surging out explosively, suppressing everything in its path. How is this possible? The black-horned youth was utterly astonished, his face filled with incredulity. Roar! He roared, unleashing all his forces, attempting to resist the suppression of the black lotus flower. Bang! Unfortunately, his forced defense proved as fragile as paper beneath the black lotus flower. It crumbled and shattered instantly. The black lotus flower appeared above the black-horned youth's head, descending with overpowering force. No? Ah! The black-horned youth screamed, completely engulfed by the radiant light emitted by the black lotus flower. Kid, how dare you? The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior outside the void finally couldn't restrain his anger, intending to intervene. I advise you not to act recklessly. Hengzang Chuan stood in front of him, sneering. Get out of my way. The phantom of the world behind the Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior surged forward, attempting to push Hengzang Chuan aside. Hengzang Chuan snorted, and a world phantom emerged behind him as well. It was a world filled with yellow sand, heavy and stable. The clash of the world forces between the two sides created violent collisions, causing the void to tremble, and deep, dark space rifts appeared. However, the Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior was completely unable to shake Hengzang Chuan's Earth Element World phantom, remaining blocked in the void, infuriated beyond words. Yizang Xinuo and the others were incredibly shocked, gazing with wide eyes at the distant battlefield. It was almost unbelievable that these powers were released by 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. This was horrifying. The strength of these 2 individuals has reached an unbelievable level, leaving everyone in disbelief. But what was even more terrifying was that figure. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the silhouette clad in crimson armor beneath the blazing black radiance. Their gazes trembled intensely, and their hearts struggled to regain composure. Bathed in the intense black light, the crimson armor on his body appeared striking and piercing, the red flame demon lotus. For some reason, these 4 words simultaneously flashed through the minds of everyone present. Before long, as the terrifying waves of primal forces gradually subsided, a figure descended from the sky. Astonishingly, it was the black-horned youth clad in the crimson armor. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered, forming a seemingly bottomless pit. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, and countless dust particles floated into the air. There was dead silence. Chapter 271. The Gratitude of the Martial Warriors of the 5 Burial Planets. 1. Silence. Under the veil of light, a profound silence settled. This silence, juxtaposed with the thunderous blasts of the planet annihilation cannons on the luminous screen, created a striking contrast, but soon everyone snapped back to reality. He won! Yizang Shinnuo, Shozang Chayun, and others gazed at the deep crater below, their faces gradually revealing a hint of joy. They won. Hanzu won. No one had expected that, even after the awakening of the black-haired youth's talent, Hanju could still surpass him. Hengzang Mo Gizang Yan and others had complex expressions on their faces. On one hand, they naturally hoped for Hanju to win, gaining a bit of initiative for the 5 burial stars. On the other hand, they didn't want to see him surpass them by too much. That would be too demoralizing. However, the reality was that he was indeed much more powerful than them. The prodigies of the 5 burial stars looked up at the figure in the distance, and deep down they had to admit that in terms of martial talent and various other aspects, he outshone them by far. Moreover, infuriatingly, he even looked more handsome than them. Beyond the void, the heads of the 5 major families were also overjoyed. By defeating the black-haired youth, they had gained the upper hand and were confident that the Black Skull Universe pirates would think twice about crossing them. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's expression turned ugly. He never expected this outcome. That the black-haired youth possessed such strength, no one knew their young master's ability and talent better than them. He was almost invincible among his peers, but he lost. Who was that black-haired youth? A prodigy of such caliber could not be an unknown figure. At this moment, these universe stage powerhouses couldn't help but speculate about Wang Teng's identity. A prodigy of this level couldn't be ignored even by universe stage beings. After the initial surprise, figures like Hengzang Chuan couldn't resist pondering over Wang Teng's identity. However, they never imagined that he was the counselor they had been waiting for. After all, the information they had gathered suggested that both sides, in terms of talent and battle techniques, were vastly different, seemingly not the same person. In the vastness of the universe, there were many prodigies unknown to them. This time, a top-tier prodigy had arrived at the 5 burial stars, and it was not an impossibility. This incident also highlighted the grand reputation of the stellar academies. The arrival of a special Cosmos stage counselor attracted many people's attention. Below the screen, Wang Teng's battle armor dissipated gradually. He landed at the edge of the deep crater, and with the surge of force, he pulled a figure out from the depths. The faint glow in the eyes of the figure in the lightning element battle armor indicated that he had not fallen into complete unconsciousness. "Let me go." A hoarse and angrily charged voice emanated from beneath the battle armor, and the black-horned youth's heart brimmed with resentment. How could he lose? He would never lose. To the victor go the spoils. You lost. So just behave yourself. Wang Teng looked at the opponent, calmly stating, "Nonsense! I haven't lost. I can still fight." The black-horned youth struggled frantically as he shouted angrily from beneath the battle armor. At this moment he was heavily injured, even afflicted by the venom of the demon lotus. He couldn't break free from Wang Teng's force restraints. "You can still fight?" Wang Teng's expression turned odd as he observed the feeble struggles. He almost believed it. The next instant, a brick appeared in his hand. No, he quickly abandoned the idea of taking out the lightning slap when he realized his current identity. The fame of this brick was quite significant in the stellar academies. If news of it got out, it might expose his identity. Luckily, he reacted in time and refrained from retrieving the lightning slap. He clenched his fist and punched the black-horned young man. "With your strength, breaking through my battle armor is impossible." The black-horned youth sneered, "You're thinking too much." Wang Teng smirked. His fist wasn't covered by his battle armor. He punched the opponent's lightning element battle armor directly, a resounding crash. Terrifying force, guided by Wang Teng's tremor conscious, entered the battle armor, causing the black-horned youth's head to buzz. But what he found even more unbearable was a peculiar lightning force followed the path of the lightning element battle armor and infiltrated within. Swoop, boom, wah. The black-horned youth hadn't yet processed what happened when his entire being was struck by an overwhelmingly powerful lightning force. His body convulsed involuntarily, intense pain sweeping through every inch of him. After a moment, another word escaped his lips. "Damn." Wang Teng showed no sign of pause. His fists continued to rain down, causing the battle armor to clang and echo through the air. Behave yourself. What do you have to fight with? Fight my foot. I've had my eye on you for a long time, just a small thief from a pirate gang, and you think you're someone important? Various grumbles escaped Wang Teng's mouth. Some distance away, Yizang Xinwo and the others were stunned, watching the black-horned youth being ruthlessly pommeled. Their mouths twitched involuntarily upon hearing Wang Teng's words. Just a small thief from a pirate gang. He was the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates. How could he be considered an ordinary thief? The black-horned youth, continuously struck by lightning, emitted a horrified scream, a mixture of shock and anger evident in his voice. What kind of lightning was this? It could penetrate his battle armor and harm his actual body. Mind you, he was a lightning element martial warrior. His lightning talent was extremely powerful, and his body was extremely tough. Normal lightning wouldn't be able to hurt him. Chapter 272. The Gratitude of the Martial Warriors of the 5 Burial Planets. 2. Wasn't this young man with long black hair a poison, fire, and earth element martial warrior? Where did the lightning element come from? For a moment, his mind felt a bit overwhelmed, coupled with Wang Teng's provocative language. He was so infuriated that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood from within the battle armor, looking pitiful. How dare you? The fire element universe stage martial warrior beyond the void was furious. How dare that kid treat their young master like this? Attack, attack fiercely, break the formation. The people in the rear were instantly drenched in sweat. Feeling the wrath of the fire element universe stage martial warrior, they didn't dare to slack off. They crazily poured source stones into the planet annihilation cannons, accelerating the charging process and launching a furious assault towards the shielding formation of the 5 burial stars. Wang Teng raised his head. This formation was already on its last legs, unable to hold for much longer. It might shatter completely in less than a minute. He ceased his attacks and, with the black-horned youth in tow, flew towards the void. Hengzang Mo and the others immediately followed suit. Hengzang Chuan and the other family heads blinked. They opened the formation, allowing Wang Teng and the others to pass through and enter the void. Come to me. Yunzang Ying was delighted, unfurling the world phantom behind him to shield Wang Teng and the others. Wang Teng directly carried the massive body of the black-horned youth to the side of the heads of the 5 families and said half a 5 burial token. The joy on the faces of Hengzang Chuan and the others froze for a moment. Even Hengzang Mo, Yizang Jinwo, and the others nearly stumbled in the void, looking at Wang Teng with a helpless expression. All right, half a 5 burial token. Hengzang Chuan took out a piece of 5 burial token instantly. With a swipe of his hand, he split the 5 burial token into 2 and tossed half to Wang Teng. He didn't know that he was actually giving it to the counselor. Thank you, Hengzang family head. Wang Teng cheerfully accepted it, carefully examined it in his hand to confirm its authenticity, and then put it away. This made Hengzang Chuan, Yizang Bai, and the others even more speechless. This fellow didn't trust them. Wang Teng didn't care. The 5 families were not to be taken lightly. It was better to be cautious now that he had obtained half a 5 burial token. He didn't hesitate. With a casual toss, he threw the black-horned youth in front of Hengzang Chuan as if discarding trash. All right, young friend, with your outstanding talents and contributions to our 5 burial stars, you are now a friend of our 5 burial stars. Hengzang Chuan grabbed the black-horned youth, laughing heartily. You're too kind. Wang Teng cupped his fists pretentiously. Many martial warriors in the surroundings witnessed this scene, their expressions becoming extremely complex. They couldn't believe that Han Zu had obtained half a 5 burial token. It was still a 5 burial token, even if it wasn't complete. So far, the 5 major families have only given out 1 whole 5 burial token. With this half token, Wang Teng now held a status different from ordinary individuals within the 5 burial stars. This was a tremendous honor. For the people of the 5 burial stars, such an honor was irresistible. Unfortunately, they had no chance. Some distance away, the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was fuming angrily when he saw their transaction. He glared at Wang Teng with an icy gaze. He wished he could slap this Cosmos stage martial warrior to death. This was too much. Halt your attacks or I'll kill your young master. Heng Zhangchuan wasted no words, looking indifferently at the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior. How dare you? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was infuriated. See if I dare. Heng Zhangchuan grabbed the black-horned youth by the neck. A slight squeeze could end his life instantly. Heng Zhangchuan, if you kill our young master, our captain will never let the 5 burial stars off the hook. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's world phantom behind him continued to tremble, and he shouted in frustration. The 5 burial stars have never feared you? Now, I'll give you one more chance. Stop the attack, or... Heng Zhangchuan gradually increased the pressure in his grip, his voice cold. Fine, 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 the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's pupils contracted, gritting his teeth as he spat out 3 affirmative words. With a wave of his hand, the people in the rear halted the attack of the planet annihilation cannons. He recognized Heng Zhangchuan's determination. Such a person was not someone threats could sway. Since the other party had captured their young master, they had already lost the initiative. The planet annihilation cannons, fully charged and prepared for launch, had to disperse its energy at this moment. The runes on its surface gradually dimmed. The humming sound gradually faded away, relieving the pressure on the martial warriors of the 5 burial stars. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the martial warriors of the 5 burial stars unexpectedly felt a sense of gratitude towards Wang Teng. They could sense that the shielding formation of the 5 burial stars wouldn't last much longer. Perhaps with this shot, the shield would be shattered, and they, as martial warriors, would undoubtedly fall victim to the slaughter by the Black Skull Universe pirates. Wang Teng had timely taken down the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates, undoubtedly securing a glimmer of hope for them. What do you want? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior took a deep breath, asking with resentment. Very simple. Leave the territory of the 5 burial stars and compensate for all the losses incurred by the 5 burial stars. Then we'll release your young master, Heng Zhangchuan said calmly. Impossible. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's face darkened, coldly snorting. You captured our young master first, and now want me to compensate you? Utterly absurd. Then let your young master continue staying in our dungeon. Heng Zhangchuan didn't waste his words. His expression was cold and indifferent as he led the group toward the interior of the formation's light screen. After a few steps, he turned back and said, "Don't attempt to challenge my bottom line, or you'll return with your young master's corpse as a report, you." The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was extremely furious. The opponent's words were clearly a threat, but he didn't dare to truly act. Since the other party said they would kill the young master, they would undoubtedly do so. It wasn't a joke or a game. Heng Zhangchuan, as the ruler of the 5 burial stars, held great authority. He was resolute and decisive, making his opponents extremely cautious. It was difficult to threaten someone like him. If he dared to make a move, the other side would dare to kill. Heng Zhangchuan and the others entered the array. The imminent battle temporarily reached a stalemate. Although the Black Skull Universe pirates were fierce and domineering, the 5 burial stars were not a force to be trifled with. It was not an easy task to bite off a piece from the 5 burial stars. Moreover, with the capture of the opponent's young master, the Black Skull Universe pirates found themselves in a predicament. Their rescue operation had essentially failed. Damn it. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's expression turned ugly. He slammed a palm down. Boom. An uninhabited planet in the distance instantly burst open, flames radiating outward. In the void, it transformed into countless meteorites, shooting in all directions. Chapter 273. Haishan Race. Haishan, Emperor Physique. 1. In the star-concealing array, Heng Zhang Chuan and the others cast a sidelong glance at the members of the Black Skull Universe pirates outside the formation. In their hearts, there was also a slight sigh of relief. The sudden arrival of the Black Skull Universe pirates caught them off guard. They had no awareness before being attacked at their own stronghold, which was a massive insult and a joke. Investigate thoroughly. We must find out how they entered the heart of our 5 burial stars, Heng Zhang Chuan said, using voice transmission with a gloomy expression. Yes, Yun Zhang Ying, Yi Zhang Bai, and the other family heads nodded grimly. They were full of suspicions and couldn't shake off their concerns regarding the unexpected arrival of the Black Skull Universe pirates. Otherwise, anyone could invade the 5 burial stars in the future, and their reputation would be tarnished. The fact that the Black Skull Universe pirates could sneak into the heart of the 5 burial stars suggested the existence of an extremely secretive starry route, possibly even involving spatial teleportation arrays or unknown wormholes. These were significant hidden dangers that had to be guarded against. Orders were relayed from the family heads. Immediately, the entire force of the 5 families went into action, activating various intelligence networks to conduct investigations. Simultaneously, the various star fleets of the 5 burial stars were heading towards the 5 burial stars. Some fleets were not far from this location, but the sudden arrival of the Black Skull Universe pirates caught them off guard, hindering their response. Young friend, thank you. After giving his order, Heng Zhang Chuan looked at Wang Teng and smiled. He was indeed very grateful to Wang Teng. Regarding the request for the 5 burial token, it was acceptable in the process of settling matters. After all, the 2 parties had no prior relationship, and they were more concerned if the other side didn't have any requests. Even the way he addressed Wang Teng had changed from sir to young friend, appearing more intimate. In fact, he had been calling Wang Teng this way just a moment ago, but Wang Teng didn't seem to mind. Yi Zhang Bai, Yun Zhang Ying, and the others also expressed their thanks, showing great gratitude towards Wang Teng. You're too polite, Wang Teng replied with a smile. These people still didn't know who he was. If they found out, their reactions might not be so friendly. Compared to you, the juniors in our family are indeed lacking. Guizhang Feng looked disappointedly at Guizhang Feng beside him as he expressed his feelings. Yes, we thought they were already talented geniuses, but now it seems they still have a long way to go, Heng Zhang Chuan remarked. They need more tempering, otherwise they won't become true talents. Yun Zhang Ying looked at the heavily injured Yun Zhang Zhao and spoke with a stern tone. Don't be too hard on them. After all, they are still young, and there is room for improvement. Wang Teng said in a patronizing manner, cough. Heng Zhang Chuan and the others coughed awkwardly. They felt that something was amiss. Gizang Yan, Heng Zhang Mo, Yun Zhang Zhao, Yizhang Xinnuo, and Shozhang Kaiyun couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy wasn't much older than them, but acted like an elder, offering comments on their situation. It was truly vexing. Although he seemed to be speaking on their behalf, it somehow felt a bit off. Xinnuo, take care of our young friend here and arrange a place for him to stay. Heng Zhang Chuan and the others didn't linger either. After giving a few instructions, they hurriedly left with the black-horned youth apparently going to discuss how to handle this matter. Capturing the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates was not a trivial matter. Now that the other party had not yet left and was still stationed outside the void of the 5 burial stars, no one knew how the situation would ultimately unfold. Heng Zhang Mo and the others also left. They were quite injured and didn't want to stay any longer. Slipping away discreetly, only Yizhang Xinnuo and Shozhang Taiyun stayed behind. They were injured too, but they didn't dare to neglect the family head's order. Moreover, for a peer with such formidable strength as Wang Teng, their curiosity outweighed any feelings of envy. After all, from the beginning they had been very curious about this young universe explorer. Now, seeing his strength, they naturally wanted to get closer. Brother Han, Yizhang Xinnuo, called him. She smiled brightly and said, "You just had a big battle with that black-horned youth. I imagine you must be tired. Let us take you to rest." Cough. Just as she finished speaking, she coughed and a hint of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, her complexion turning slightly pale. "You were injured just now. Take a healing pill first." Wang Teng frowned, took out a pill from his space ring, and handed it to her. After all, they were arranging accommodation for him, and it wouldn't be right if the one taking care of him was injured. "No need. I've already taken one just now. It's just that I haven't fully recovered so quickly." Yizang Jinuo waved her hand. "This pill of mine is not an ordinary one. You'll know once you take it." Wang Teng smiled slightly. "Well then, I'll gratefully accept it." Yizang Jinuo smiled as she took the pill and swallowed it. Immediately a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. The healing effect of this pill is so miraculous. Yizang Xinyuo's slightly pale complexion quickly turned rosy at an astonishing speed, and she couldn't help but express her amazement. "It has such a good effect?" Shozan Kaiyun couldn't help but comment. As members of the 5 major families, they were accustomed to using high-quality pills. However, compared to the pill Wang Teng produced, it seemed to be of a lower grade. Chapter 274, Haishan Race, Haishan Emperor Physique 2. Indeed, it's excellent. "Is this a healing pill with 100% efficacy?" Yizang Jinnuo suddenly thought of something and looked at Wang Teng in surprise. "Yes," Wang Teng nodded, not hiding anything. 100% efficacy. Such pills are rarely seen." "Brother Han, you gave me one to take." Yizang Jinnuo was somewhat moved. "No problem. I have plenty of them," Wang Teng said casually. Yizang Jinnuo thought Wang Teng was joking. Such pills must be extremely precious, and he couldn't have many of them. If Wang Teng knew what she was thinking, he would only say one thing. "Don't overthink it, beautiful lady." "Brother Han, you're being unfair. How can you give one to Sinuo and not to me?" Shozan Kaiyun pretended to be sad. "Cough. If you need it, I can give you one too." Wang Teng looked at the drama queen in front of him, coughed, and took out a pill, handing it to her. "Hey, thank you so much, Brother Han." Shozan Kaiyun happily swallowed the pill, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. A 100% efficacy pill was indeed extraordinary. "That black-horned youth was quite ruthless. I didn't expect him to be so vicious to both of you beauties." Wang Teng shifted the topic and couldn't help but tease Yizang Shennuo, seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and snorted lightly, saying, "He's too arrogant. He even wanted us to be his maids." "Unfortunately, he's not even a match for you, Brother Han." "That's right, he's too arrogant. In the end, he was defeated by Brother Han." Shuzan Kaiyun nodded in agreement. "Kuf, I also won by a stroke of luck," Wang Teng said, seeing the admiration in the eyes of the 2 women. "Luck or not, we understand." Yizang Shinuo and Shozan Kaiyun looked at each other and laughed in unison. Wang Teng, luck or not, we understand. Yizang Shinuo and Shozan Kaiyun looked at each other and laughed in unison. Wang Teng nodded, scanned the area, and collected all the attribute bubbles before leaving with the 2 women. Yizang Zinuo quickly brought Wang Teng to an estate and said, "Brother Han, this is where I live. If you don't mind, you can stay here for now." "Your estate? How can I accept this?" Wang Teng replied. "It's nothing. You're our honored guest, and the elders arranged for us to take good care of you. There's no place more convenient than here," Yizang Zinuo insisted. "In that case, I won't be too polite." Wang Teng nodded. "Come in quickly." Yizang Shinuo smiled and opened the gate, leading the way. Inside the estate, a group of servants was already waiting. Seeing them arrive, they respectfully greeted. "Master, all right." Yizang Shinuo nodded and asked, "How is the room I asked you to prepare?" "It's all set." A woman who seemed like the housekeeper stepped forward and respectfully said, "Please, follow me." They went directly to the 2nd floor of the estate, and the woman opened the door to a room. "Brother Han, this is your room. Our rooms are right next to yours. If you need anything, just call us," Yizang Jinuo said. "Thank you." Wang Teng was surprised these 2 actually arranged his room right next to theirs. Wasn't this a test? As for this lady, Yizang Jinuo hesitated, and looked at the woman who had been following Wang Teng. "I'm sharing a room with him," Tracy replied calmly. Yizang Xinnuo and the others exchanged a slightly strange glance between them. "Cough. This is Xinnuo's place. It's very safe. You don't need to follow me." Wang Teng couldn't help but cough. Tracy frowned. She wanted to say something. "Go ahead." Wang Teng glanced at her and said calmly. "Okay." Tracy's heart skipped a beat seeing his reaction, and she chose not to say more. "Let's arrange a room for this aunt, too," Yizang Xinnuo said to the housekeeper at the side. "Aunt." Wang Teng grinned. Tracy shot a glance at Yizang Xinnuo, and a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Wang Teng immediately signaled her with his eyes, transmitting a message. "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Tracy snorted coldly and followed the housekeeper. A sly smile appeared on Yizang Xinnuo's face. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel speechless. "A woman's scheming was scary, Brother Han. We're going to rest now, and we won't disturb you," Yizang Xinnuo said. "You go ahead, don't worry about me," Wang Teng replied. The two women left, leaving Wang Teng alone to rest. He entered the room, closed the door, and released his spiritual power to sweep through every corner. After confirming the safety of the room, he didn't retract his spiritual power. Instead, he created a protective barrier in the room to prevent external probing. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes slowly, and his consciousness entered the attributes board. While collecting the attribute bubbles earlier, he noticed that he seemed to have picked up some extraordinary ones. These attribute bubbles were from the Black-Horned Youth. Divine level lightning talent, 12,000. Divine level fire talent, 8,000. Divine level earth talent, 10,000. Hishan Emperor physique, 3,000. Three-colored light, 5,000. Cosmos realm spirit, 13,000. Universe realm enlightenment, 11,1500. Chapter 2075, Hishan race, Hishan Emperor physique. 3. True martial lightning blade, 3,000. Haitian Emperor fist, 6,000. Lightning Constellation Force 21,000, Fire Constellation Force 17,500, Earth Constellation Force 17,500, such great attributes. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw what he received. Unexpectedly, the Black-Horned Youth dropped so many attribute bubbles, and among them were some valuable items. Firstly, there were 3 divine-level talent attributes that enhanced Wang Teng's divine-level talents significantly. Divine level fire talent, 20340 50,000. Divine level earth talent, 208 500 50,000. Divine level lightning talent, 20,000 50,000. Among them, the lightning talent saw the most significant improvement, indicating that the Black-Horned Youth's lightning talent was the strongest. His talents were extremely formidable, with all 3 being at the divine level far surpassing ordinary warriors. Not to mention there was the subsequent physique talent, Haishan Emperor physique. At this moment, Wang Teng finally understood what kind of physique the other party had awakened. As the corresponding attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately felt a subtle and marvelous change. Haishan Emperor physique, 3,000, 10,000 first rank. A moment later, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, a hint of enlightenment crossing his face. He glanced at his own body. Haishan Emperor physique, activate. An invisible force erupted from deep within his body, while his overall appearance remained unchanged. Peculiar patterns appeared on his skin. These patterns were similar to those that appeared on the face of the Black-Horned Youth when he awakened. However, while there were 3 kinds of patterns on the other's face, the patterns on Wang Teng's body now exceeded 3 and were slowly increasing. 1, 2, 3, 4, until there were 9. 9 colored patterns covered his body, intricate and mysterious while simultaneously exuding a faintly eerie feeling. These patterns corresponded exactly to the forces he had mastered. Wang Teng halted, choosing not to continue adding more patterns. In fact, he could have added the dark and light patterns as well, but he chose not to do so. With the activation of this physique, he felt that there was a certain flaw. The more patterns he activated, the greater the strain on his body. However, the stronger his physique, the smaller the risk. Moreover, the risk would automatically diminish as the physique deactivated. If the black-horned youth were to see Wang Teng in his current state, he would probably be terrified and begin to question life itself. The manifestation of Wang Teng's Haishan Emperor physique at this moment was even more terrifying than the black-horned youth could ever imagine. Haishan Emperor physique, Wang Teng muttered, his gaze flickering slightly. The Haitian race, huh? There's actually such a race in the universe, but it's quite peculiar. Could they be related to the dark apparitions? Is that why this flaw exists? He seemed to grasp something, perceiving some extremely hidden aspects from the physique of the black-horned youth. Well, let's not think too much about it for now. I'll deal with it as the situation unfolds. Wang Teng shook his head, shifting his attention to the other remaining attributes. Next was a highly unique talent skill, three-colored light. This skill was the one the black-horned youth had used, employing 3 glowing orbs with remarkable power. As the attribute bubbles integrated into Wang Teng's consciousness, related insights immediately surfaced. A scene unfolded in Wang Teng's mind, transforming into a shadow with black horns. Within this shadow, a pathway of force suddenly appeared, and above its head 3 glowing orbs quickly condensed. Boom! The orbs flew out, crashing onto a planet depicted in the scene. An instant later, a terrifying explosion occurred. After a deafening sound, the once existent planet turned into dust, disappearing entirely. 3-colored light. Can it only condense 3 types of forces? Wang Teng pondered. This skill could blend 3 forces, hence the name 3-colored light. However, this was because the Haishan race could possess at most 3 forces. It didn't necessarily have to be lightning, fire, and earth forces. It could be other forces. Nevertheless, the limit was 3. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he wondered if this skill could fuse more forces to create 4-colored light, 5-colored light, or even 7-colored light, 9-colored light. He possessed too many forces, and he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. However, it seemed that it wouldn't be that easy. The Haitian race's skill was an innate racial talent, not something easily changed or modified. Chapter 2276, 5-Element Divine Physique. 1. Regarding the concept of the 3-colored light, Wang Teng could only think about it temporarily. It wasn't the time for in-depth exploration now. Nevertheless, just the 3-colored light alone was already excellent. It could contend with his abyssal Hell Devil Lotus, and even Heaven Stage martial warriors might not be able to withstand it. This was the advantage of exceptionally talented individuals. I'm becoming more and more interested in this Haishan race. Wang Teng mused to himself. Next were changes in the attributes of spirit and enlightenment. As the attribute bubbles integrated, Wang Teng suddenly felt a shock in his head, as if some incredible transformation had occurred. His mind became extremely clear, and his eyes glittered with divine light, seemingly able to see things that were usually invisible. The world before him became incredibly clear, and mysterious and intricate patterns appeared in his vision. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, dark, even space and time. He could sense the origin fluctuations of all his elements. Even behind the fluctuations of those origins, he saw intertwining threads of the rules of origin, forming layer upon layer of shells. At this moment, although Wang Teng seemed to be using his eyes to observe this world, his consciousness had unconsciously detached itself and entered the deepest layer of the universe. Within that shell, there was a wondrous place filled with endless radiance. In that wondrous place, countless granules emitted dazzling light, resembling stars and entire worlds. Could this be the origin of the universe? A realization flashed in Wang Teng's mind. But before he could ponder further, a powerful suction suddenly erupted from those granules, drawing his consciousness into them. Damn! Wang Teng couldn't help but curse before he could comprehend what was happening. In the next moment, numerous insights flooded into his mind. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, dark, space, time. Every type of element's laws of origin evolved in his mind. This was the first time Wang Teng encountered such a situation. He felt a bit bewildered, but quickly grasped the situation and earnestly absorbed the insights. The various power of laws of origin he comprehended, quietly elevated. Even the power of his domain was influenced and gradually improving. Time quickly passed, and Wang Teng had no idea how long it had been before he was abruptly thrown out of that state. He slowly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment on his face. The origin of the universe. So, that is indeed the origin of this universe. Wang Teng was bewildered. He was no longer the ignorant novice he once was. He had delved into numerous eternal stage scriptures and battle techniques, even mastering some god-level techniques. Naturally, the concept of the origin of the universe was not unfamiliar to him. That was because these techniques contained relevant descriptions. The mysterious place he had just entered astonishingly resembled the descriptions of the origin of the universe in those techniques. Undoubtedly, this was a stroke of fate. Wang Teng looked at his attributes board. The reason he had gained such benefits this time was solely because his enlightenment attribute had reached the limit of the universe realm. Enlightenment. 30,000, 3,000 universe realm. Wang Teng's enlightenment attribute had already reached the peak of the universe realm. Now, with the integration of the enlightenment attribute dropped by the black-horned youth, his enlightenment immediately reached its limit. When his enlightenment attribute reached the universe realm, he sensed the power of the laws of origin existing in the world very clearly. However, he had never directly entered the origin of the universe to comprehend them. After reaching the universe realm in enlightenment, comprehending the power of laws of origin became much easier for him compared to ordinary warriors. It could be said that his mastery of the power of laws of origin to this extent was not only due to the acquired attributes, but also a significant part of his enlightenment and talent. Many geniuses possessed universe realm enlightenment and formidable talents, much like the black-horned youth. Otherwise, they would not be able to comprehend the laws of origin that only universe stage experts could grasp when they reached the cosmos stage. After reaching the universe realm limit this time, Wang Teng touched the deepest layers of the origin of the universe. Comprehending the laws of origin at the origin of the universe was undoubtedly a more profound experience. Unfortunately, time was limited, preventing him from maintaining that state indefinitely. If one reaches the universe stage, they can use the power of the world to comprehend the origin of the universe. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. To enter the origin of the original universe, one must rely on the world power mastered at the universe stage. The power of the world was the bridge to the origin of the universe. Wang Teng didn't dwell on it any longer. He then glanced at his domain and the laws of origin. Both had significantly enhanced compared to before. These were the benefits gained from the recent insights. However, there were no breakthroughs, leaving him somewhat regretful. Another point that left Wang Teng feeling extremely regretful was that his enlightenment attribute did not break through to the eternal realm. After reaching the universe realm limit earlier, he finally understood that for his enlightenment to break through to the eternal realm, his strength must also advance to the universe stage. The enlightenment of every life form has its limits, tied to the level of life. Wang Teng was currently at the cosmos stage, and the limit of his enlightenment was at the universe realm. Without a transition in the level of life, he cannot further elevate his enlightenment. This also explained why the cosmos stage prodigies he encountered so far had enlightenment only at the universe realm. Chapter 2277, 5-Element Divine Physique, 2, because, like Wang Teng, their life levels restricted the continuous elevation of the enlightenment attribute. At the same time, it was precisely because of this that many warriors whose enlightenment was not initially high found their enlightenment reaching the universe realm after attaining the universe stage. This allowed them to comprehend the origin of the universe. Cultivation is the advancement of life levels. It is a fundamental transition from the physical body to the soul. Everything underwent a transformation. Wang Teng took a deep breath and continued to look at his other attributes. Spirit, 23 5 50,000 500 300,000. cosmos realm, his spirit attribute had also increased significantly, once again approaching the peak of the cosmos realm. Since the last absorption of the origin of the universe, after his soul and body underwent a transformation, the limit of his spiritual attribute had elevated significantly. Now he could only diligently accumulate attribute points, hoping to break through to the universe stage sooner. Next were two battle techniques. Two related attribute bubbles merged into his mind, transforming into two light figures practicing the battle techniques. One figure held a battle blade, each swing condensing a considerable amount of lightning power, displaying terrifying might. The other figure clenched fists continuously, striking the void. It was practicing a formidable fist technique, and its power was astonishing. A single punch caused half of a planet to collapse, akin to world-ending destruction. True martial lightning blade Haishan, Emperor Fist. One is an eternal stage blade skill, while the other is a universe stage fist skill. That black-horned youth has some skills. Wang Teng marveled. True martial lightning blade, eternal stage 3000 5000, foundation Haishan Emperor Fist, peak of universe stage 3000 5000, well versed. 3,000 points of true martial lightning blade made it to the foundation stage, while 6,000 points of Haishan Emperor Fist allowed it to reach the well-versed stage. Wang Teng was quite pleased. The arrogant black-horned youth had been fleeced of his advantages, and Wang Teng had done so quite thoroughly. Even the talent the opponent had just awakened had been taken away by him. It was almost like stripping the guy down to his underwear, something Wang Teng wasn't interested in. Although he had already acquired numerous eternal stage martial techniques, Wang Teng had to admit that these two techniques were quite outstanding. Having an additional martial technique meant having an additional reserve of strength. Even if given to his followers, it wouldn't be bad. Otherwise, when it came time for rewards and recognition, not being able to present something valuable would be quite embarrassing. Now that he had obtained some higher-level martial techniques, he could easily showcase them in the future, instantly raising his prestige. Especially for those influential families, each one was full of pride. If Wang Teng were to spread their inherited martial techniques to others, just thinking about it felt a bit exciting. The only drawback was the risk of being killed by others. Of course, these were just some of Wang Teng's mischievous thoughts. His real goal was to acquire more martial techniques, after all. He was an all-around martial warrior. Besides, it wouldn't take him much time to cultivate. Things that could be settled with just a snap of his fingers, why not take advantage of them? Lastly, there was an improvement in 3 elemental attributes. Constellation Fire Force, 8,370,000. Cosmos Stage 7th level. Constellation Earth Force, 21,160,000. Cosmos Stage 6th level. Constellation Lightning Force, 36,204,000. Cosmos Stage 4th level. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, they instantly transformed into 3 different streams of elemental forces, circulating throughout his entire body. Then an explosion echoed. He achieved a breakthrough. Wang Teng's Constellation Fire Force unexpectedly broke through from the 6th to the 7th level. During his previous encounter with Occam, Wang Teng had acquired a considerable amount of Constellation Fire Force. However, at that time he had not met the requirements for a breakthrough and hadn't paid it much attention. This time, it was just the right moment for a breakthrough. The other 2 forces did not break through, but the Constellation Lightning Force was not far from it, just over 3,000 points. The Black-Horned Youth's Constellation Lightning Force was indeed the strongest, bringing many benefits to Wang Teng. In addition, the Black-Horned Youth had also dropped numerous attributes related to the lightning domain. His lightning domain had reached the 6th rank, so Wang Teng was able to gain some advantage. His lightning domain jumped from the 5th to the 6th rank. Lightning domain 1306,000, 6th rank. As for the power of the origin of lightning comprehended by the Black-Horned Youth was naturally inferior to Wang Teng's, providing him with no attribute bubbles. The same applied to the other 2 forces, to the extent that not even domain attribute bubbles were present. If Wang Teng were to unleash his full power, he could quickly deal with the black-horned youth. There was no way the opponent could be his match. After reviewing the attribute bubbles dropped by the black-horned youth, Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he turned his attention to the attribute bubbles left by the 5 prodigies of the 5 major families. 5 prodigies, he had now gathered all of them. Wang Teng was a little excited. Among them, the greatest gain was the unique physique of the 5 families. As the talents of the 5 families, the physique talents of Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, Yizang Xinyuo, and the others were naturally not weak. During the battle, they dropped quite a few attribute bubbles, all of which now fell into Wang Teng's hands. Yun Dang physique, 12,000, 50,000, 5th rank. Hengzang physique, 13,000, 50,000, 5th rank. Yizang physique, 9,000, 50,000, 5th rank. Zhuzang physique, 9,000, 50,000, 5th rank. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, 5 peculiar energies immediately manifested within him. After circulating once, all 5 of these unique energies converged into Wang Teng's internal organs, causing a transformation and sublimation. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Wang Teng, as he had experienced a similar feeling when acquiring the Yunzang physique and the Hengzang physique. However, he noticed that the changes this time were undeniably more intense. The innate talents obtained from the 5 prodigies were all of the 5th tier, much more powerful than the previous 1st-tier physique. Moreover, this time, all 5 internal organs were undergoing simultaneous changes, not just 2. The experience was naturally quite different. Wang Teng closed his eyes, carefully sensing these subtle changes. The transformation of his internal organs confirmed Wang Teng's earlier speculation that the internal organs corresponded to the 5 elemental forces. The Yunzang family represented the water element, corresponding to the kidneys. The Hengzang family represented the earth element, corresponding to the spleen. The Gizang family represented the fire element, corresponding to the heart. The Shozang family represented the metal element, corresponding to the lungs. The Yizang family represented the wood element, corresponding to the liver. At this moment, Wang Teng had gathered the 5 innate talents of the 5 major families. It was equivalent to having all 5 internal organs undergo simultaneous changes, a blessing that even the members of the 5 families themselves might not dare to imagine. At this moment, Wang Teng felt a subtle difference. The changes in the 5 internal organs seemed to have a special connection. Originally, with only 2 organs transforming, Wang Teng wouldn't have been able to perceive such a connection. However, now that all 5 organs were simultaneously changing, that faint and ethereal connection appeared. The sensation was quite peculiar, resembling a resonance, as if forming a cohesive whole. The 5 organs formed a vast cycle. The 5 elements reinforce and restrain each other. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was stunned. These physiques of the 5 families could merge into one whole, resonate, and undergo a cycle of the 5 elements. In this way, wouldn't these 5 physiques be able to completely merge into a single physique? As soon as this idea emerged, Wang Teng immediately saw the appearance of the word merge on the attributes board after the 5 physiques. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng directly chose to merge. A new physique emerged, 5-element divine physique, 8,000, 50,000, 5th rank. Wang Teng's body underwent a peculiar transformation, and the connection between the 5 organs became even closer, completely forming a cohesive whole, reinforcing and restraining each other in a cycle of the 5 elements. Relevant insights appeared in Wang Teng's mind, giving him an extremely intuitive understanding of this 5-element divine physique. 5-element divine physique. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He hadn't expected that after integration he would obtain such a formidable and miraculous physique. This 5-element divine physique was a physique capable of maximizing the use of the 5 elements' power. To some extent, it was not inferior to the space physique. With the 5-element divine physique, Wang Teng could establish 5 small worlds within his 5 organs in the future, much more powerful than an ordinary universe lord who could only establish 1 small world. After all, most universe-stage martial warriors could only establish 1 small world, but he could establish 5, showcasing that Wang Teng's potential far surpassed all prodigious martial warriors. Chapter 2278, one of the 10 most powerful races, a wonderful misunderstanding. 1. 5 small worlds. Wang Teng took a deep breath, calming the overwhelming joy in his heart. He feared that if he didn't control himself, he might burst into laughter uncontrollably. Relax. Relax. He never imagined that coming to the 5 burial stars would yield such enormous gains. Compared to the 5 burial token, this was probably the most significant achievement of his journey. Even the Haitian race's Haitian emperor physique paled in comparison. 5 small worlds. Ordinary warriors would likely never dare to dream of such a thing. Wang Teng wondered what the members of the 5 families would think if they knew that their family's physique could be integrated into a formidable physique like the 5-element, divine physique. Their eyes might turn green with envy. It was fortunate that the 5 families couldn't undergo integration. Otherwise, if they possessed such a powerful physique, they might have become the strongest race in the universe. Unfortunately, similar to the space and time physique, physiques like this were extremely rare. The ability to establish 5 small worlds was the most significant advantage, and the 5-element divine physique offered many other benefits, as the 5 organs underwent a sublime transformation. Wang Teng's internal organs became extremely resilient and possessed unimaginable strength, even without having cultivated the small worlds, yet Wang Teng's internal organs were already formidable. Now, even an ordinary attack at the cosmos level might struggle to harm them. Moreover, even if he suffered a severe injury, his internal organs could quickly recover, displaying remarkable vitality. Of course, his vitality was already as resilient as a cockroach. After all, he possessed too many extraordinary physiques, and his physique had long reached a level that could be considered superhuman. Ordinary warriors wouldn't even think of causing him harm. It was likely that only powerful heaven lords or beings above the universe stage could potentially injure him. As for cosmos stage opponents, they were almost out of the question. In addition, understanding the laws of origin corresponding to the 5-element forces became even more straightforward and clear. If his comprehension speed for the laws of origin of the 5 elements was twice as fast as before, now it was 10 times faster. Although it might seem like only a 10-fold difference, considering his already incredible comprehension speed, it was now 10 times that, reaching a terrifying level of understanding. Furthermore, his absorption of the 5 elemental forces would become extremely formidable. His 5 organs were like 5 motors for absorbing elemental forces. Once activated at full power, the absorption speed would reach a terrifying level. However, despite the exceptional qualities of this physique, enhancing it was not easy. If it were a single physique from the 5 families, it would only require 50,000 points to advance to the 6th tier. However, the 5-element divine physique required 500,000 points. The gap was indeed quite significant. The difference was too huge. Fortunately, Wang Teng discovered a small bug. What if he simultaneously elevated the 5 physiques of the 5 families? Could he obtain a higher-tiered 5-element divine physique? After all, his 5-element divine physique originated from the fusion of the 5 physiques. After merging the 5th-rank physiques of the 5 families, he received the 5th-rank 5-element divine physique. It wasn't hard to speculate that if he had 6th-rank physiques from the 5 families, he might obtain a 6th-rank 5-element divine physique. In comparison, the latter seemed undoubtedly simpler. In terms of attribute points, the latter only required a total of 250,000 points compared to the former's 50,000 points. It was significantly more manageable. Moreover, Wang Teng was currently in the territory of the 5 families, surrounded by many warriors from the families. Coupled with the unexpected visit from the Black Skull Universe pirates, he might be able to take advantage of the situation and gain more benefits. Well, this is a delightful decision. Wang Teng nodded silently and promptly made up his mind. Then he looked at the other attributes, battle techniques and scriptures, Yun Dang, sword skill, eternal stage, 2,500 or 8,000, well-versed, incomplete, heaven stage. Gizang blade skill, eternal stage, 3,000 well-versed, incomplete, heaven stage. Gizang blade skill, eternal stage, 3,000 well-versed, incomplete, heaven stage. Shuzang sword skill, eternal stage, 2,000, 8,000, well-versed, incomplete, heaven stage. Yizang palm, eternal stage, 4,500, 5,000, well-versed, incomplete, heaven stage. The battle techniques of the 5 families were all eternal stage. Besides the Yunzang sword skill and the Hengzang fist, he also received the Gizang blade skill, the Shuzang sword skill, and the Yizang palm. What's more, they had all reached the well-versed stage. More importantly, the battle techniques obtained from geniuses like Hengzang Mo, although incomplete, were still at the universe stage. Unlike the cosmos stage techniques wielded by the previous 2 martial warriors from the Yunzang and Hengzang families, Yunzang spiritual scripture, eternal stage, 5,600, 8,000, well-versed, incomplete. Heaven stage, Gizang spiritual scripture, eternal stage, 3,000, 8,000, well-versed, incomplete. Heaven stage, Gizang spiritual scripture, eternal stage, 3,000, 8,000, well-versed, incomplete. Heaven stage, Shozang spiritual scripture, eternal stage, 3,000, 8,000, well-versed, incomplete. Heaven stage, Yizang spiritual scripture, eternal level, 27 Sigro 8,000, well-versed, incomplete, heaven stage. In terms of scriptures, Wang Teng had also collected all the 5 spiritual scriptures and raised them to the well-versed stage, chapter 2279. One of the 10 most powerful races, a wonderful misunderstanding. 2. These 5 spiritual scriptures were at the eternal stage, just like the battle techniques. All the attributes he received were at the heaven stage, not the cosmos stage. Wang Teng closed his eyes, and in his mind, the cultivation methods of the 5 spiritual scriptures suddenly appeared. The physiques from the 5 families could merge to become the 5-element divine physique. What about these spiritual scriptures? Sure enough, after careful contemplation, Wang Teng found that these 5 spiritual scriptures indeed had a certain connection and could be mutually fused. However, merging scriptures was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It requires careful consideration. Now he could make do with these 5 spiritual scriptures. If the members of the 5 major families were to find out that Wang Teng was using their family's techniques as a makeshift solution, they might boil in anger. Next was the improvements of the various forces. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough. His spirit and enlightenment attributes rose significantly. However, the spirit attribute was still a considerable distance from a breakthrough, and there was not much to say about it. As for enlightenment, it had reached the limit of the universe realm, and there was currently no way for Wang Teng to break through, leaving him somewhat helpless. In terms of domains and the laws of origin, there were no surprises. The talents of the 5 major families did not surpass him in this regard. After reviewing all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng let out a slight sigh. Overall, the gains were not bad. Honestly, he found it a pity. If they had engaged in a real fight, there might have been even more attribute bubbles dropping. Wang Teng wonders how the 5 families would handle this situation. He walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black night sky beyond the star-concealing array. The densely packed warships were still hovering in the void. Thisk, the Black Skull Universe pirates, huh? Wang Teng clicked his tongue, his eyes carrying an inexplicable meaning. I wonder what connection they have with the Haitian race. Round ball. Investigate the Haitian race. The Haitian race. Round ball was stunned. It asked in surprise, how do you know about the Haitian race? Huh? So you know about the Haitian race? Wang Teng asked in astonishment. Tell me first, how do you know about the Haitian race? Seeing no one around, Round Ball materialized and rolled its eyes at Wang Teng, asking, "That black-horned youth is from the Haitian race? Since you know about them, didn't you recognize him?" Wang Teng asked in return. "What? That black-horned youth is from the Haitian race?" Round Ball widened its eyes. "I thought you knew." Wang Teng was speechless. "Although I know about the existence of the Haitian race, I don't know what features they exactly have." Round Ball shook its head solemnly. "Why don't you know?" Wang Teng raised his eyebrow and asked curiously. "The Haitian race is mysterious and powerful, and it is listed as one of the 10 strongest races in the entire universe. But every time they appear in the universe, they don't have a fixed appearance. Some say they look like ordinary humans, some say they have a single horn, others say they have double horns, and some even claim they have many eyes. Anyway, it's diverse. So many people think those who claim to have seen the Haitian race are just lying as time goes on. No one can say what the Haitian race looks like. Could they have shape-shifting abilities?" Wang Teng frowned. "Who knows if it's really possible," Round Ball said. However, Wang Teng shook his head. Since he didn't find any shape-shifting talent from the opponent, it was unlikely to be a shape-shifting ability. In fact, the Haitian race should be called the Haitian royal clan. Round Ball continued. "Haitian royal clan?" Wang Teng's interest was piqued, but he asked nonchalantly, "Why is it called the royal clan?" "That's what they call themselves, because they're very powerful. So they refer to themselves as a royal clan, symbolizing that they are the kings of the universe," Round Ball explained. Quite arrogant." Wang Teng chuckled. "They have the qualifications," Round Ball said seriously. "You've seen the talent and strength of that black-horned youth. If it weren't for someone like you, other warriors at the same level would be no match." "I like hearing that." Wang Teng grinned. "So-called Haitian royal clan in front of me is just like that." Round Ball was speechless. "By the way," Wang Teng curiously asked again, "are they really one of the 10 strongest races in the entire universe? Are they that powerful?" "Yes," Round Ball nodded seriously. "This ranking is determined by the virtual universe, universally acknowledged throughout the entire universe. Do you doubt their ability to gather intelligence on such matters? Ranked by the virtual universe." Wang Teng's expression changed, and at this moment he had to take it seriously. The virtual universe was one of the most powerful giants in the entire universe. If they recognized the Haitian royal clan as one of the 10 strongest races, it seemed to be accurate. The strength of that black-horned youth was decent, but at the time he had just awakened his talent and couldn't be considered the strongest prodigy of the Haitian royal clan. If you encounter the strongest prodigy of their clan in the future, you might have a tough battle on your hands. Round Ball spoke in a serious tone. "I'm quite curious about how powerful the strongest prodigy of the Haitian royal clan is," Wang Teng chuckled. "Speaking of which, you've offended the people of the Haitian royal clan this time. If we had known they were the Haitian royal clan, we wouldn't have offended them for just half a 5 burial token. It's not worth it," Round Ball said helplessly. "It doesn't matter, since we have already offended them. I didn't expect them to be one of the 10 strongest races in the universe." Wang Teng shook his head. He only learned the name of the race after obtaining the talent of the black-horned youth. Fortunately, he learned about it now, and it was not too late. At least he could take some precautions. "Do you think the 5 burial stars know about the existence of the Haitian royal clan?" Round Ball seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. "They probably don't know. They still think the other party is just the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates." Wang Teng rubbed his chin and smiled. "I think you should tell them about it," Round Ball said. "Will it scare them if I tell them?" Wang Teng hesitated. "It will definitely scare them, but if you don't tell them, it might be worse," Round Ball said. "All right," Wang Teng nodded, walked out of the room, and soon arrived at Yizong Xinyuo's door. He knocked on the door. Not long after, Yizong Xinyuo opened the door and appeared in front of Wang Teng. It seemed like she had just taken a bath. Her long hair was still wet, draped over her shoulders. She wore a light green gauze dress, revealing a beautiful figure that was both elusive and enticing. At the same time, a wave of refreshing and pleasant fragrances, accompanied by a hint of warmth and humidity, wafted into Wang Teng's nose. Wang Teng nearly had a nosebleed. He looked at her figure fiercely before averting his gaze. He spoke seriously. "Cough? Maybe you should change your clothes first?" "Ah." Yizang Jinnuo, now aware of the visitor, exclaimed in surprise and slammed the door shut with a bang. "Wang Teng, you're taking a big advantage here." Round Ball burst into laughter. "This girl looks delicate, but her figure is surprisingly good." Wang Teng mumbled in amazement. At this moment, the door of a nearby room opened, and Shozan Kaiyun poked her head out, asking curiously, "What's going on? I heard Jinnuo scream just now." Nothing." She probably encountered a cockroach. Wang Teng casually fabricated, "Cockroach." Shozan Kaiyun looked puzzled. This place was cleaned every day, and there wouldn't even be an ant, let alone a cockroach. Moreover, could a martial warrior be afraid of a cockroach? Well, she was a woman after all, and maybe she found it creepy. "It probably crawled in from outside," Wang Teng replied. "Is that so?" Shozan Kaiyun looked at him suspiciously and with a sly smile glanced at the room. She asked, "Why are you looking for Jinnuo? It wouldn't be for a late-night chat, would it? Unfortunately, I've already made plans with her." She smiled at Wang Teng as she spoke. Wang Teng suddenly realized, no wonder Yizang Jinnuo had opened the door so unguardedly earlier. She had mistaken him for Shozan Kaiyun. What a delightful misunderstanding. However, he had no intention of revealing it. Changing the subject, he spoke with a serious expression. "There are some matters I need to inform your family head about. They are crucial." Chapter 2280, The Predicament of the Five Burial Stars, 1, Wang. Teng's sudden words left Shozan Kaiyun slightly stunned. At that moment, Yizang Jinnuo opened the door once again and walked out, casting a somewhat awkward glance at Wang Teng. This guy almost saw her completely exposed. No, he had seen pretty much everything he could. Growing up, no man had managed to take such advantage of her. Before she and Shozan Kaiyun had agreed that after taking a bath, Shozan Kaiyun would come to her room for a chat. Given the coincidental timing of Wang Teng's arrival, she hadn't thought much and directly opened the door. That was how the scene happened. She understood it wasn't the fault of the other party, but she was still a woman, and such situations naturally made her feel extremely embarrassed. However, as she glanced at Shozan Kaiyun standing beside her, her facial expression immediately returned to normal. She didn't want Shozan Kaiyun to notice anything. Wang Teng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel at women's incredible talent in handling such situations. Their ability to change their expressions so quickly was astonishing. Shozan Kaiyun, unaware of Yizang Jinnuo's discomfort, looked at Wang Teng and asked, "What happened? Why the urgency? What's going on?" Yizang Jinnuo also noticed that something was off and quickly inquired, "It's about the identity of that black-horned youth. It's best if you inform the family heads about it," Wang Teng said. He didn't have the contact information for those family heads. Otherwise, he would have contacted them directly without involving Yizang Jinnuo. In terms of influence, they were likely insufficient from this perspective. Those family heads regarded Wang Teng as a junior rather than an equal peer. This wasn't surprising. They were the helmsmen of the five major families wielding immense power. Wang Teng, despite being a Grandmaster figure, found it challenging to stand on equal footing with them. The fact that Yizang Jinnuo and the others treated him well was already a considerable show of respect. All right, Yizang Jinnuo, understanding that it involved the identity of the black-horned youth, knew there must be hidden details. Without hesitation, she led the two into the room and contacted Yizang Bai. A light screen appeared and the figure of Yizang Bai materialized. Her expression didn't look very pleasant at the moment, evidently feeling quite troubled about the matter concerning the black-horned youth. "What's the matter?" Jinnuo. However, when she saw Yizang Jinnuo, she remained patient and asked. "Aunt Brother Han has something to discuss with you all," Yizang Jinnuo said. "Oh, what's the matter?" "Please, go ahead and speak." Yizang Bai's interest was piqued. looking at Wang Teng with a smile. Family head Yizang? Are the other 4 family heads with you? Wang Teng didn't rush to explain, but asked.
Yes.
Yizang Bai was somewhat puzzled, but nodded. Then I'll get straight to the point, Wang Teng said. How much do you all know about the identity of the black-horned youth? Is there any other identity besides being the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates? Heng Zhangquan's figure appeared beside her, asking with a serious expression. As family heads, they were all smart, and they could naturally glean some clues from Wang Teng's words. That's right. I suspect he's from the Haishan royal clan. Wang Teng nodded. Heng Zhangquan. Heng Zhangquan's expression changed slightly. At the same time, there were a few shocked voices around him, indicating that the other family heads were also astonished by this news. The Haishan royal clan, one of the pinnacle races in the universe, how could they not be familiar with it? However, the problem was that the black-horned youth was a member of the Black Skull Universe pirates. How did he become related to the extremely mysterious Haishan royal clan? If Wang Teng hadn't just helped them out significantly, these family heads might have already rebuked him for speaking nonsense. Young friend, are you sure he is from the Haishan royal clan? Yun Zhangying appeared on the light screen, rubbing his temples as he asked. I'm about 80% sure, Wang Teng replied casually. He didn't say that he was 100% certain. If they asked how he knew, he couldn't say he obtained the Haishan royal clan's talent from picking up attributes, right? He only told them because he didn't want his previous efforts to go in vain. It would be helpful for them to be psychologically prepared and take some other precautions. As for whether the 5 families believed it or not, it didn't matter much to him. If things went south, he could just leave and report back to the Stellar Academies. Who would dare to harm him then? Moreover, the person who confronted the black-horned youth was Han Zhu, and Wang Teng had no direct involvement. The expressions of Heng Zhangquan and the others became extremely serious. They were now inclined to believe Wang Teng's words. If the black-horned youth was indeed from the Haishan royal clan, their troubles would be considerable. Thank you for the reminder, young friend. We will make preparations. If our 5 burial stars can overcome this crisis, we will certainly express our gratitude, Heng Zhangquan said. You're too polite, Wang Teng replied with a smile. The light screen disappeared, and Heng Zhangquan and the others didn't waste time on pleasantries. They were eager to confirm the identity of the black-horned youth and formulate countermeasures. They were initially planning to resist stubbornly, but if the black-horned youth was truly from the Haishan royal clan, their situation would become much more complicated. Is that black-horned youth truly from the Haishan royal clan? Yizang Zhinuo asked with a worried expression, Chapter 2281, The Predicament of the 5 Burial Stars. 2. It should be right, Wang Teng said. But you don't need to worry too much, since the other party hasn't revealed his identity as a member of the Haishan royal clan and is presenting himself as the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates. There must be some hidden secrets. They won't easily use the identity of the Haishan royal clan to suppress others. Yes, Yizang Zhinuo was a smart person to begin with. She immediately understood and nodded. This is unexpected. Dealing with the Black Skull Universe pirates alone would be troublesome enough, and now there's this additional identity issue, sighed Shozang Kaiyun helplessly. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Wang Teng didn't say much more and took his leave. The 2 women escorted Wang Teng to the door, closed it behind him, and once again faced each other. Shozang Kaiyun looked at Yizang Zhinuo and asked, Zhinuo, did something happen just now? No, you're overthinking, Yizang Zhinuo replied. Really? Shozang Kaiyun looked at her suspiciously, her eyes narrowing as she said, He mentioned that you saw a mouse just now and got scared. I didn't expect you to be afraid of mice. What mouse? It was a mutated cockroach. I have no idea where it came from. Looks like we need to have the servants do a thorough cleaning. Yizang Zhinuo sneered inwardly. If it weren't for Brother Han communicating with her just now about this matter, she might have fallen for it. Keeping a straight face, she continued, I don't know about mice, but mutated cockroaches are a different story. Oh, It was a mutated cockroach. Shozan Kaiyun showed a sudden realization. Seeing that Yizang Jinnuo and Wang Teng's words matched up, she didn't dwell on it any longer. She laid on Yizang Jinnuo's soft bed and said, "Speaking of which, where do you think Brother Han came from? His strength is stronger than ours, and his identity is not simple."
Yeah.
Yizang Jinnuo nodded with a glint in her eyes. Perhaps he is a genius from one of the major clans, but he doesn't want to disclose it. We shouldn't pry too much. Look at the woman following him. She's a heaven stage martial warrior on the surface, and who knows, there might be a universe stage, or even an eternal stage guardian hidden in the shadows, she added. Could someone be eavesdropping on our conversation nearby? Shozan Kaiyun shrank her neck and couldn't help but look around. The guardians are seniors. They wouldn't eavesdrop on the conversation of us juniors. Yizang Shinnuo rolled her eyes dismissively. Unaware of the discussions happening behind his back, Wang Teng returned to his room and immersed himself in cultivation. In the following days, it seemed that both the Black Skull Universe pirates and the 5 Burial Stars were locked in a stalemate. The family heads from the 5 Burial Stars had entered the void multiple times to negotiate with the other side's formidable figures, but all such attempts ended in vain. As time passed, the atmosphere within the 5 Burial Stars became increasingly tense. The warriors of the 5 Burial Stars also sensed this heightened tension, all falling into a state of anxious unease. The fleet from the 5 Burial Stars had arrived, but it did little to assuage the people's concerns. The notorious reputation of the Black Skull Universe pirates cast a shadow of worry over everyone. Many wanted to leave the 5 Burial Stars, but the Black Skull Universe pirates had completely sealed off the space beyond the 5 Burial Stars. Any attempt to leave by spacecraft would be ruthlessly destroyed, turning into scrap metal in the vastness of space. Gradually, people had to abandon their plans to leave and anxiously wait within the 5 Burial Stars on the 5th day, as the situation showed no signs of resolution. Wang Teng began to worry. He decided to go out and assess the situation, joining Yizang Shinnuo and others as they walked onto the main street. Not far ahead, they saw a group of people gathering, prompting Wang Teng to ask, "What are these people doing?" "They are protesting and demonstrating, urging our families to resolve the matter with the Black Skull Universe pirates as soon as possible," Yizang Shinnuo said with a somewhat displeased expression. "After this incident, the prestige of our 5 families will likely be greatly diminished," Shozan Kaiyun sighed. Just as they were talking, the group of people ahead suddenly erupted into loud shouts. "How much longer will it take for you to resolve this matter? We want to leave the 5 Burial Stars. Yes, we want to leave the 5 Burial Stars. We have no time to delay here. You were the ones who lured the Black Skull Universe pirates here. You have to take responsibility for this." Yun Ying appeared in the sky and glanced at the troublemakers below with a cold expression. He smiled coldly and reached out. Several of the loudest protesters were instantly plucked from the crowd. Before they could struggle, cries of agony echoed through the air. Ah! Those warriors exploded into a mist of blood, their bodies shattered in mid-air, disappearing in an instant. The people below dropped into silence like a graveyard, devoid of any sound. If you want to leave the 5 Burial Stars, I have no objections. But causing trouble here in the 5 Burial Stars, do you not know whose territory this is? Yun Ying's gaze was indifferent as he sneered. You? The people below stared at Yun Ying in a mix of shock and anger, but no one dared to speak out. Family head Yun Zhang, how do we resolve the matter with the Black Skull Universe pirates? You must give us a clear answer. Are we to keep waiting like this indefinitely? At this moment, a Universe Stage martial warrior stepped forward and spoke. Yes, the Black Skull Universe pirates must leave. How can we stay here at ease with them around? Seeing the Universe Stage martial warriors taking the lead, others chimed in. Several other Universe Stage martial warriors also stepped forward, representing various factions. Though not as powerful as the 5 major families, they were not to be underestimated. Yun Ying frowned, her gaze sweeping over those universe stage martial warriors. She seemed impatient and was about to speak. Enough. Suddenly, the figure of Yizang Bai showed up beside Yun Ying, saying, "You all know that we are in negotiations with the Black Skull Universe pirates. I believe there will be a resolution soon. Within 10 days, we will make the Black Skull Universe pirates withdraw. Please wait patiently for the news. But I hope you all can endure this together with us. After all, if the 5 burial stars fall, our family might only suffer some injuries, but the rest of you might not be so lucky." The faces of the universe stage martial warriors changed slightly. If the 5 burial stars were to fall, their families might truly face a catastrophe. The Black Skull Universe pirates was not to be trifled with. Whenever they captured a planet, the indigenous people suffered, and all wealth was looted. There were precedents for this. They couldn't escape now. They shared their fate with the 5 burial stars. They would either rise together or fall together. All right, 10 days, we can wait. But you must tell us how you plan to resolve this matter. We have the right to know, a universe stage martial warrior stated in a deep voice. No comment. Yizang Bai glanced at them and said, The universe stage martial warrior's expression turned unpleasant. He wanted to vent his anger, but noticing the indifferent gaze of Yun Ying beside him, he forcefully suppressed it and said, "Is there some hidden secret that needs to be concealed from everyone? I've said that we will resolve this matter. You just need to cooperate," Yizang Bai said indifferently. "I've spoken my piece. If you insist on causing trouble, don't blame our 5 families for being impolite." The faces of the crowd did not look good, but hearing Yizang Bai's resolute tone, they realized it was futile to say more. After some perfunctory words, they dispersed with a sense of unwillingness. Yizang Bai and Yun Ying noticed Wang Teng and the others in the distance and beckoned to them. Wang Teng and his group immediately went over. "Greetings, family heads?" Wang Teng bowed slightly. "Young friend, I apologize that you have to see this," Yizang Bai said. "It's just some timid people. Not worth mentioning." "I believe that you already have a solution," Wang Teng stated with a smile. "To be frank, we are currently in a deadlock. The other party refuses to give in." Yizang Bai glanced around and sighed. "Oh, have they proposed any conditions?" Wang Teng asked. "They want us to unconditionally release that young man with the black curved horns and then open above the 5 burial stars to them. This is something we cannot agree to under any circumstances," Yizang Bai explained. "They think that they have the 5 burial stars under their control." Wang Teng's eyes flickered, expressing his realization. Chapter 2282, 5 Burial, Ancestral Grounds. Request 1. In the vast space, at the center of the Black Skull Universe pirates fleet on the massive spaceship, a seemingly young boy stood in the control room, gazing at the 5 burial stars through a panoramic simulation. "How much time is left?" A flat and emotionless voice emanated from the lips of the young boy. "Sir, according to our estimation, there are approximately 3 days left." The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior who had earlier confronted the 5 major families spoke respectfully to the young boy. 3 days, the young boy murmured to himself, nodding slightly. "Continue negotiating with them until they agree. Yes." The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior acknowledged and hesitated before asking, "What about the Haishan Li?" "No need to worry. The 5 families must have sensed something by now. Otherwise, why would they be so arrogant yet submissive? They dare not do anything to Haishan Li," the young boy said casually. "I understand." The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's eyes flashed as he nodded. "You may leave now," the young man replied. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior respectfully bowed once again and left. After the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior left, the spacious control room fell into profound silence. Surrounding it were panoramic simulations of starry skies, dim and profound, with only the young boy standing there, hands behind his back. Elder Hui, after a moment, the young boy spoke. What is the highest realm of the eternal stage martial warrior in the five families? They're only eternal stage, Marquis. An ancient voice echoed from all around, the source unseen. Eternal stage, Marquis? The foundation of the five families is decent, the young boy calmly remarked. Although he mentioned decent, his expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't regard the eternal stage Marquis with any significance. The five families have already declined. In its prime, it was a united force, a formidable presence that traversed the vastness of the cosmos. The aged voice spoke slowly. Oh, the five families had such a history, the young boy asked in surprise. That was more than 1,000 eras ago, the aged voice continued. Back then, the five families produced a peerless genius who emerged harboring the essence of five small worlds within. He was considered invincible at the universe stage. Later, upon ascending to the eternal stage, he directly reached the status of an eternal stage ruler, shocking the entire universe. Even giant entities such as the Virtual Universe Corporation, the Mercenaries Alliance, and the Universe Bank extended their branches to him, offering high positions and endless wealth and resources, causing envy among others. Harboring the essence of five universe small worlds in his body, eternal stage ruler. A rare hint of surprise finally flickered across the young boy's normally calm face. He asked, "What happened later?" Afterward, he declined all offers, choosing not to join any organization. Instead, he returned alone to his birthplace, which is this Phantom Drift territorial domain, and founded the five burial stars. The aged voice continued. He declined? The young boy exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, he declined. He was a genius with immense ambitions, aspiring to reach the realm of the true God stage with his strength and not be bound by others. The aged voice carried a tinge of emotion, having no foundation. Becoming an eternal stage ruler was already a great fortune. Reaching the God stage afterward might not be as easy, the young boy remarked. While having five universe small worlds was powerful, ascending to the eternal stage would still become very challenging. Ascending to the realm of God would be even more difficult. That's why he ultimately perished, and no one in the five families has inherited his extraordinary talent, the aged voice explained. Why shouldn't talent be inheritable? The young boy asked curiously. His talent is quite peculiar. It's known as the five viscera talent. Each internal organ corresponds to a specific talent, giving rise to the five small worlds. However, among his first-generation descendants at most, they inherited one or two types of visceral talents. In the second generation, only one visceral talent remained. As bloodlines diluted, manifesting a singular talent became exceedingly difficult. The aged voice patiently explained. Over time, those possessing the five talents diverged, gradually forming the present five major families. So, this is how the five families came about. The young boy's expression turned curious, and he asked, "Does that mean there was never anyone in his descendants who could awaken all five talents simultaneously?" "Never," the aged voice asserted. "That's truly regrettable." The young boy shook his head and then asked, "Does this mean my current mission is related to this?" "Yes. It is rumored that the founder of the five families extracted his five eternal stage viscera and hid them in an extremely secretive space. Your task is to retrieve those five viscera," the aged voice explained. What? He left behind his own eternal stage viscera. The young boy exclaimed in surprise, "It's quite normal." His viscera represented his talents. Since there were no individuals with the same talents among his descendants, he must have felt regretful. Leaving his viscera behind was a way to offer a glimmer of hope to future generations, the aged voice said. Can his viscera reproduce those talents? The young boy seemed to have realized something, his gaze becoming somewhat fervent as he asked. Indeed, as long as you merge the talents of our clan with those five immortal viscera, you will possess the same talents as the five families' founder. Coupled with the inherent talents of our Haitian royal clan, you are sure to become the most formidable prodigy of the era, the aged voice declared. Chapter 2283, Five Burial Ancestral Grounds. Request. 2, those 5 eternal stage viscera are destined to be mine. The young boy's eyes gleamed with greed as he spoke. In 3 more days, that hidden space will open. The 5 families only know it's their ancestral land and have no idea what lies concealed within it. The aged voice chuckled. The 5 families have fallen to such a state. It seems they have no fate with those 5 eternal stage viscera. The young boy also laughed. Those 5 eternal stage viscera are destined to be mine, and they await my collection. Originally, according to our plan, it would have been easy to enter that hidden space. Unfortunately, Haishan Li unexpectedly lost to a youth who appeared from somewhere. The aged voice sighed. That youth managed to defeat Haishan Li. His strength is not bad, the young boy remarked indifferently. But it's nothing. I could crush him with one hand. He's certainly not your match. However, he interfered with our plans, and we cannot ignore that, the aged voice stated impassively. I'll kill him when the opportunity arises. It's just a trivial matter, the young boy said coldly. Yes, anyone who opposes our Haishan royal clan should not exist. The aged voice sounded extremely domineering, saying, now that Haishan Li has failed, we can only force the 5 burial stars into submission. When the ancestral land of the 5 families opens, if they still don't cooperate, I will personally step in. I believe they won't dare to resist. By then, you can enter with the cosmos stage prodigies of the 5 families. I'll leave it to you, Elder Hui, the young boy smiled. As long as you become the strongest prodigy of the era, everything I do will be worthwhile. The aged voice echoed in the control room, slowly fading away. 5 burial stars. Wang Teng followed Yizang Bai and the others into the ancestral land of the 5 families. Hengzang Chuan, Gizang Feng, and the others were all here. When they saw Yizang Bai bringing Wang Teng and the others over, they nodded slightly in acknowledgement. How is the situation outside? Hengzang Chuan asked, furrowing his brows. I told them to resolve it within 10 days, and for now they seem to have accepted. However, some have already noticed something is amiss, Yizang Bai replied. They're not stupid. Someone was bound to figure it out, Gizang Feng remarked. We must resolve this within 10 days. If the Black Skull Universe pirates don't withdraw, it will undoubtedly cause significant damage to our reputation on the 5 burial stars. In the future, our 5 burial stars might become a laughingstock throughout the entire Phantom Drift territorial domain, Shozang Liao stated. In just a few days, the news of the Black Skull Universe pirates besieging our 5 burial stars has probably spread throughout the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Yunzang Ying coldly said. Bang, Gizang Feng slammed his palm on the table and angrily said, The Black Skull Universe pirates are truly outrageous. They repeatedly challenge our bottom line. If necessary, let's fight them. Who cares if they are the Haishan royal clan? Calm down, Hengzang Chuan cast him a cold glance. Calm down. How can I stay calm when they've already ridden over our heads? Gizang Feng retorted. Our fleets from other regions will take at least another 10 days to arrive. If we go to war with them, we have no chance of winning. Yizang Bai sighed and said, Most importantly, the ancestor has forbidden us from taking action, and their eternal stage figure seems extremely formidable. Yizang Bai's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, plunging them into an eerie silence. The ancestral land is about to open. After a moment of silence, Hengzang Chuan suddenly spoke. With the current situation, how are we supposed to enter the ancestral land? Guizang Feng said with discontent. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 1,000 years, Yizang Bai said with a sigh. Damn it. Guizang Feng punched the table again. The ancestral land, Wang Teng looked at Yizang Xinuo beside him in surprise, feeling curious. Since they didn't hide it from him, it was intentional for him to know, however. He wasn't sure what they were planning. We, the 5 burial stars, have an ancestral land that opens once every 1,000 years. In 3 days, it will be time for the ancestral land to open, Yizang Xinuo explained. Where is this ancestral land of yours? Wang Teng nodded, suddenly intrigued, and asked. In the void at the center of the 5 burial stars, Yizang Xinwo replied. This, Wang Teng didn't know what to say. The 5 families seemed to be in quite a predicament, now that the outer void of the 5 burial stars was sealed off by the Black Skull Universe pirates. They probably couldn't even enter the ancestral land when it opened. We enter the ancestral land to obtain the inheritance of our ancestor, Yizang Xinwo said as she glanced at Yizang Bai and the others. Inheritance? Wang Teng was slightly stunned. Let me explain, Yizang Bai said. We suspect that the Black Skull Universe pirates are here for our ancestral land. Are you saying? Wang Teng's mind suddenly raced, surprised. All of this is a plot by the Black Skull Universe pirates. Yes, otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Hengzang Chuan nodded. Being the helmsman of the 5 major families, they were shrewd individuals, especially since the Black Skull Universe pirates refused to accept their mediation. They didn't believe that the motives were as simple as saving face. Coupled with the fact that the ancestral land was about to open, they had to consider the possibility. If it wasn't, then so be it. But if their suspicions were correct, they had to make some preparations. Chapter 2284, 5 Burial Ancestral Grounds. Request 3. For what purpose did you inform me of this? Wang Teng looked at them and asked. We want to ask you for a favor. Hengzang Chuan, Yizang Bai, and the others looked at each other and said, What kind of favor? Wang Teng asked calmly. Only Cosmos Stage martial warriors can enter the 5 burial ancestral land to receive the inheritance. If the other party wants to enter, they will undoubtedly send Cosmos Stage prodigies. However, our prodigies, including Shinuo and the others, are not a match for the Haishan royal clan's prodigies. Therefore, we would like to ask you to enter the ancestral land with us, escorting and protecting Xinuo and the others, Yizang Bai explained. Escort and protect? Wang Teng was speechless. Wasn't this just being a bodyguard? He hadn't expected them to ask him to be a bodyguard. He wondered whether they thought highly of him or underestimated him. Of course we won't let you help for nothing, Yizang Bai continued. Inside our 5 burial ancestral land, there are some inheritances. If you can obtain them, they will be yours. It all depends on your luck. Besides, don't you want the 5 burial token? As long as you bring Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, Yunzang Shao, Xinnuo, and Kaiyun out safely, we'll give you the other half of the 5 burial token in the future. You will be the most esteemed guest of our 5 burial star, Hengzang Chuan said. Wang Teng was tempted. To be honest, they were offering quite a lot. Their sincerity was evident. However, he couldn't agree to help them so easily. Moreover, the opponents could very well be the prodigies of the Haishan royal clan, possibly even stronger than the black-horned youth. This was not an easy task. Cough, well, Wang Teng cleared his throat, wearing a slightly troubled expression. Young friend, if you feel something is not right, please speak up, Hengzang Chuan said. The opponent is likely to be the prodigies of the Haishan royal clan. If I take action again, I'm afraid it will offend them too much. Wang Teng pretended to hesitate. Forgive me for being straightforward. You have already offended them before and even disrupted their plans. If my guess is correct, they initially intended to forcibly seize our 5 burial stars by taking advantage of the situation with the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates. As per the Haishan royal clan style, they probably won't let you go easily, Hengzang Chuan explained. In that case, I guess I should run away quickly, Wang Teng said with a timid expression. Hengzang Mo and the others were speechless. This guy wasn't like this when he fought the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates before. Seeing his appearance, Yizang Xinuo and Shozang Taiyun also felt speechless. They didn't believe that he was afraid of trouble. Well, how about this? We will add another 100 chaos coins. What do you think? This is our bottom line. If you still don't want to get involved in this mess, we won't insist. Hengzang Chuan shook his head and said, If you don't want to tread this muddy water, we won't force you. Alas, forget it, forget it. Since I've already offended the Haishan royal clan, I can only stand on the same front with 5 burial stars. Don't worry, I will do my best to help. Wang Teng sighed as if going through an extremely complicated thought process before making a decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "Please don't misunderstand. It's not for the 100 chaos coins. It's mainly because I have no way out." The corners of Hengzhang Chuan and the others' lips twitched. Who would believe him? "Young friend, we're glad you're willing to help." Yizhang Bai said with a smile. "I can only do my best," Wang Teng said. "I can't guarantee that I can definitely beat the prodigies of the Haishan royal clan. Just do your best," Hengzhang Chuan said. He also knew that this matter couldn't be forced. Talented martial warriors capable of contending with the prodigies of the Haishan royal clan, like Wang Teng, were too rare. Finding one was already considered very lucky. Why hasn't the representative from the Academy Arbitration Association arrived yet? If he comes, we can deal with the situation more confidently. If the Haishan royal clan wants to dominate the younger generation of our 5 burial stars, they should pay some price. Gizang Feng suddenly said, "As the counselor of the Stellar Academies, there's no need to be afraid of the Haishan royal clan." Yizhang Bai nodded. "Even if he comes, he probably won't be able to enter 5 burial stars." Shouzang Liao sighed. Hengzhang Chuan, Yizhang Bai, and the others were extremely helpless. They never expected that one day they would actually look forward to the arrival of that counselor. It was truly a twist of fate. Unintentional words might carry significant meanings, and hearing their conversation, Wang Teng suddenly had an interesting idea in his mind. Chapter 2285, 6 Major Factions of the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Various Movements. 1. Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. The news of 5 burial stars being besieged quickly spread, drawing the attention of many major forces. As the saying goes, wherever there is conflict, there will undoubtedly be the war correspondents of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Well, colloquially known as paparazzi. In reality, no one knew which individuals secretly disseminated information on behalf of the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, the Virtual Universe Corporation always managed to get the latest information and disseminate it promptly. The Phantom Drift Territorial Domain was home to 6 major dominant forces: 5 burial stars, Shadow Fortress, Azure Sky Island, Golden Peak City, the Longlappa Empire, and finally, the Universe Pirates. Among the Universe Pirates, the strongest were Red Dragon, Black Skull, and White Knight. These 3 pirate groups made other major forces wary, and they dared not easily provoke them. Simultaneously, these forces sought to eliminate the 3 major pirate groups, but the Universe Pirates, not only powerful but also as cunning as foxes, were challenging to pin down. While the other forces had fixed territories governing entire star systems, the Universe Pirates lacked a fixed domain. They roamed through various star domains in the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, making wherever they went their domain. By the time others discovered the tracks of the Universe Pirates, they might have already relocated. It could be said that the unique nature of the Universe Pirates contributed to their status as one of the 6 major forces in the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Of course, it was likely that only a turbulent place like the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain could breed such powerful entities as the 3 major pirate groups, Azure Sky Island. This was a massive floating island suspended in the starry sky, boasting an area even larger than a supergiant life-bearing planet. In the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, the Azure Sky Island was considered a marvel. The environment here was significantly better than that of 5 burial stars. Spring occurred all year round, with abundant forces of various elements and countless precious treasures. This favorable environment had given rise to many powerful warriors and attracted numerous foreign martial warriors to settle here. However, gaining entry into Azure Sky Island was no easy feat. All external martial warriors had to undergo rigorous screening, and their talents and qualifications were assessed before being acknowledged by Azure Sky Island, allowing them to settle within. 5 Burial Stars is besieged by the Black Skull Universe pirates. Ha ha ha, they truly deserve it. At this moment, upon hearing the news of 5 Burial Stars being besieged, the people of Azure Sky Island couldn't help but burst into laughter, reveling in schadenfreude. The forces of 5 Burial Stars and Azure Sky Island were adjacent, and over the years they had numerous conflicts. Now, witnessing 5 Burial Star trapped in such a predicament, they naturally felt a sense of satisfaction. Similarly pleased were the members of the Longlapa Empire, which also shared borders with 5 Burial Stars. The Longlapa Empire held a status in the Phantom Drift territorial domain similar to that of the Great Qian Empire in the Luguang territorial domain, both being high-level civilizations with vast territories and countless powerful individuals under their command. These empires were forces to be reckoned with. On the other hand, entities like Golden Peak City and Shadow Fortress observed the situation with detachment. They had little connection with 5 Burial Stars and were not significantly affected by the conflict. However, they couldn't help but wonder why the Black Skull Universe pirates would besiege 5 Burial Stars. Meanwhile, the news circulating outside claimed that 5 Burial Stars had captured the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates as a slave, a story many found implausible. Would the heir of the Black Skull Universe pirates be foolish enough to be captured and enslaved? This was a little ridiculous, unfortunately. They couldn't fathom what the Black Skull Universe pirates were truly after. Within the divine kingdom of the Longlapa Empire, a figure enshrouded in divine radiance sat high on a divine throne. A majestic and solemn voice emanated. Yaheng, pay a visit to 5 Burial Stars and bring Shelley with you. Yes, below the divine throne, a group of universe stage martial warriors and even eternal stage beings stood among them. One martial warrior stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Before long, an eternal-level spacecraft bearing the emblem of the Longlapa Empire departed from the main star of the Empire, heading towards 5 Burial Stars. That looks like Duke Yaheng's spacecraft. Where is he going? That direction seems to be 5 Burial Stars. It seems the situation with the besieged 5 Burial Stars is not as simple as it appears. Even Duke Yaheng is going there. Many people noticed the departure of this eternal-level spacecraft and began discussing it fervently. The Shadow Fortress was located in an extremely secretive space, seldom discovered by outsiders. As an assassination organization, it specialized in dealing with various dark affairs, boasting a reputation even more sinister than the Universe Pirates. Among the 5 major forces, the one even the Universe Pirates hesitated to provoke was undoubtedly the Shadow Fortress. Even the 3 major pirate groups held a considerable fear of the Shadow Fortress. The strength of the Shadow Fortress was comparable to that of 5 Burial Stars, Golden Peak City, and Azure Sky Island. However, the real core members remained unknown to the public. This was what people feared about the Shadow Fortress. As long as their core remained concealed, no one could touch them. These core members handled all the dark affairs for the Shadow Fortress, and they even collaborated with various forces. Moreover, their operations extended far beyond the Phantom Drift territorial domain. At this moment, within the hidden fortress, a dark and ancient castle, a voice echoed, "Shadow Jade King, take a few prodigies and head to 5 Burial Stars." Huh. Inside the dimly lit castle, a figure slowly opened his eyes in the darkness and spoke in a chilly and skeptical voice. Chapter 2286, 6 Major Factions of the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Various Movements. 2. Why? You'll know when you get there. Bring along Shadow 9 and Shadow 11. The voice echoed once again from the depths of the Shadow Fortress. The figure said nothing more, its gaze flickering thoughtfully. Before long, an ancient warship emerged from the depths of the castle, leaving the hidden space and heading towards the direction of 5 Burial Stars. Simultaneously, representatives from Golden Peak City and Azure Sky Island, each accompanied by their prodigies, were also en route to 5 Burial Stars. In a particular region of the starry expanse, a massive fleet slowly advanced through the void like ethereal specters. Suddenly, a ship separated from this fleet and soared directly towards 5 burial stars. If anyone were present, they would observe a red dragon emblem on each battleship of this fleet. This fleet was none other than the Red Dragon Universe pirates, one of the 3 major pirate groups in another desolate and scarcely visited starry region. A colossal fleet emerged. They were engaged in besieging a terrifying universe behemoth. The universe behemoth resembled a giant wolverine, massive yet emaciated, coiled in the void, its monstrous tail swung, seizing a planet and hurling it mercilessly toward the distant fleet. Boom! A horrifying force emanated from one of the battleships, producing a tremendous roar. In an instant, the planet was shattered, reduced to countless cosmic particles that dispersed into the void. Following that, a figure appeared atop the battleship, wielding a war blade. With a gentle swipe, the figure cleaved through the wolverine-like cosmic behemoth. Boom! Sweeping through the void, the blade left behind terrifying spatial rifts. Wherever it passed, space ruptured, giving birth to horrendous fissures with powerful suction forces emanating from them. Roar! The wolverine-like cosmic behemoth opened its massive jaws, emitting a roar that shook the cosmos. Its eyes glinted with ferocious and cunning light as its razor-sharp claws swung. A golden claw energy erupted from its sharp claws. Boom! The blade and the sharp claw energy clashed violently, causing a tidal wave of force that swept in all directions. The surrounding starry expanse couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact, instantly rupturing into countless explosions of light. After the radiance dissipated, the formidable wolverine-like cosmic behemoth had vanished. Damn it, it escaped again. A furious roar echoed from the blade-wielding warrior. A creature of such colossal proportions had silently disappeared, truly unexpected. Enough, Cher. Don't bother with the star beast. Go to 5 burial stars. A voice resonated from within a massive ship at the center of the fleet. Go to 5 burial stars? The martial warrior was slightly stunned, questioning with surprise. Boss, why go to 5 burial stars? Those black skull guys are there. I may not fear them, but I don't want to deal with those disgusting guys. Something is amiss with 5 burial stars. We need you to check it out, the voice calmly stated. All right, since you're asking, Cher will go check it out. The blade-wielding figure reluctantly agreed. Take Zuogu with you. He'll accompany you, the voice instructed. Zuogu is going too. Cher was even more surprised, scratching his chin and saying, Looks like I'm just going to be a bystander. Before long, a spacecraft flew out from the fleet and departed from this remote starry region, 5 burial stars. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the negotiations between 5 burial stars and the Black Skull Universe pirates were still ongoing. Although the leaders of the 5 families had sensed the Black Skull Universe pirates' intentions, they neither made it clear nor agreed to any demands. The 2 sides continued to engage in negotiations. Even Wang Teng, after several days of interaction with them, had no clue about the real intentions of the leaders of the 5 families. However, based on Wang Teng's interactions with them over the past few days, the family head wasn't the type to suffer losses. They seemed to be waiting for the opening of the ancestral land to make other arrangements. In such an atmosphere, the day of the ancestral land opening finally arrived. Wang Teng and others gathered and arrived at the ancestral land of the 5 major families. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, Yunzang Shao, and the others also came. Many talented warriors from the 5 major families followed behind Hengzang Mo and the others, appearing quite obedient. Among them was the young girl from the Gizang family, Gizang Zhu, who had previously been at the 5 Burials Hotel. She stood in the crowd, her eyes rolling around as if searching for something interesting. She seemed like a restless girl when she saw Wang Teng and others arriving. Her eyes lit up. She wanted to approach, but Gizang Yan grabbed the collar of her clothes and pulled her back. Brother Gizang Yan, what are you doing? Gizang Zhu turned her head, looking at Gizang Yan with a pitiful expression, and asked, No, you can't go, Gizang Yan said indifferently. Why, Gizangju struggled a bit and asked defiantly. The old man told me to keep an eye on you. You can only follow me, Gizangyan said. We're not even inside the ancestral land yet, and there's no danger, Gizangju said. From now on, you must obey my orders to prevent you from running wild when you enter the ancestral land, Gizangyan said. I heard that Sister Kayun seems to be ignoring you these days and has been following Hanju. They even live together. Are you jealous? Gizangju seemed to think of something and said teasingly. Don't think I won't dare to hit you, Gizangyan said with a stiff expression. Tisk, why hit me? Gizangju pursed her lips and said, All right, I won't go over. Put me down. Gizangyan glanced at her, released his grip, and she almost stumbled, earning him an eye roll from the young girl. By the way, Brother Gizangyan, do you want me to go over and help you say a few good words, maybe smooth things over for you? After all, Hanju is just an outsider. You've had such a deep friendship for many years. Maybe if I speak up, Sister Kayun will come to her senses. In no time, Gizangju approached again and secretly transmitted her voice. Do you have a way? Gizangyan asked skeptically. Of course, I'm also a woman. I understand women the best, Gizangju said, patting her chest. Cuff. Gizangyan cleared his throat and said earnestly, Forget it. If you want to go, just go. I won't stop you, but after entering the ancestral land, you must return to my side. Okay. I promise to listen to you. Gizangju grinned, then turned and ran towards Yizang Shinuo and the others. She muttered, Poor Brother Gizangyan, how can childhood sweethearts resist the allure of the sudden appearance of a handsome young man? Besides, you're not really childhood sweethearts. Although she thought so, she still planned to help Gizangyan. After all, he was her big brother, and she couldn't help outsiders. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Yizang Shinuo and Shozan Kayun, so she naturally hoped that Gizangyan could marry one of them. Sister Shinuo, Sister Kayun. Gizangju ran to Yizang Shinuo and the others and called out affectionately while thinking about what to do. What were you talking about with Gizangyan just now? Shozan Kayun rubbed her head and asked, Nothing? Gizangju hurriedly put on a harmless expression and denied it. Entering the ancestral land is dangerous, so be careful. It's best to stay close to us. Shozan Kayun didn't care too much and reminded her. Okay. Gizangju nodded repeatedly. I'm most afraid of death. I'll definitely stick with you and not run around, you little troublemaker. Shozan Kayun sighed with a smile. Is this Brother Hanju? Gizangju chuckled, her gaze falling on Wang Teng, asking, Brother Han is an esteemed guest of our 5 families. This time he will enter the ancestral land with us. Yizang Shinuo explained softly. Brother Han is also going into the ancestral land. Gizangju was stunned. Yes, this was arranged by the several family heads. Inside the ancestral land he will assist us, Yizang Shinuo said. Chapter 2287. Dawn. 1. Yizang Shinuo, Hengzang Mo, and the other prodigies knew that Wang Teng was going to enter the 5 burials' ancestral land, but the others didn't. Now, as the ancestral land was about to open, there was no need for further concealment. Gizangju seemed hesitant as she said, But that is our ancestral land, no Erm. At this point, she immediately closed her mouth, realizing that talking about outsiders right in front of them might not be appropriate. No worries, I am indeed an outsider, Wang Teng said with a faint smile. Gizangju looked at his smile, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. In close proximity, Brother Han was really handsome. No wonder. Sister Jinuo and Sister Kayun were willing to stay by his side. Brother Gizangyan looked a bit plain in comparison. Gizangyan didn't know what Gizangju was thinking at the moment, or else he would have rushed over to drag her back. The situation is special this time, Yizang Jinuo explained. Oh. Gizangju nodded in a daze. She didn't pay much attention to the major affairs of the family and didn't want to. The more outstanding brothers and sisters above her had it covered. She just wanted to be a happy little princess. Not long after, Hengzang Chuang, Yizang Bai, and the other family heads appeared. Looking at the people below, they solemnly said, "Today is the day the ancestral land opens." Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, and the talented warriors of the 5 major families looked toward the 5 family heads. But this time, the opening of the ancestral land is different from before. The Black Skull Universe pirates besieged our 5 burial stars under the pretext of revenge. Their true purpose, however, is to enter our ancestral land. With these words, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Before this, they had never thought that the Black Skull Universe pirates intended to enter their ancestral land. At this moment, besides the talented warriors of the 5 major families, there were also many martial warriors from other forces present. The timing of the opening of the ancestral land was so peculiar that they naturally came to watch, curious to see how the 5 families would resolve this matter. Unexpectedly, they heard such explosive news. Hengzang Chuan's gaze swept across the surroundings, a fleeting cold smile on his lips. Then he revealed a face of sorrow and indignation, continuing, "To force the Black Skull Universe pirates to retreat, our families can only make sacrifices today and allow them to enter the ancestral land." The people around, upon hearing this statement, were all slightly stunned. Allowing the Black Skull Universe pirates to enter the ancestral land was undoubtedly a massive insult. How could the 5 families be willing to make such a significant sacrifice? Many found it hard to believe. The 5 families were not known for their altruism. When would they sacrifice their interests for others? Something seemed off. Moreover, Hengzang Chuan spoke again. "We have made a decision. Anyone present today who is a Cosmos Stage warrior has the opportunity to enter our ancestral land. Whatever opportunities you obtain inside, you can take with you." "What?" In an instant, everyone was shocked. Hengzang Chuan's words were like the explosion of an underwater bomb, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their minds struggling to keep up. Even Wang Teng was momentarily stunned. The 5 families were too daring. He immediately understood the family's plan. Since they couldn't stop the Black Skull Universe pirates from entering the ancestral land, they decided to let everyone in. Once inside, these individuals would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the members of the Black Skull Universe pirates. Regardless of their motives, the chances of success would be greatly reduced. The 5 families seemed to be taking drastic measures. No, that's not right. Wang Teng's eyes flickered with insight, instantly realizing many things. It seems that the opportunities inside are not so easily obtained. Perhaps one needs the bloodline of the 5 families to gain the core inheritance. He suddenly thought of the family's talents. The core inheritance of the 5 families must be related to their talents. In this case, other martial warriors would only gain some peripheral opportunities, which wouldn't significantly impact the 5 families. Quite a scheme. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, shaking his head. "I should have thought of this earlier, considering I've already gained their talents and martial techniques, but I've already obtained their talents, as well as the family's battle techniques and scriptures. There doesn't seem to be any inheritance worth taking, right?" Suddenly, he realized he had already reaped the benefits, and this so-called ancestral inheritance might not be particularly enticing for him. "Fortunately, I still have that half of the 5 burial token and 100 chaos coins, or else I would have suffered a big loss this time," Wang Teng muttered to himself. At this moment, the people around also snapped out of their daze, their eyes revealing greed. Some even directly asked aloud, "Family head Hengzang, is it true that any Cosmos Stage warrior present can enter your ancestral land?" "Of course," Hengzang Chuan nodded. "I've said it in front of so many people. Could it be false?" "Great. The 5 major families are indeed generous. Rest assured. This time we will firmly stand on your side and face the difficulties together with you. Yes, absolutely not allowing the Black Skull Universe pirates to gain any advantage." The crowd suddenly erupted into cheers, with some expressing loyalty and pledging to stand with the 5 major families against the Black Skull Universe pirates, these fools getting sold and still helping them to count the money. Wang Teng looked sympathetically at the people around him. Chapter 2288, Dawn 2. Good. With your words, the sacrifices made by us are worthwhile. A trace of mockery flashed across Heng Zhangchuan and the others' eyes as they laughed. Please follow me. As the words fell, Heng Zhangchuan and the others took the lead, flying towards the starry sky. The people below immediately followed, afraid of missing the best opportunity for the opening of the ancestral land. Let's go too, Yizang Jinnuo said. All right. Wang Teng nodded, flying into the universe with the others. The star concealing array opened a huge gap, and Heng Zhangchuan and the others led the crowd, flying out and into space. The members of the Black Skull Universe pirates remained motionless. Their warships still floated quietly in the void. Heng Zhangchuan glanced at them, turned expressionless, and looked at Yizang Bai, Shozang Liao, and others nodding. The few of them instantly dispersed. They each flew towards the 5 planets, with Heng Zhangchuan appearing above the 5th burial star, Yizang Bai, Shozang Liao, Gizang Feng, and others also flashed, appearing above their respective families' corresponding planets. Universe stage martial warriors were extremely fast. Even though there was a considerable distance between the 5 planets, for them, it was just a matter of a breath. The next moment they took out an ancient token and infused it with force. The token immediately emitted a radiant light, and mysterious runes appeared, making the token look even more peculiar. All eyes were fixed on the actions of the 5 family heads, and there was a subtle excitement in their hearts. Today, they also had the opportunity to explore the ancestral land of the 5 major families. If they could gain some opportunities, it would be a tremendous boon for these warriors. The light on the token was initially very faint, but it gradually became extremely bright, shining like a small star, and radiating a brilliant glow in no time. Swoosh. Suddenly, a yellow light burst forth from the token in Heng Zhangchuan's hand. This yellow light shot directly towards the token held by Shozang Liao. Upon landing, a golden light erupted from Shozang Liao's token, rushing toward the token held by Yun Zhang Ying. Next, a blue light shot out from Yun Zhang Ying's token, heading towards the token held by Yizang Bai. A green light emanated from Yizang Bai's token, rushing towards the token held by Gizang Feng. Immediately after, a red light burst forth. In an instant, the tokens in the hands of the 5 family heads were connected by beams of light of different colors, forming a giant circle. This strange scene left everyone wide-eyed, feeling quite astonished, the 5 elements generating each other. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, but it didn't end there. When the tokens were connected by beams of light of different colors, more beams of light shot out from their tokens, interweaving and forming a hexagram. What is this? Wang Teng's heart trembled slightly as he looked towards the center of the hexagram. His spatial perception sensed a peculiar spatial fluctuation. Boom. At this moment, a buzzing sound echoed in the void. The hexagram shone brightly, and waves of fluctuations appeared in the central area of the hexagram. They spread out like ripples. After a moment, a dimensional rift appeared in that area, and rich force fluctuations emanated from within the rift. The ancestral land is open. A loud shout suddenly echoed from Heng Zhangchuan. On the spaceship of the Black Skull Universe pirates, the young man in the control room watched this scene, a hint of excitement appearing on his lips. The 5 eternal stage viscera. I'm coming? Wait. A hoary voice suddenly echoed from all around, causing the young man to slightly pause. What's going on? He asked, furrowing his brow. Someone is coming. The aged voice sighed. Never expected that the 5 major families would play such a trick on us. The young man's brow furrowed even deeper as he looked towards the outer space. Ha ha ha! A hearty laughter echoed from the void. A spatial fluctuation occurred in one area, and then a spaceship appeared before everyone. What is that? People were surprised to see the spaceship, their expressions frozen. The Long Lapa Empire's spacecraft. Someone immediately recognized the emblem on the ship. Isn't that the Duke Yeheng of the Long Lapa Empire? Why is he here? What Duke Yeheng? Is that Duke Yeheng? With the pinnacle strength of a universe lord, he is rumored to be an extremely formidable figure in the Long Lapa Empire. That's right, it's him. Discussions spread around, echoing in the void. The Long Lapa Empire, Wang Teng's eyes shone brightly. Before coming to the Phantom Drift territorial domain, he had thoroughly researched the forces here. Thus, the Long Lapa Empire was not unfamiliar to him. "Why are they here?" Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. "They were probably notified by the 5 families," Wang Teng speculated. "The 5 families are ruthless," Round Ball realized, sighing, "not only cruel to others, but also to themselves." "Indeed," Wang Teng chuckled. The spacecraft stopped nearby and 2 figures walked out. One of them was a middle-aged man with a square face, and the other was a handsome young man with an exceptionally noble temperament. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the young man. The man's aura was somewhat similar to Yu Yangshan's. Could he be the prince of the Long Lapa Empire? Chapter 2289, Dawn 3. "Family heads, we didn't arrive too late, did we?" The middle-aged man looked at Hengzang Chuan and the others, smiling as he inquired. "Just in time," Hengzang Chuan smiled. While they were talking, there were more fluctuations in the distant void. A spacecraft bearing the emblem of a red dragon appeared in the starry sky. The Red Dragon Universe Pirates. Someone exclaimed, evidently recognizing their identity immediately. The spacecraft's hatch opened, and 2 figures walked out. One was a lean man with eyes of deep green, emitting a chilling aura that made him appear like a menacing wolf, fixated on its prey. The other was a young man with long red hair, a robust physique, and a bare arm adorned with a large red dragon tattoo. "Pearson, you came too," a voice echoed from another side of the void. The speaker wasn't anyone present, and the void fluctuated again. Another spacecraft appeared bearing a triangular flag with a unique design composed of black and white. The White Knight Universe Pirates. Someone couldn't help but groan. The 3 major universe pirates had gathered today. Although it wasn't their main fleet that arrived, just a single spacecraft, it still felt awe-inspiring and unbelievable. Is this the White Knight Universe Pirates? Wang Teng's gaze shifted from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates to the ship of the White Knight Universe Pirates. Especially when he saw the distinctive flag, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "It's indeed the White Knight Universe Pirates," Round Ball said. "What does that flag mean?" Wang Teng asked. "I don't know. Perhaps it holds some special meaning," Round Ball said. 2 figures emerged from the White Knight Universe Pirates spacecraft, one large and one small. The Universe Stage Martial Warrior was carrying a battle blade, and beside him was an extremely indifferent young man. "Cher, it's you." The lean man from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates squinted his eyes slightly and spoke. "Ha ha, are you shocked to see me?" Cher sneered. "Haven't had a good fight in a while, feeling a bit itchy," Pearson said. "I don't want to fight you today, but if you insist, I'll accompany you to the end." Cher looked towards the dimensional rift at the center of the hexagram and said, "Is this the ancestral land of the 5 major families? Can we enter now? The ancestral land has opened and all Cosmos Stage martial warriors are allowed to enter," Hengzang Chuan said. "Good, Zuogu, you go." Cher patted the shoulder of the young man beside him and said, "What's the rush?" "Not everyone has arrived yet," Pearson said. Cher looked around impatiently and said, "These people are too slow. Why are they not here yet?" Everyone was speechless. "You weren't very early either. Hey, isn't that Duke Yaheng? Long time no see." Cher suddenly fixed his gaze on the 2 figures from the Long Lapa Empire in the distance, as if he had just noticed them, and said with a light exclamation, "Cher, how dare you appear in front of me?" Duke Yaheng snorted. "What's there to be afraid of? You can't kill me anyway," Cher grinned. If it weren't for the inappropriate circumstances today, I would fight with you," Duke Yaheng said coldly. "Haven't seen you in so many years. I wonder how your strength has improved." Cher laughed. "Enough to kill you," Duke Yaheng replied. The two of them bantered back and forth, but in reality they were just exchanging words and had no real intention of starting a fight. They had come with a mission today, and naturally the mission took precedence and they wouldn't rashly engage in combat. Observing this scene, Heng Chuan and the others couldn't help but sneer. Let them make a fuss. The bigger, the better. They had gathered the 6 major forces of the Phantom Drift territorial domain here to create chaos and trouble for the Black Skull Universe pirates. These forces all had their grievances, and although they would endure for the sake of entering the ancestral land, the younger generation entering the land would not peacefully coexist. Conflict was inevitable. Those two should be the prodigies of the Red Dragon Universe pirates and the White Knight Universe pirates. Yizang Jinwo looked at the two young men in the distance, her expression turning serious. Zuo Gu. I've heard of him. He once took action to kill a Heaven Stage martial warrior in the 3rd stage, Heng Mo added, looking at the young man from the White Knight Universe pirates, his voice solemn. 3rd level Heaven Stage. The expressions of Yizang Shinnuo and the others changed slightly. We can also kill a Heaven Stage 3rd level warrior. No need to fear him, Gizang Yan snorted. Who are those two from the Red Dragon Universe pirates? Wang Teng asked. That young man is called Qi Yi. Yunzang Shao suddenly said, I've encountered him before. He is extremely ruthless and once destroyed a merchant team with 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors, killing without mercy. He single-handedly defeated 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors? Heng Mo frowned. Yes, Yunzang Shao nodded. It seems like another formidable opponent. Shozang Taiyun shook her head and added, Are we playing too big this time? Things have come to this point, and talking about it won't change anything, Yizang Shinnuo said. Soon, more forces arrived one after another. While these forces were not part of the 6 major forces, they still carried considerable weight. Look, it's a spacecraft from Gold Peak City. Half an hour later, an exclamation rang out, and everyone turned to look. A luxurious golden spacecraft flew out from the void and slowly stopped nearby. Chapter 2290, Dawn 4. That spacecraft. Wang Teng gazed at the distant ship, feeling a bit speechless. It was too extravagant, resembling a golden palace. This is the usual style of the Golden Peak City. Yizang Jinnuo shook her head beside him. Courting popularity, Heng Mo scoffed. People from the Azure Sky Island have also arrived. Shozang Kaiyun suddenly looked to the other side of the void and spoke. An emerald spacecraft flew out, arriving behind the Golden Peak City spacecraft, causing another round of exclamations. Only the Shadow Fortress is left. Yizang Jinnuo surveyed the surroundings and said, Shadow Fortress. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was quite interested in this force, which seemed like an assassin organization shrouded in mystery. It's here. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the distant void. An ancient warship emerged from the dark void, slowly appearing before everyone. A sense of ancient, chilling aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Compared to the grand entrances of the other major forces, the arrival of the Shadow Fortress seemed exceptionally eerie, as if it had quietly appeared without anyone noticing. When Wang Teng noticed the ancient warship's appearance, the others only realized what was happening after him. Then their gazes turned wary as they looked in that direction. The Shadow Fortress. This force gave many people a spine-chilling feeling. Even Pearson and Cher, the 2 Universe Stage figures from the Universe pirate groups, looked solemnly at the Shadow Fortress's warship. It's an ancient warship. Wang Teng examined the warship, its runes making him feel remarkably familiar, causing him to exclaim in surprise. It seems the Shadow Fortress is even more mysterious than we imagined, Roundball commented. To possess an ancient warship indicates substantial background, Wang Teng said. The 6 major forces of the Phantom Drift territorial domain gathering here is an honor for us. Suddenly, Heng Chuan spoke up. You are making quite a splash this time. A middle-aged beauty walked out of the Azure Sky Island spacecraft lightly laughing. Bi Chunro. Yizang Bai squinted slightly, looking at the woman. Don't look at me like that. If you didn't know better, you'd think I stole your man. Bi Chunro laughed. You shameless woman. Yizang Bai coldly retorted. Is this how your families treat guests? Bi Chunro's expression turned slightly cold. Cough. Guests are guests. We're honored to have the Azure Sky Island here. Hengzang Chuan coughed awkwardly. Yizang Bai snorted but prioritized the overall situation, refraining from further words. Enough of this chit-chat, since everyone is here. Let's quickly enter the ancestral land, Cher said impatiently. All right, no more nonsense. Please enter the 5 burials ancestral land, Hengzang Chuan said with a forced smile. Cher Pearson and the others immediately glinted in their eyes. They instructed the youth beside them before preparing to send them into the 5 burials ancestral land. Members of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, aren't you going to show yourselves? At this moment, Hengzang Chuan turned to the Black Skull Universe Pirates in the distance. Everyone's gaze shifted to the fleet of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. Ha ha, a laughter echoed. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior appeared in the void again, accompanied by a teenager who looked no more than 15 or 16. Since the 5 burial families have extended such a warm invitation, we might as well join the festivities, said the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior. A tinge of suppressed anger flashed in the eyes of Hengzang Chuan and the others. They silently cursed the shamelessness of their opponent. If it weren't for the Haishan royal clan, they wouldn't have been forced into such a predicament. Yet the other party looked as though it had nothing to do with them. This was infuriating. However, when their gazes fell on the young boy by his side, they couldn't help but feel a shock. Despite appearing as nothing more than a Cosmos stage martial warrior, the boy gave them an inexplicable sense of unreadability. Could this young boy be the prodigy of the Haishan royal clan? Wang Teng's eyes also landed on the young boy. His eyebrows slightly raised, the boy seemed to notice his gaze, looked over and revealed a face of extreme indifference. His eyes carried a disdainful coldness as if looking at an insignificant ant. Hey, interesting. A slight smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. He no longer paid attention to the young boy and turned his gaze towards the depths of the void, muttering to himself, It's time for me to make an appearance. As soon as this thought occurred, another disturbance appeared in the distant void. A jet-black, fierce-looking universe-level spacecraft emerged before the crowd. What day is it today? Such a lively scene. A handsome young man with black hair stepped out of the spacecraft, looking around curiously. Chapter 2291. Counselor. 1. The surroundings fell into a momentary silence. The sudden appearance of the black-haired youth left many people perplexed. Who was he? He seemed quite at ease, and those unfamiliar with him might mistake him for one of the long-established prodigies in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared there was no such figure. Kid, who are you? Pearson, from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates, stared at Wang Teng with his emerald green eyes, showing genuine interest. As a Cosmos stage martial warrior, Wang Teng remained calm and composed in front of so many powerhouses, displaying no signs of panic. This suggested he was not an ordinary warrior. You are Counselor Wang Teng, from a distance. Hengzang Chuan seemed to have recognized him. His expression changed slightly as he suddenly spoke. Having seen Wang Teng's image, even though it was only a projection left by someone else, anyone who had seen him would likely find it hard to forget. After all, a handsome young man like him would leave a lasting impression, even on other men. Returning to the topic, Han Zhu also had good looks, but compared to Counselor Wang Teng, it seemed like he fell a bit short. Counselor? Hengzang Chuan's words stunned the people around, and then they quickly realized. Their expressions changed as they all turned their gazes to Wang Teng. The only person who could be called a counselor was the counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association. These people from the 6 major factions weren't unfamiliar with this. they instantly recalled Wang Teng's identity. While the prodigies from various factions were not particularly concerned about this young man, upon hearing that Wang Teng was a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association, their eyes suddenly became solemn. Whether it was Shelley from the Long Lapa Empire, Chi Yi from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates, or Zuogu from the White Knight Universe Pirates, they all looked at Wang Teng. Two figures stepped out of the golden spacecraft of the Golden Peak City, dressed in luxurious attire. Surprisingly, it was a pair of fat men, both shining with a comical golden glow. The smaller of the two chubby men looked at Wang Teng with curiosity. The woman named Bachunru from the Azure Sky Island had a young girl behind her who also looked at Wang Teng. At the same time, even the young man from the Black Skull Universe Pirates furrowed his brow, his gaze falling on Wang Teng. To become a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association with the strength of the Cosmos stage, he had to be taken seriously. He's that counselor? In the distance, Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others looked at Wang Teng with grave expressions. Why did he have to come at this time? Hengzang Mo frowned on the other side. Wang Teng, posing as Han Ju, couldn't help but glance at him. This silly boy, of course, came just to join in the fun. Tracy, standing behind Wang Teng, saw the other Wang Teng in the distance. Her eyes widened with disbelief. Was he really that counselor? But he is right in front of me. How come there's another one over there? Tracy looked at the Wang Teng in front of her, then at the one in the distance. Although the two didn't share the same appearance, she was well aware that the one in front of her originally looked like that. The only difference was the change in appearance. For a moment, she was puzzled. Timing couldn't be better, Yizang Jinuo said, his eyes flickering. Yes, perfect timing, Yunzang Zhao added. A counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association might pose a threat to the Haishan royal clan. Can he? This counselor may not be stronger than us. The previous counselors were all taken down by the prodigious warriors from our 5 burial stars. Shuzang Kaiyun shook her head. It's mainly because of his identity. It should cause some trouble for the Haishan royal clan, Yizang Jinuo explained. It's even better if the people from the Haishan royal clan kill him. It not only saves us trouble, but also makes them offend the Stellar Academy. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Yunzang Zhao casually remarked. Wang Teng glanced at him, surprised by his dark side. True, let's pass this trouble on to the Haishan royal clan and let them worry about it, Hengzang Mo sneered. However, Counselor Wang Teng is quite handsome. He is even more handsome than Brother Han, Shozang Kaiyun admired while looking at Wang Teng in the distance. Everyone fell into silence. In such a situation, Shozang Kaiyun still found the time to appreciate someone's looks. Wang Teng was speechless. He didn't know whether to be happy or not. Shozang Kaiyun seemed to praise him, yet it felt like she didn't. Another pretty boy, Gizang Yan coldly snorted. Wang Teng glanced at him, wondering why he emphasized the again. He couldn't shake off the feeling of being dissed. How can that counselor Wang Teng compare to Brother Han? Brother Han defeated even the people from the Haishan royal clan. Yizang Shinnuo looked at Han Zu and smiled. You flatter me. I dare not compare myself to a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association. Seeing him today, the counselor's charisma is truly extraordinary. Wang Teng shook his head, expressing his admiration. Brother Han, you're always so modest. Yizang Jinuo smiled. Wang Teng felt that he wasn't being modest. Regardless of who was stronger, it was still him as they were conversing through voice transmission. Outsiders had no idea what they were talking about. Only the 5 families and Wang Teng were aware of the Haishan royal clan's issue. The others from the 5 major forces were oblivious to the identity of the other party. It seems everyone knows me already, saving me the trouble of introducing myself. Wang Teng's clone, who came down from the Devil Slayer, looked around and laughed. Chapter 2292, Counselor. 2. Ah, so you're Counselor Wang Teng. I've heard a lot about you. Pearson's facial muscles twitched slightly as he spoke casually to Wang Teng's clone. As a universe stage martial warrior, Wang Teng, despite being a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association, had no authority over him, and Pearson saw no need to show respect to the counselor. Moreover, as universe pirates, they held little reverence for the stellar academies. Counselor Wang Teng is indeed remarkable at such a young age. Bi Chunro appraised Wang Teng with a friendly smile. "You're too kind," Wang Teng replied with a smile. Did Senator Wang Teng just arrive on the 5 burial stars? Duke Yaheng of the Longlapa Empire approached from a distance, inquiring. "Exactly." Wang Teng nodded and looked around. "It seems I've arrived just in time to witness something interesting. The ancestral land of the 5 burial families is open today, and any Cosmos stage martial warrior can enter to seek opportunities," Duke Yaheng explained with a smile, glancing at Hengzang Chuan. "Oh." Wang Teng pretended to be surprised and asked, "This ancestral land is crucial to the 5 major families. Why would they allow outsiders to enter?" "Well, you'll have to ask the heads of the 5 families for that." Bi Chunru chuckled. "Family head Hengzang, would you mind enlightening me?" Wang Teng looked at Hengzang Chuan and asked with a smile. "Counselor Wang Teng, this is a private matter. I can't reveal too much." Hengzang Chuan snorted lightly and said, "But you're a Cosmos stage martial warrior. If you want to enter, we won't stop you. Please feel free." "Well then, since it's such a timely encounter, I'll take a look inside. If I happen to gain some opportunities, don't be stingy with your generosity," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. "If you have the ability to obtain something, we will not be stingy," Hengzang Chuan responded curtly, not wanting to engage in more discussion. "Now that everyone is here, those who wish to enter our 5 burial ancestral land, please proceed. Remember, you all have only 1 month. If you don't come out within that time, the spatial entrance to the ancestral land will forcefully close, and no one will be able to reopen it. We, the 5 families, won't be able to do anything about it either. So, if someone fails to come out, don't blame me for not warning you." The warning from Hengzang Chuan made everyone feel a sense of urgency. They couldn't afford to be complacent. Being trapped for 1,000 years was not something these young martial warriors could accept. "All right, proceed, everyone." Hengzang Chuan scanned the surroundings with his gaze and announced. "Zuogu, go ahead." Shear took the lead and patted the shoulder of the young man beside him. "Don't keep urging me. It's annoying," Zuogu retorted with some irritation. Without further delay, he transformed into a stream of light, rushing toward the central dimensional rift within the hexagram. In an instant, he disappeared into it. "This kid," Cher felt a bit awkward and shouted toward the dimensional rift. "If your gains this time can't surpass others, be prepared for the consequences." Unfortunately, there was no response. People around glanced over, their eyes showing different meanings. Some disdain, some unwillingness, some indifference. In the next moment, the sound of breaking air echoed, and figures hurriedly rushed toward the dimensional rift. No one wanted to fall behind others. The young man from the Black Skull Universe Pirates, who was beside the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior, glanced at Wang Teng, then instantly vanished from his original position, entering the dimensional rift with a speed that shocked onlookers. The remaining outstanding talents from various forces displayed expressions of shock, and they turned serious. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, his face showing a hint of interest. The strength of this young man seemed remarkable. He wondered how he compared to him. At this moment, a shadow shot out from the ancient warship of the Shadow Fortress. Before anyone could see his appearance clearly, he disappeared into the dimensional rift. "Is that the prodigy from the Shadow Fortress?" The crowd murmured in surprise. It seems so, such incredible speed, truly worthy of the Shadow Fortress's prodigy, renowned in the universe for assassination. It seems he's not to be underestimated. In this competition for the 5 burial ancestral land, the prodigy from the Shadow Fortress is undoubtedly a powerful contender. His gains might be the greatest. Many couldn't help but discuss. So far, few had seen the appearance of the Shadow Fortress's prodigy clearly, and within the 5 burial ancestral land, he would undoubtedly have a significant advantage. Interesting. A mysterious golden light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and a faint smile curled his lips. The prodigy from the Shadow Fortress might be quite formidable. The solemn voice of Yizang Zinwo echoed. The more formidable, the better. The Haishan royal clan now has one more opponent. Yinzang Zhao sneered. I just wonder, compared to that Shadow Fortress prodigy, who is stronger. Gizang Yan's eyes flickered with a fighting spirit. The Shadow Fortress has always been elusive. If we clash head-on, it's hard to say who's stronger. However, if he hides in the shadows, we might not be his match. Hengzang Mo's voice turned serious. After entering the five-burial ancestral land, be cautious. Don't fall into his schemes. Yunzang Zhao warned. All right, let's go. Yizang Jinnuo and the others looked around and prepared to move. Wang Teng's original body, disguised as Hanzu, followed behind them and entered the dimensional rift. Meanwhile, the Wang Teng who had just arrived was his clone. After everyone entered the dimensional rift, he smiled faintly and walked leisurely toward the rift. Unlike others, he seemed completely indifferent to the so-called opportunities in the five-burial ancestral land. When Hengzang Chuan and the others saw this, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Wang Teng, the counselor, seemed quite unpredictable. Could he truly be indifferent to the opportunities in the five-burial ancestral land? Was this the extravagance of the prodigies from the stellar academies? Wang Teng's clone calmly stepped into the dimensional rift, disappearing from everyone's view. Family head Hengzang, who exactly is this Wang Teng? How is he able to become a counselor at the Cosmos stage? The plump man from the Golden Peak City asked curiously. He is a student from the stellar academies. We don't know any more details, Hengzang Chuan replied. To achieve the position of a counselor with Cosmos stage strength, he must have extraordinary qualities, said Bi Chunro. Have you all noticed Counselor Wang Teng and the young man from the Black Skull Universe Pirates are alike? We can't see through them. Suddenly, Duke Yaheng spoke. The eminent figures from various factions were slightly stunned. They wore thoughtful expressions on their faces. He, it seems that the competition for opportunities in the five-burial ancestral land will be quite exciting. Pearson's gaze swept over the five family heads and the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. I wonder who will be the biggest winner in this competition. I'm quite curious about that Counselor Wang Teng, Duke Yeheng said indifferently. As the prodigy of the White Knight Universe pirate, Zuo Gu is definitely the strongest. As for that counselor and the little guy from Black Skull, they will have to step aside. Cher spoke casually. Everyone was speechless. This guy sure dared to speak. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates frowned, casting a cold gaze at Cher. How dared he insult the Lord? He must be seeking death, however. For the sake of his Lord's opportunities, he could only endure for now. What are you looking at? If you're not convinced, come and fight. Cher roared. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates gave him a cold glance, too lazy to waste words. Then he sat cross-legged on the top of a Black Skull Universe Pirates battleship and closed his eyes. Others from the major forces exchanged uncertain glances, surprised by the opponent's reaction. They speculated on the Black Skull Universe Pirates' motives. Naturally, they sensed that the other party's motives were not simple. Hengzang, Chuan, Yizang Bai, and the others quietly looked at each other. They sat cross-legged above the five planets of the five burial stars and closed their eyes, entering a meditative state. Pearson chuckled, indifferent to the situation, and returned to his battleship. Duke Yeheng, the plump figure from the Golden Peak City, Bi Chunro from the Azure Sky Island, and others disappeared into the void. For the next month, there was nothing they could do but wait. Chapter 2293, Boundless Mountain Range, 5 Elements, Origin Beast. One puff, a fierce gust of wind blew past his ears. Just as Wang Teng emerged from the dimensional rift, his entire body involuntarily plummeted downward. However, he remained calm, scanning his surroundings. he spotted Yizang Jinyuo, Shozang Taiyun, and the others also free-falling. Such powerful gravity. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Immediately, the force within him surged, anchoring his body and halting the descent in midair. He then looked toward the dimensional rift behind him, his gaze glinting. Attribute bubbles were floating around the dimensional rift. Get them. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. Without any hesitation, he extended his spiritual power to snatch and collect them. Space 1500. Space 2000. Space 1200. Indeed, it's the power of space, and there are quite a few of them. The spatial fluctuations caused by this dimensional rift are not insignificant, Wang Teng remarked, somewhat surprised. After collecting a wave of attribute bubbles, his space attribute alone reached an impressive 13,500 points, space physique, 14,700, a 500,000 fifth rank. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. His space physique had already reached the 5th tier, capable of breaking through the spatial confinement of a universe-stage martial warrior. However, given the current situation, being able to break through the spatial confinement of a first-level universe-stage martial warrior was already remarkable. Of course, as his space physique continued to strengthen, he would naturally be able to break more formidable spatial constraints. Wang Teng originally thought that entering this ancestral land would be an inconsequential experience, only to find unexpected gains right after his arrival. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Hengzang Mo, Guizang Yan, Yizang Shinnuo, and the others. Although it was their first time entering the Five Burials' ancestral land, they seemed well aware of the situation, maintaining remarkable composure and steadying themselves in midair. However, the warriors from other factions were not as fortunate. Many of them plummeted to the ground like meteors. Boom, 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 several explosions rang out, and large clouds of dust rose from the ground. Some people, when nearing the ground, barely managed to steady themselves, appearing extremely disheveled. Hengzang Mo glanced at Wang Teng beside him. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This guy was entering the Five Burials' ancestral land for the first time and knew nothing about the situation, yet he was even calmer than them. Moreover, he quickly stabilized, completely unscathed. "Brother Han, are you all right?" Yizang Shinyuo asked. "No problem. Thanks for your earlier reminder," Wang Teng said with a smile. Hengzang Mo's expression darkened. It turned out Yizang Shinyuo had informed the other party beforehand, leaving him out of the loop. This was truly embarrassing. Gizang Yan's expression wasn't great either. They had initially planned to enjoy watching Wang Teng make a fool of himself, but Yizang Shinyuo, their comrade, had ruined their fun. They felt hurt. On the other side, Wang Teng's main body also emerged from the dimensional rift, casually exploring the surroundings as if on a sightseeing trip. Yizang Jinnuo and the others were astonished to see him walk out so nonchalantly, seemingly unaffected by the gravitational force of the ancestral land. How did this Councillor Wang Teng manage that? Shozang Kaiyun asked with a serious tone through voice transmission. To be able to instantly stabilize his figure, he must have an incredible mastery of force and control over his body. Yunzang Shao exclaimed, "It seems this guy is truly extraordinary. We need to treat him cautiously," Gizang Yan said with a solemn voice, even though he didn't like Wang Teng. He had to admit that the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. This was a formidable adversary. "Oh, you're all still here," Wang Teng's clone said, looking over. "You guys must be the outstanding warriors of the 5 major families. You know about us?" Hengzang Mo asked. "Of course, before I came, I had already investigated all of you. After all, the Academy Arbitration Association sent me here to oversee the younger generation of the 5 burial stars," Wang Teng's clone said with a smile. Oversee us? It depends on whether you have the strength for that," Gizang Yan snorted. "Do you think you can defy the orders of the Academy Arbitration Association?" Wang Teng's clone tilted his head slightly, smiling as he looked at them. "So what if we want to defy the orders of the Academy Arbitration Association?" They sent so many counselors over, but they can't do anything to us, Gizang Yan said provocatively. You guys are still too naive. Wang Teng's clone shook his head. What do you mean? Gizang Yan frowned. The opponent's tone was extremely unpleasant. This guy was acting too arrogantly. If the Academy Arbitration Association wants to control you with your strength, you won't be able to resist, Wang Teng's clone said indifferently. You can kill 5 or 6 counselors, but can you kill all the counselors? Hee. We will continue killing counselors until the Academy Arbitration Association stops sending them. 5 burial stars will not be restrained, Yun Shao sneered. What if there's a counselor who can suppress all the talents of your 5 burial stars? Wang Teng's clone didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled as he asked, Suppress all the talents of 5 burial stars? Hengzang Mo and the others looked at each other, bursting into laughter as if they had heard something extremely amusing. Are you talking about yourself? We don't know how strong you are, but your attitude is quite arrogant. If you can suppress all the talents of our 5 burial stars, we'll willingly submit to you, Gizang Yan said sarcastically. Then let's play a game. If I can suppress all of you within this ancestral land, you'll obediently accept me. How about that? Wang Teng's clone said casually. Chapter 294, Boundless Mountain Range, 5 Elements Origin, Beast, 2, Hengzang Mo Gizang Yan, and the others looked at each other and smiled coldly. They nodded and said, All right. However, if you're suppressed by us, go back to where you came from. Of course. Wang Teng's clone smiled. During their conversation, the martial warriors in the distance also came to their senses and began to observe their surroundings. I didn't expect the gravitational force inside this 5 burials ancestral land to be so terrifying, even suppressing Cosmos stage warriors. A warrior looked around with a serious expression, commenting, Everyone, be careful. It seems like this 5 burials ancestral land is not as simple as it looks. Someone shouted a warning. Ah, roar as the words fell. A sudden burst of screams emanated from below, accompanied by the furious roars of wild beasts. Many people's expressions changed slightly as they hastily looked down, only to find that within this ancestral land stretched an endless mountain range. Giant monsters emerged from the forest, swiftly killing several Cosmos stage martial warriors who hadn't reacted in time. What's that? Some people with slightly pale faces gazed towards the forest below. It seems like star beasts, someone remarked. There are so many star beasts above the Cosmos stage. Is the entire mountain range like this? Some people looked around in terror. In their eyes, the mountain range below seemed to transform into a realm of death. At this moment, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from the distant sky. A dark mass spread like a swarm of ominous clouds converging towards the area. Damn flying star beasts. Everyone present were Cosmos stage warriors with remarkable eyesight. They instantly saw through the true nature of the dark cloud in the distance, causing their voices to change in fear. Quick. Let's go. A loud shout rang out. The martial warriors didn't even have time to think. They immediately flew towards the distance. We should go too. The expressions of Yizang Jinwo and the others also changed slightly. Without any hesitation, they turned around and flew into the distance. However, in this space, the tremendous gravity slowed down their speed considerably. While the flying birds moved at an astonishing pace, quickly catching up, many slower martial warriors were directly engulfed by the flock of birds, emitting cries of agony. They struggled desperately, unleashing their force attacks, unfortunately facing the swarming star beasts. Their resistance was short-lived, and they perished on the spot. These beasts are so ferocious. Wang Teng's true form glanced back, expressing surprise. These are not star beasts. According to the records of our families, these are the 5 Elements Origin beasts, Yizang Xinyuo explained. 5 Elements Origin beasts, Wang Teng was stunned. The 5 Elements Origin beasts are peculiar life forms formed by the condensation of the 5 elemental forces, They lack intelligence at most comparable to ordinary beasts possessing pure instinct. When they see beings of a different kind, they attack. That's why these 5 elements origin beasts started attacking frantically as soon as they saw us, Yizang Shennuo explained while flying. I see, Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. These 5 elements origin beasts seemed somewhat similar to the chaotic beasts Wang Teng encountered in the chaotic Uncharted. Both were formed by the condensation of special energies and lacked intelligence. However, chaotic beasts were undoubtedly more advanced, being formed from the chaos element. In terms of strength, chaotic beasts were superior to these 5 elements origin beasts. Hengzang Mo and Gizang Yan's faces darkened. Yizang Jinuo had really told him everything. Since Brother Han is invited by our family heads to help us, I naturally have to inform him of the dangers in our ancestral land, Yizang Jinuo said casually, as if sensing their thoughts. I have no objections, Hengzang Mo said with a forced smile. He felt a bit depressed. This woman had completely turned to the other side, not leaving him any face at all. Wang Teng, your plan is already halfway successful. You're undermining them from within, Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng remained unfazed, showing no emotional response. He didn't bother to reply as if he hadn't heard anything at all. What undermining from within? It made him seem scheming, but he hadn't done anything. Yizang Junnuo never liked Hengzang Mo and the others. They couldn't just blame him for being too handsome just because they were ugly. Let's go quickly. The 5 elements origin beasts behind us are catching up. Shozang Kaiyun looked back and hurriedly urged. Everyone turned to look, their pupils slightly contracting. Without much consideration, they hastened their pace towards the distance. The bird-like 5 elements origin beasts pursued relentlessly from behind, displaying incredible stamina and showing no signs of giving up, caw before long. A heaven stage 5 elements origin beast caught up. It condensed a bright red sphere in its mouth and launched an attack on the group. Boom. A resounding roar echoed in the air as the bright red sphere burst forth rapidly, speeding towards the group. As it approached, a terrifying force fluctuation swept out, carrying an incredibly strong domain power within it. This 5 elements origin beast surprisingly harbored domain power in its attack. The expressions of the people changed instantly. Spread out, Yizang Jinuo shouted, as a reminder. The weaker warriors of the 5 families quickly scattered, fearing being affected by the incoming attack. We'll strike together, Yun Zhangshao shouted, a sword appearing in his hand as he fiercely slashed. Boom. An unparalleled blue sword light slashed through the air, cutting through the red sphere. A terrifying explosion swept through instantly. Gizang Yan, Hengzang Mo, and the others also took action. Faced with a heaven stage 5 elements origin beast, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. On the other hand, Wang Teng remained suspended in mid-air, not rushing to take action. The 5 prodigies engaged in combat with the heaven stage 5 elements origin beast instantly. At this moment, the 5 elements origin beasts from behind also caught up and launched attacks towards the martial warriors of the 5 major families. Only now did Wang Teng have the opportunity to carefully observe these 5 elements origin beasts. They had a peculiar appearance, entirely condensed from fire elemental force, with their bodies burning with a crimson flame, resembling a fiery mass. Boom, 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 this group of fire elemental beasts fiercely attacked the warriors of the 5 major families. Their attack methods were not much different from ordinary star beasts, either claw strikes, pecks, or similar to heaven stage star beasts, emitting powerful force spheres. Their claws and beaks, despite being condensed from flames, were exceptionally sharp. A hit from them could tear apart the bodies of Cosmos Stage warriors or pierce through them. Ka, a Cosmos Stage fire elemental beast, noticed Wang Teng emitted a sharp cry and charged directly at him. Its sharp claws descended, exuding an intense heat. Wang Teng raised his head, his gaze extremely calm, and punched towards the sky. Boom, the fire elemental beast exploded instantly, dispersing into flames. One punch. Wang Teng had effortlessly obliterated the fire elemental beast, leaving many martial warriors of the five families astonished, deeply shaken by the spectacle. However, at this moment, the flames formed by the explosion of the fire elemental beast quickly reassembled, transforming back into a bird-like shape. Glaring with fierce light, it lunged towards Wang Teng once again. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. The chaotic beasts he encountered earlier behaved similarly. They seemed indestructible, but in reality they hadn't found their corresponding weakness. So what was the weakness of these elemental beasts? He instinctively activated his real eye and looked into the bodies of these fire elemental beasts. In the next moment his eyes flickered, a slight arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Caw! In an instant, the fire elemental beast pounced on Wang Teng, its sharp claws fiercely reaching for his body. Quite fierce. Wang Teng smiled faintly, his figure disappearing from the spot. The claws of the fire elemental beast grasped at space. It paused for a moment, its head turning in all directions, seemingly trying to locate Wang Teng. Swoosh! At that moment, Wang Teng appeared above its head. His hand shot out, firmly grabbing into its skull and pulling outwards. A slightly darker red light cluster was firmly caught in Wang Teng's palm. Caw! The fire elemental beast emitted a miserable scream. Its massive body collapsed, unexpectedly turning into strands of force dispersing in all directions. Not very clever indeed. Wang Teng shook his head. Suddenly his eyes brightened. There are attribute bubbles where the fire elemental star beast disintegrated. Several large crimson-colored attribute bubbles appeared, floating in mid-air as if beckoning towards him. Chapter 2295. I knew it. How could he be that kind of person? In the sky, as the fire elemental beast perished, several attribute bubbles emerged. Wang Teng immediately extended his spiritual power, gathering and picking them up. Constellation Force, Fire 3000. Constellation Force, Fire 2600. Fire Domain 100. Fire Domain. Wang Teng was surprised. From the recent skirmish, it was evident that although the fire elemental beast possessed domain power, it wasn't particularly strong, perhaps just around the first or second tier. Wang Teng's fire domain had already reached the 8th tier, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary cosmos stage warriors, let alone a seemingly simple-minded fire elemental beast. However, the dropped domain attribute from this fire elemental beast could enhance his understanding of the domain, which was somewhat peculiar. Although the attribute value was not high, only 100 points, considering the number of these fire elemental beasts present, if he defeated them all, Wang Teng's fire domain might reach the 9th tier. 9th tier, a cosmos stage warrior comprehending the domain to the 9th tier, was quite a frightening thought. At this realization, Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze falling on the distant fire elemental beasts. Meanwhile, Yizhang Zhenuo and the others were still struggling to deal with the fire elemental beasts, completely unaware that Wang Teng had shifted his attention to them. Indeed, some people were born with better luck. Apart from the domain attribute, the remaining aspect was the force attribute. These creatures were formed by the condensation of force in a special way, so upon killing them, they dropped a considerable amount of corresponding force attribute values. Wang Teng glanced at his own constellation, Fire Force. The last time he had just reached the 7th level, and this time the progress wasn't as rapid. But Wang Teng looked towards the distant fire elemental beasts, his eyes gradually lighting up. Suddenly, the crimson light cluster in his hand began to struggle frantically, diverting Wang Teng's attention once again. I almost forgot about this. Wang Teng pinched the crimson light cluster, feeling its essence. He discovered that it was an extremely pure energy, unlike force or the power of origin. However, it exuded a rich vitality, which was quite extraordinary. After some consideration, he stored it in the devour space. He did not know what use it had for the time being, so he stored it first. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, Yizhang Zhenuo and the others besieged the heaven stage fire element beast. They possessed considerable strength and clearly understood the weaknesses of the elemental beasts, Hence, each of their attacks was highly targeted. Despite the fire elemental beast's ability to continuously regenerate, it was still on the defensive. The only challenge they faced was that the core of this elemental beast seemed unpredictable. It could be in the head, the heart, or even other parts of the body. Unlike Wang Teng, Yizang Xinuo and the others couldn't see the internal situation of the elemental beast. After some contemplation, Wang Teng signaled to his clone, and the clone nodded slightly before departing the scene. It headed towards other areas to hunt down more elemental beasts. The five burial ancestral land appeared to be an endless mountain range, its end uncertain. The forest below undoubtedly harbored many five elements origin beasts, potentially providing Wang Teng with numerous attribute bubbles. Such a great opportunity should not be wasted, otherwise it would be a total waste. Wang Teng's main body continued to stay in place. Since he had promised to help them, he couldn't break his word. His gaze swept around, intervening from time to time to rescue martial warriors from the five families in danger. This greatly boosted his favorability. Of course, the main benefit was the collection of numerous attribute bubbles, allowing his Constellation Fire Force to quickly break through the 8th level. On the other side, Yizang Xinuo and the others still couldn't find the core of the Heaven Stage Fire Elemental Beast. They were frustrated by its apparent invincibility. Make way. Wang Teng finally decided to take action, striding forward. "Brother Han, be careful. This fire elemental beast is formidable," Yizang Xinuo warned. "What were you doing earlier? You only came to help now," Gizang Yan muttered resentfully. "How was I supposed to know you guys would struggle for so long? Is it my fault?" Wang Teng glanced at him, responding casually. "You?" Gizang Yan's mouth nearly twisted with exasperation. Wang Teng didn't bother with further conversation, his gaze fixed on the fire elemental beast in front of him. A subtle golden light flashed in his eyes, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Found it?" Trying to act mysterious. "Let's see if you can pull it off," Gizang Yan snorted. "Caw!" The Heaven Stage fire elemental beast charged directly at Wang Teng. Its gaze was fierce, and under the flapping of its wings, it stirred up intense and scorching winds. Just the hot wind alone would be unbearable for an ordinary Cosmos Stage warrior. However, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged in the face of this hot wind. With a swift movement, he disappeared from his original position. The Heaven Stage fire elemental beast was fast, but not as fast as Wang Teng. Moreover, it seemed a bit lacking in intelligence. After losing sight of Wang Teng, it went into a frenzy, searching aimlessly, resembling a headless fly. Over here? Wang Teng appeared behind the Heaven Stage fire elemental beast. Suddenly, a flame-formed tongue shot out from his hand, rushing towards an indescribable area behind it. Howl. The Heaven Stage fire elemental beast didn't react in time and suffered a direct hit. It tilted its head back and emitted a strange howl. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at Wang Teng strangely. Could this guy have some peculiar fetish? Swoosh. At that moment, the long flame tongue suddenly pulled outwards, bringing out a deep red light cluster. The scene looked extremely familiar. However, everyone was momentarily stunned, their faces showing a bewildered expression. "This is the core of the beast," Hengzang Mo exclaimed as if seeing a ghost. They searched for the core for such a long time. But Han Zhu found it in just one move. The feeling was unbelievable, and they found it hard to accept, especially since they had just suspected him of having some peculiar fetish, and now it turned out they had misunderstood. Yizang Xinuo and Shozang Kaiyun blushed a little. They had also misunderstood just now and felt ashamed. They nearly misunderstood Brother Han. Of course, he couldn't be that kind of person. Bang! As the core was taken by Wang Teng, the Heaven Stage fire elemental beast could no longer hold on. After emitting a reluctant roar, its massive original force body exploded into a rich source of force. "All right, done." Wang Teng held the core and looked at Yizang Jinuo and the others. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Brother Han, how did you know the core was?" In that place?" Yizang Jinuo asked. Oh, I observed it during your battle just now, Wang Teng replied, casually. Observed it? Yizang Jinuo and the others were stunned. Was there some rule to this? However, there was no relevant information in the records of their families. Brother Han, did you discover some secret? Please, tell us quickly. Shozang Kaiyun urged Hengzang, Mo, Guizang Yan, Yunzang Xiao, and the others immediately pricked up their ears. It's not really a secret. If you observed carefully just now, you would have noticed that when these beasts' bodies exploded, the other forces would converge towards a specific location. That location is where the core is, Wang Teng explained. Indeed, Yizang Xinyuo and the others' eyes sparkled with understanding, feeling a sense of sudden clarity. No, I remember that these beasts sometimes split up and gather, and only eventually merge into one, not like what you said. Gizang Yan suddenly frowned. That's because you weren't observing carefully enough. Wang Teng glanced at him and said, It requires a certain level of eyesight and judgment. While Gizang Yan's observation was valid using Wang Teng's method, there was at least a 70% chance of determining the location of the beast's core. So he wasn't exactly deceiving them. However, others didn't have the ability of his real eye, so they couldn't be 100% certain about the core's location. However, Wang Teng couldn't tell them about this secret. If others couldn't find the core, it wasn't because his method wasn't effective, but rather because their vision and judgment were lacking. I think Brother Han makes a lot of sense. If you can't find it, maybe it's because your eyesight isn't good enough, Yizang Xinuo said. Gizang Yan was extremely depressed. He just wanted to provide a counter-argument matter-of-factly, but unexpectedly, he was looked down upon. All right, next time, everyone can try this method. Perhaps there will be some surprises, Wang Teng suggested. The others were suddenly energized. They knew that the biggest threat in this ancestral land was the constant emergence of various five elements origin beasts. If they could accurately locate their cores, the threat posed by these five elements origin beasts would be significantly reduced. I'll take this nucleus then, all right? Wang Teng looked around and asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. According to our rules, whoever kills it is entitled to it, Yizang Jinuo said, while Hengzang Mo and the others wanted to say something more, considering this was the core of a heaven stage beast, and they had exerted considerable effort. Giving it away for free made them somewhat unwilling. Moreover, their family had relevant records knowing the purpose of this item. Naturally, they were not willing to give it up easily. But Yizang Jinuo seemed to understand what they were thinking, so she glanced at them. She didn't say anything, but it made them shut their mouths awkwardly. All right, let's hurry up and leave. We need to reach the center of the ancestral land as soon as possible, and not let others get ahead of us, Shuzang Kaiyun said. The others naturally had no objections. After confirming the direction, they turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the distance. Our family's ancestral land center consists of 5 towering mountains. Although you can't see it from here, once you do, you'll recognize it. Yizang Jinuo elucidated softly at the side when she saw Wang Teng gazing confused. 5 mountains? Wang Teng's face exhibited a hint of surprise. Yes, we call them the 5 Elements Mountains. Each mountain represents one family, and members of our 5 major families are to receive inheritance on those mountains, Yizang Jinuo explained. So you're saying that the chances in your ancestral land are all on those 5 Elements Mountains? Wang Teng's eyes brightened as he asked. Chapter 2296, typical of bullying, the weak and fearing the strong. 1, not entirely. Some opportunities are scattered throughout this mountain range, as long as one can find them, Yizang Jinuo said with a faint smile in response to Wang Teng's question. Oh. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised and asked, Why did you tell me about this? It should be a secret of your families. Our family head instructed me to tell you. Yizang Jinuo smiled. They said that if you're willing to help us, we won't be stingy with some opportunities. However, when it comes to these opportunities, it depends on you. Others can't help much. Even our family's martial warriors aren't guaranteed to get satisfactory opportunities. I understand. Wang Teng nodded. He could guess that the reason the heads of the 5 families informed him about this matter was likely because they weren't afraid of him taking away the most crucial opportunities in the 5 burial ancestral land. If his guess was correct, these opportunities were related to bloodline talents. Unfortunately, they could never have imagined that not only did Wang Teng obtain the talents of the 5 families, but he also collected all the talents of their 5 families. Even the talents of the prodigies in the 5 major families couldn't compare to him. Thinking of this, Wang Teng suddenly became more eager to explore the 5 Elements Mountains. He wondered what exactly was there. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they conversed, they continued to swiftly travel, guided by Yizang Xinwo and the others. They constantly changed their direction. This mountain range was truly vast, and it was sometimes difficult to determine the accurate direction. Even with parts of the map of this area in their possession, they still couldn't completely discern their path. Therefore, along the way, they took quite a few detours. Fortunately, Wang Teng was in no hurry, following Yizang Xinnuo and the others without any worries. On another front, he quietly transmitted information to his clone through the special connection they shared. In a forest, Wang Teng's clone was hunting a group of earth elemental beasts. These beasts resembled concrete-formed earth leopards, with their entire bodies exhibiting an earthy yellow color and peculiar patterns. Despite appearing cumbersome, they had surprising speed and the agility of leopard-like star beasts, making them formidable opponents. Most importantly, their numbers were vast. This was very similar to the chaotic beasts Wang Teng had encountered before, relying on sheer numbers for victory. However, this was normal. These origin beasts were condensed from force and didn't need to reproduce. Once dead, they would likely reassemble, ensuring their numbers never diminished. Roar, roar. A series of roars echoed from the mouths of these earth elemental origin beasts as they surrounded Wang Teng's clone, leaving no room for escape. Subsequently, they lunged forward, launching attacks against Wang Teng. If it were any ordinary Cosmos stage warrior, they would probably be overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts. Yet Wang Teng, wielding a sword and covered in universe-level lightning element battle armor, remained calm amid the onslaught. He strolled among the origin beasts, effortlessly dodging their attacks. Each time his sword struck with precision, releasing thunderous power that blasted the origin beasts apart. The cores of the origin beasts emerged and were all collected by Wang Teng into the devour space. In this way, the deceased beasts would no longer reassemble. For others, dealing with the troublesome origin beasts was quite challenging, but for Wang Teng, it seemed effortlessly manageable. Before long, the surrounding origin creatures were all slaughtered, and Wang Teng obtained a large number of origin beast cores along with a considerable amount of attribute bubbles. His constellation Earth Force instantly surged, and his Earth domain also increased. Wang Teng didn't pay too much attention to it, swiftly leaving the area to continue his hunt. For him, the priority in entering the 5 burials ancestral land was to enhance his strength by hunting origin beasts rather than seeking opportunities. Of course, with his main body still present, he could let the main body search for opportunities. As Wang Teng's clone left, a figure silently emerged from the shadow of a large tree, stealthily following behind. Wang Teng's main body, along with the members of the 5 major families, once again encountered the 5 elements origin beasts. This time, it was a group of water elemental origin beasts resembling giant pythons. They were entirely blue, with massive serpent bodies spanning across a long river, blocking the path of Wang Teng and the others. Boom! A battle erupted, resounding with continuous explosions. These snake-like water elemental origin creatures were formidable adversaries, hiding beneath the river, refusing to face their enemies directly. However, when Wang Teng and the others attempted to leave, the creatures surged out of the water again, blocking their path once more. These damn creatures, Hengzang Mo couldn't help but curse. I thought original creatures lacked intelligence. Why are these origin beasts so cunning? Shuzang Kaiyun wondered. This is just the instinct of wild beasts, and it doesn't qualify as intelligence. Wang Teng calmly explained. Brother Han, do you have any ideas? Yizang Jinnuo, seeing Wang Teng's thoughtful expression, couldn't help but ask, "Burn them. Since they are water elemental origin beasts, they must fear fire. Your family, the Gizang family, consists of fire element warriors. Let's work together and set this river ablaze." "I refuse to believe those water elemental origin creatures won't come out," Wang Teng suggested. "Great idea." Yizang Shinnuo's eyes lit up. Then she looked towards the Gizang family warriors. Gizang Yan's face turned dark. This was a thankless task. No one volunteered, but he was the one chosen. Chapter 2297, typical of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, too. He felt that Wang Teng was deliberately causing trouble for him. However, he didn't refuse and led all the Gizang family martial warriors to launch an attack on the large river ahead. Boom! Intensely hot attacks landed in the river, causing the water to boil instantly. Hiss! 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 The snake-like water elemental origin beasts, hidden underwater, emitted hissing sounds and surged out of the water. "They're here. Attack!" Yizang Jinyuo and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately attacked the water elemental origin beasts. Boom, boom, boom. They had long been annoyed by these water elemental origin beasts, and now, seizing the opportunity, they attacked vigorously. Yizang Jinnuo and the others had tried Wang Teng's method before, and most of the time it indeed helped locate the cores of the origin beasts. Therefore, dealing with these origin beasts didn't require too much effort from them, especially against those cosmos stage and celestial stage origin beasts which were not their match. Roar. Suddenly, the water surface violently churned, and an enormous snake-like origin beast shot out, its body winding hundreds of meters. The splashing water droplets resembled a rain shower reflecting a sparkling light under the illumination of a star above. This is a heaven stage origin beast. It's at least at the third level heaven stage. Hengzang Mo and the others' pupils constricted and their expressions turned solemn. Dealing with a heaven stage origin beast was indeed quite troublesome. It was not as easy as the others. "Let me handle it." Gizang Yan, however, was somewhat excited. His fire elemental abilities were precisely effective against water elemental creatures. Moreover, he believed that he could use Wang Teng's method to find the core of this giant snake-like origin beast. Given that he was still upset about losing the fire elemental heaven stage core to Wang Teng earlier, he now wanted to seize this opportunity to claim the core. Boom! As Gizang Yan's words fell, he wielded his war blade, transforming into a streak of crimson light and charging forward. Raising the blade high, he unleashed the Gizang blade skill, sending out a terrifying blade aura. A thunderous roar echoed as terrifying blade light swept out in all directions. Roar. The snake-like origin beast roared in response, condensing a beam of light in its mouth and fiercely launching it. Boom! The beam of light collided with the blade aura, erupting into a dazzling radiance as both were annihilated simultaneously. "Beast, die! Ha ha ha!" Gizang Yan laughed heartily, wielding his war blade again to unleash another blade aura imbued with the power of his domain. Boom! The blade struck down on the head of the snake-like origin beast, which hadn't reacted in time, instantly causing its head to explode. Gizang Yan fixed his gaze on the burst of force from the exploding snake. The force quickly converged towards the center, rapidly taking shape again into the form of the snake-like origin beast, roaring furiously at Gizang Yan. "Come again," Gizang Yan, having failed to find the core, snorted coldly and launched another attack. Blade auras slashed out one after another as if they didn't require much force. Wang Teng, observing from the side, shook his head. This foolish lad completely relied on brute force since he hadn't found the target. If he could locate it, Wang Teng would genuinely admire him. The massive body of the snake-like origin beast was continuously blasted into force, which then reformed. Gizang Yan widened his eyes, attempting to find the core. In the end, he became furious. From beginning to end, he had slashed all parts of the snake-like origin beast. Why couldn't he find the core? "Han Zhu, didn't you say that using your method could locate its core?" Gizang Yan panted heavily, angrily shouting at Wang Teng. It's not my problem if everyone else can find it, but you can't, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Gizang Yan looked around, met with the strange gazes of those nearby, and felt so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. Gizang Yan, can you handle it? If not, let us take care of it, Yunzang Shao said eagerly from the side. Get lost. Gizang Yan angrily retorted, This origin creature is mine. Tisk, you can't handle it again, Yunzang Shao sneered. Who said I can't handle it? I'm just playing around with it. Gizang Yan gritted his teeth. Determined, he stared at the snake-like origin beast in front of him. Boom! He once again rushed forward, wielding his war blade to unleash a series of slashing attacks. Roar. The heaven stage origin beast became furious, roaring with a tumultuous disturbance in the stream water. Suddenly, violent ripples appeared in another section of the water, forming a massive vortex. That is, the expressions of Yizang, Xinuo, and the others changed slightly. Boom! In the next moment, another terrifying snake-like origin beast emerged from the water, only revealing its colossal head. Just this head alone induced a suffocating feeling, with its massive blue vertical pupils staring at everyone, exuding a terrifying aura. Universe stage origin beast Yizang Xinuo and the others' pupils constricted and their faces turned pale. They were filled with disbelief. Unbelievable. Inside this river, there was actually a universe stage origin beast. Keep in mind that even within the entire ancestral land, universe stage origin beasts were extremely rare. They had just entered for 3 days, and they already encountered one. Their luck seemed too unfortunate. Let's leave, Hengzang Mo immediately shouted and retreated. Others followed suit, abandoning the native creatures they were killing, showing no reluctance whatsoever. A universe stage origin creature was something they couldn't contend with. If they were entangled by that universe stage origin beast, they would probably all die here. Gizong Yan looked at the heaven stage origin creature in front of him with unwillingness, just a bit more. He believed he could quickly find the nucleus of this origin beast with just a little more time, but now it was clear that there was no time for that. Chapter 2298. Typical of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. 3. Damn it. In the end, Gizong Yan had to retreat, not daring to linger any longer. Wang Teng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected such a terrifying universe stage origin beast to appear here. However, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, his figure flickered and he rushed towards the origin beast that Gizong Yan had attacked just now. Brother Han, quickly go. Don't stay in battle. Seeing him charging forward, Yizang Xinuo couldn't help but anxiously shout. This guy is simply seeking death. Gizang Yan sneered. You go first, Wang Teng's voice faintly echoed. Then he suddenly appeared on the back of the origin beast that Gizang Yan had attacked, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. This punch hit a certain scale of the snake-like origin beast. Breaking it open, he reached in. Roar. The snake-like origin beast instantly went into a frenzy trying to shake off Wang Teng roar. On the other side, the universe stage snake-like origin beast that had just revealed its head also emitted a deafening roar. Its gaze fell on Wang Teng, bringing a terrifying pressure. A mere universe stage pressure, and you dare to suppress me, Wang Teng sneered. The primordial consciousness within him erupted instantly. His primordial consciousness was comparable to the pressure of a universe stage powerhouse, and it was a rare and powerful type of pressure. The pressure from the universe stage snake-like origin beast was instantly shattered. Wang Teng moved his palm, grabbing a water-blue light sphere from the body of the heaven stage origin beast instantly burst open, turning into a ball of constellation water force. Wang Teng collected the attribute bubbles, then without hesitation he directly fled into the distance. Roar. The universe stage origin beast roared and its colossal body surged out of the water, reaching thousands of meters. It coiled in the sky, seemingly ready to overshadow the entire sky. Yizang Xinuo and the others in the distance were completely stunned. They never expected Wang Teng to succeed. This guy was truly reckless. Gizang Yan's expression froze, the cold smile on his face directly solidified, appearing extremely comical. But there was no time to think too much. The group of people frantically fled into the distance. The universe stage original beast was going berserk. Even though these origin beasts lacked intelligence, slaughtering one of their kin in front of it was tantamount to seeking death. Wasn't this courting death? Run, run, Wang Teng shouted frantically, pushing his speed to the maximum. A universe stage origin beast was not someone to mess with. Yizang Jinnuo and the others were speechless. When he killed the heaven stage origin beast just now, they didn't see this guy acting so scared. Typical behavior of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Roar. The universe stage origin beast chased relentlessly, its speed reaching an unimaginable level. Strands of power of origin emanated from its body, attempting to trap Wang Teng. This insignificant ant had thoroughly infuriated it. Oh, damn it. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He felt as if the surrounding space had been imprisoned, causing his speed to slow down. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the space physique. Boom! Strands of space power erupted from his body, directly breaking the spatial imprisonment imposed by the universe stage origin beast. He desperately increased his speed, even resorting to the use of space flash, rapidly maneuvering within the space. He couldn't use the light bolt because of its high recognizability, which could easily expose his identity. However, space flash was different. This teleportation-like method was achievable with many combat skills. Of course, it only appeared similar on the surface. Ordinary combat skills couldn't compare to his space flash. Fortunately, there wouldn't be a significant effect if he didn't unveil the space power. He deliberately used a concealing technique to hide the space power, ensuring that others wouldn't perceive any abnormalities. Considering that Jizang Yan and the others were only Cosmos stage warriors, their sensitivity to space power was not as acute, making it challenging to detect Wang Teng's possession of space abilities. Moreover, the universe-level battle armor on Wang Teng's body played a crucial role. Universe-level battle armor naturally allowed him to manifest speeds equivalent to a universe stage being, not inferior to the pursuing universe stage origin beast, in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng caught up with Hengzang Mo and the others. Hurry up, that giant python is catching up. Wang Teng glanced at them and urged. Hengzang Mo and the others were infuriated to the point of wanting to vomit blood. This guy caused trouble, but ran faster than them. There was no justice left in the world. The universe stage origin beast from behind was getting closer, causing Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others to be terrified out of their wits. Their hearts were pounding so hard it felt like they might leap out of their throats. "Never mind, you guys are too slow, I'll lead it away." Wang Teng sighed, changed direction, and slashed a sword beam toward the pursuing universe stage origin beast, shouting, come on, chase me, roar!" That universe stage origin beast was indeed captivated by Wang Teng's diversion, roaring madly as it pursued him, completely ignoring Hengzang Mo and the others. Brother Han Yizang Jinnuo watched as Wang Teng attracted the attention of the universe stage origin beast, her face filled with concern. "Let's go quickly. He caused this trouble himself." "He can handle it on his own," Gizang Yan said. "Shut up," Yizang Jinnuo glared at him fiercely. "Let's move on. With his speed, he can easily escape. No need to worry too much. Staying here would only be a hindrance." Shozang Kaiyun suggested. Yizang Jinnuo bit her lip, no longer hesitating, and immediately followed the others as they flew tens of thousands of kilometers away. They finally stopped in a forest, looking back with lingering fear. "It shouldn't have caught up, right?" Hengzang Mo asked. Brother Han led it away, for now we should be safe. Shozang Kaiyun sighed with relief. Our luck is truly something. Encountering a universe stage origin beast is quite rare. All thanks to that Han Zhu. If not for him, how could we be pursued so miserably? Guzang Yan complained. Don't put all the blame on him. Even without him, that universe stage origin beast might still have attacked us. Yunzang Xiao shook his head. If it weren't for Brother Han leading it away, we would have been caught by now, Yizang Shinnuo coldly retorted, glaring at Guzang Yan. Gizang Yan was momentarily speechless, not expecting even Yunzang Zhao to side with the others. His face turned extremely ugly. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.